fifth year, then September arrived, and it was just Quentin and Alice. The others had departed in a flurry of autumn leaves, and the first crisp hint of frost, leaving the two of them behind, watching them leave was a shock, yet blended with that shock, like spirits in a drink, came an even deeper sense of relief. Quentin longed for things between them to be good, better than good, flawless. But perfection is a fragile enterprise. The instant you detect the smallest crack, the whole illusion shatters. That ideal was a cornerstone of Quentin's personal mythology about break bills, a narrative he'd crafted as meticulously and cherished as reverently as the tales of Fillory, and he needed not just to recite it to himself, but to truly believe it lately that had grown harder and harder. Pressure had been mounting in some hidden reservoir, and by the end things had started to unravel. Even Quentin, with his nearly boundless talent for overlooking the obvious, had started to notice. Perhaps Alice was correct. Maybe Janet truly did resent her and harbor feelings for Elliot. Or perhaps it was something else, something so blatant that Quentin couldn't bear to face it head-on. However it was, the ties that bound them were beginning to wear thin, their once effortless, magical affection for one another fading. Now, even though nothing would ever be the same, even though they'd never be together in that old way, at least he could preserve the memory exactly as he wished. Those moments were safe, captured forever in amber. As soon as the new term started, Quentin finally did what he'd postponed for far too long. He went to see Dean Fogg and told him everything that had happened to Julia. Fogg merely frowned and said he would handle it. Quentin fought the urge to lunge across the desk and seize Fogg by his tidy lapels for what his botched memory spells had done to her. He tried to make Fogg understand that he had subjected Julia to a kind of suffering no one should ever endure. Fogg simply observed him, his expression revealing neither sympathy nor indifference. In the end, the most Quentin could extract was a promise that Fogg would bend every applicable rule to its limit to make things easier for her. The only recourse he could think of. He left the dean's office feeling precisely as wretched as when he'd entered, sitting through meals or wandering the dusty, sun-slanted hallways between classes. Quentin began to grasp for the first time just how isolated he and Alice had been from the rest of the school over the past 2 years, and how few of the other students he genuinely knew. Every group was its own clique, but the physical kids had been exceptionally close-knit, and now he and Alice were all that remained. He still attended classes with the other fifth years and exchanged friendly chatter, but he understood that their loyalties and focus lay elsewhere. "I'll bet they think we're terrible snobs," Alice remarked one day, "the way we keep to ourselves." They were seated on the cool stone edge of the fountain known as Sammy, a cheerful imitation of Rome's Laocoon, with serpents coiling around the rebellious priest and his sons while water gurgled merrily from their mouths. They had come outside to attempt a messy bit of household magic for removing a stain from one of Alice's skirts, a spell best performed outdoors, but they'd forgotten a key ingredient, turmeric, and weren't quite ready to trek back inside. A gorgeous fall Saturday morning, or more accurately nearing noon, the temperature hovering perfectly between warm and crisp. "You think so?" Quentin asked. "Don't you?" "No, you're probably right," he sighed. "They probably do judgmental jerks. They're the real snobs." Alice lobbed an acorn overhand at the fountain. It clicked against one of the dying priest's solid knees and plopped into the water. "Do you think we are snobs, I mean?" "I don't know, not necessarily." "No, I don't believe we are. We don't have anything against them." "Exactly. Some of them are perfectly decent. Some of them we regard with the utmost respect." "Precisely." Quentin trailed his fingertips through the cool water, the simple act, a quiet rebellion against the complicated social web they were untangling. A sudden breeze sent a flurry of golden leaves skittering across the quad, a fleeting, beautiful distraction that made the weight of their isolation feel both heavier and strangely lighter. "So, you're suggesting we should actually go out and try to befriend people?" Quentin asked, his tone skeptical. She gave a non-committal shrug. "They're literally the only other magicians our age on this entire continent. They're the only real peers we're ever going to get." The sky was a brilliant, searing blue, and the bare branches of the trees cut sharp, dark lines against it, mirrored perfectly in the still, cold water of the fountain. "All right," Quentin conceded slowly. but not with all of them. Let's be realistic. Obviously not. We'll have standards. Besides, who's to say they'd even want to be friends with us? Fair point. So, who then? Does it really matter who we start with? Of course it matters, Vix, Quentin insisted, using their private nickname, a shorthand for Vixen, a lingering joke from their time in Antarctica. They're not interchangeable, so who's first on this grand social agenda? Sharendra, maybe? Okay, maybe. Wait, no, he's dating that awful second year, you know? The one with the prominent teeth who's always trying to organize madrigal singing after dessert. It's a whole thing. What about Georgia? Maybe we're overcomplicating this, Alice said, studying her fingernails with a fierce avian concentration. Sometimes her beauty struck him with such force he felt disconnected from reality, amazed she was even part of his life. We can't orchestrate it. These things have to occur organically. Fine, Quentin sighed. But you have to take the lead. If it's left to me, absolutely nothing will happen. You know I'm hopeless at this sort of thing. I know, he said, a smile tugging at his lips. She lobbed an acorn at his shoulder. You weren't supposed to agree so readily? Thus, with a shared sense of determined effort, they shook off their self-imposed isolation and launched a delayed, somewhat awkward campaign to reconnect with their classmates, most of whom they had nearly forgotten. Ironically, it wasn't Sharendra or Georgia who became the linchpin, but Gretchen, the quiet blonde who used a cane. It helped that Alice and Gretchen shared the dubious honor of being prefects, a role that filled them with a mix of pride and acute embarrassment. The position was mostly ceremonial, another bizarre and infantilizing tradition imported from the English public school system, a testament to the deep-seated Anglophilia woven into Brakebills' very foundations. The 4 students in the 4th and 5th years with the top grades were given a silver B pin for their jackets and saddled with trivial duties like managing the line for the campus's sole ancient rotary phone, which was hidden in a battered wooden booth under a back staircase. The real perk was access to the prefect's common room, a locked lounge on the east side of the house with a grand arched window and a cabinet perpetually stocked with cloyingly sweet sherry that they choked down out of a sense of obligation. It also conveniently made an excellent spot for private encounters as long as they cleared it with the other prefects, which usually wasn't an issue. Gretchen was understanding as she had a boyfriend herself, and the 3rd prefect, a popular girl named Beatrice with spiky blonde hair whose academic prowess had surprised everyone, never used the room anyway. The only real challenge was avoiding the 4th prefect because, against all odds and reason, the 4th prefect was Penny. The announcement of Penny's prefect status had sent such a shockwave through the school that all other conversation ceased for an entire day. Quentin had meticulously avoided Penny since their explosive confrontation. Not that Penny made himself easy to find. He had perfected the art of being a ghost at a school as small as Brakebills, moving between classes with a swift, blank stare on his round face, eating alone in hurried silence, taking long, solitary walks, and retreating to his room immediately after the last bell. As for what else he was up to, nobody could say for sure. When the second-year students at Brakebills were divided into their magical disciplines, Penny wasn't placed in any known category. The story going around was that he had qualified for something so obscure and bizarre, it defied the usual classifications. True or not, Dean Fogg had simply written the word independent next to his name on the roster. After that, Penny became a ghost in the classroom, showing up only occasionally to stand silently in the back, with his hands buried in the pockets of his worn school blazer. He never participated, never took notes, just carried an aura of secret knowledge. He was sometimes spotted walking the grounds with Professor van der Wege, fueling rumors that he was engaged in some intense solitary course of study under her supervision. For Quentin and Alice, the prefect's common room was becoming a crucial hideaway because their old sanctuary, the cottage, had lost its exclusive status. It had never occurred to Quentin before, but it was sheer luck that no new students had been sorted into the physical discipline the previous year, allowing their little group to remain undisturbed. That lucky streak was destined to end, and it did. At the close of the last term, a full 4 incoming 3rd years tested into physical magic. Now, as wrong as it felt, they had every right to be in the cottage, same as Quentin and Alice. Trying to be gracious, the two of them waited patiently in the library on the first day of classes while the newcomers went through the initiation ritual to break in. They'd spent a long time debating how to welcome the new arrivals, finally deciding on a decent champagne and swallowing their selfish feelings, a ridiculously lavish spread of oysters, caviar, toast points, and creme fraiche. Awesome. Each new physical kid exclaimed as they entered, one after another. They stared wide-eyed at the magically expanded interior, poking at the curios, the old piano, and the cabinet of alphabetized twigs. They looked unbearably young. Quentin and Alice made strange small talk, attempting to sound clever and worldly the way they remembered the older students acting when they first arrived. Perched in a row on the sofa, the third years fidgeted, gulping their champagne too fast like kids at a formal dinner. They asked polite, earnest questions about the artwork and the library collection. Could books be checked out? Was it true they had a first edition Abecedarian Arcana handwritten by Pseudo-Dionysius? Seriously? And when was the cottage actually built? No way. That's like prehistoric. After a suitably awkward period, the whole group vanished into the pool room. They showed no interest in being followed, and Quentin and Alice had absolutely no desire to follow them, so they stayed put. As the night dragged on, the sounds of youthful bonding and laughter filtered out. It became painfully clear to Quentin and Alice that they were relics of a bygone era, their time in the spotlight over. The circle was complete. They were outsiders once more. "I feel like a retired museum guide," Quentin muttered. "I've already forgotten all their names," Alice replied. "They're like a set of identical quadruplets. We should just assign them numbers, tell them it's an old tradition. Then we could deliberately call them by the wrong numbers, mess with their heads, or call them all the same name, something like Alfred. Even the girls, especially the girls, they were nursing the last of the now warm champagne, getting pleasantly drunk, and Quentin was past caring. From the direction of the pool room came the crystalline shatter of breaking glass, probably a champagne flute, followed, not much later, by the sound of a window being shoved up, and the unmistakable retches of someone being sick, hopefully out that window and not on the floor. The trouble with getting older, Quentin mused, is that the people who haven't gotten there yet stop being interesting. "We should have set this whole place on fire," Alice muttered, the alcohol thick in her voice. "Locked the doors on our way out and watched it burn. Just walk away without looking back," Quentin added, "like the final shot of some film. An era ends, or is it an epoch? What even is the difference?" Quentin had no idea. Hazily, he understood they needed to find something else. Staying here was impossible. Going back wasn't an option. The only direction was forward. "Do you think we were ever that way?" he asked. "Like these students?" "Almost certainly. We were probably worse. I have no idea how anyone tolerated us."
"You're right," he sighed.
God, they were infinitely more patient than we are. That winter, Quentin skipped the trip home. He'd had the annual phone call with his parents around real-world Christmas, explaining again Brakebills' peculiar academic calendar, his foot propped against the wooden door of the old phone booth under the stairs. By the time the Brakebills holiday arrived, it was already March outside, and not going back felt less significant. If his parents had ever hinted they missed him or would be hurt by his absence, he would have folded immediately, but they were their usual cheerful, distant, transparent selves. Frankly, he enjoyed the independent streak of casually telling them he had other plans, so he went with Alice instead to her family's home. Her idea, though as the date neared, her anxiety about it became palpable. "I don't know why I asked," she fretted when he questioned her. "It just seemed like what couples are supposed to do. I really don't have to come. I can stay here. Tell them I'm buried in work. I'll see you after break." "But don't you want to come?" she cried. "Of course I do. I want to see where you grew up. I want your family to know me, and I'm absolutely not subjecting you to my parents' house." "Fine," she said, not sounding any calmer. "Do you swear you'll despise my parents as much as I do?" Without a doubt, Quentin assured her. "I might even top you. The process of opening portals for holiday travel was always a logistical nightmare, resulting in a long, disorderly line of students and luggage snaking down the dim hallway to the main living room, where Professor van der Weg oversaw the departures. The post-exam relief always erupted into rowdy jostling, shouts, and flashes of harmless spell-work. Quentin and Alice waited quietly with their bags, standing solemnly side by side. Quentin had done his best to look presentable, though nearly everything he owned was part of the school uniform. He knew Alice was from Illinois, somewhere in the Midwest, but he couldn't have placed it on a map within 1,000 miles. Aside from a junior high trip to Europe, he'd rarely left the East Coast, and his magical education hadn't exactly improved his grasp of U.S. geography. As it happened, he saw very little of Illinois itself. Professor van der Weege configured the portal to open directly into an antechamber inside Alice's parents' home. The room had stone walls, flat mosaic floors, and sturdy post and lintel doorways on every side, a meticulous replica of a traditional Roman townhouse. Sounds echoed with a hollow, ecclesiastical quality. It felt like stepping behind the velvet rope at a museum exhibit. Magic often passed down through bloodlines. Quentin was a rare case in that regard, and both of Alice's parents practiced the craft. She never had to hide her studies from them, unlike Quentin with his own family. "Welcome to the house that time decided to keep," Alice muttered, shoving her luggage into a corner. Taking his hand, she guided him down a shadowy, seemingly endless hallway into a sunken living area scattered with cushions and rigid couches styled after ancient Rome, a small fountain trickling quietly at its center. "My father redesigns the whole place every few years," she explained. "He specializes in architectural enchantments. When I was small, everything was Baroque, covered in gold fittings that was almost bearable. Then came Japanese paper screens, you could hear every whisper. After that, it was falling water, Frank Lloyd Wright's design, until Mom grew tired of the constant damp. For a while, it was just one vast Iroquois longhouse with a packed dirt floor and no partitions. We had to plead with him to install an actual bathroom. I'm pretty sure he genuinely expected us to watch him use a pit in the ground. I doubt even the original inhabitants went that far." With that, she dropped onto a stiff leather couch, opened a book, and buried herself in her holiday reading. Quentin had learned that sometimes it was wiser to let Alice's gloomy moods run their course rather than trying to pull her out of them. Everyone has their own peculiar reaction to returning to the place they grew up, so he passed the next hour exploring what looked uncannily like a well-to-do household from Pompeii, complete with explicit wall paintings. The decor was painstakingly accurate, except for the bathrooms, an obvious compromise. Even dinner, served by a troupe of 3-foot-tall animated wooden puppets that clicked and clacked as they moved, was disgustingly true to history. Calf brains, parrot tongues, roasted moray eel, all so heavily peppered you wondered if they were trying to mask the taste. Thankfully, there was ample wine. They had just reached the third course, a stuffed and roasted sow's uterus, when a stout, round-faced man materialized in the doorway. He wore a faded toga the color of unwashed sheets, several days of dark stubble covering his neck, and the little hair left on his head was badly in need of a trim. "Ave atque veils," he announced, offering an elaborate invented Roman salute that looked suspiciously like a Nazi gesture. "Welcome to the Domus of Danielus." He made a face that suggested the joke's failure was everyone else's fault. "Hey, Dad," Alice said flatly. "Dad, this is my friend Quentin. Hello." Quentin stood up. He'd been attempting to eat while reclining in the Roman fashion, but it was trickier than it appeared, and he had a cramp in his side. Alice's father shook his extended hand, seeming to forget midway through, then looked startled to find a stranger's limb still in his grasp. "Are you two actually eating that?" "I ordered Domino's an hour ago. We didn't realize there were other options. Where's Mom?" "Who can say?" Alice's father replied, widening his eyes as if it were some hilarious riddle. "Last I saw, she was downstairs working on one of her musical compositions." He pattered down the steps into the room, his sandals slapping against the stone tiles, and poured himself wine from a decanter. And that was when? November? Don't ask me. I lose all sense of time in this ridiculous place. "Why not add some windows, Dad? It's so dim in here. Windows." He bugged out his eyes again, apparently his go-to expression. "You speak of some barbarian sorcery unknown to us noble Romans. You've really created something incredible here," Quentin chimed in, laying on the flattery with a trowel. "It looks incredibly genuine." "Thank you." Alice's father emptied his goblet and refilled it, then sank onto the sofa, a trail of dark wine staining the front of his toga as he did. His pale, fleshy calves were dotted with stiff black hairs that seemed to bristle with a life of their own. Quentin found it difficult to reconcile this man with the graceful Alice, wondering how they could possibly be related. "It took 3 years to complete," her father continued, 3 whole years, and now I'm utterly bored with it after just 2 months. The food is inedible, my toga is a mess, and my feet ache constantly from these stone floors. What is the purpose of any of this?" He fixed Quentin with an angry stare, as though the answer were being deliberately withheld from him. "Could someone please explain it to me, because I truly have no clue, none at all." Alice shot her father a look of pure disgust, as if he'd just destroyed something precious. Quentin remained motionless, half hoping that, like some prehistoric creature, Alice's father might simply overlook him. An uncomfortable silence stretched between the three of them before he finally stood. "Gratias, and good night." He flung the edge of his toga over his shoulder and marched from the room. The little wooden servants clattered across the floor, cleaning up the spilled wine in his wake. "That's my dad for you," Alice announced loudly, rolling her eyes as if waiting for an audience's laughter that never came. Amid this dysfunctional landscape, Alice and Quentin carved out a functional, even cozy routine for themselves, like explorers establishing a camp in unwelcoming terrain. There was a strange freedom in witnessing another family's turmoil. He could see the toxic emotional energy saturating the air, coating every surface, yet it passed through him without effect, like harmless radiation. Here he felt invincible, an outsider untouched by the local drama. But he could see it wearing on Alice, and he did his best to protect her. He understood these dynamics instinctively, recognizing the particular strain of being ignored by one's parents. The key difference was that his own parents were distracted by their affection for each other, while Alice's were consumed by mutual disdain. On the bright side, the house was quiet and generously supplied with Roman-style wine, which was sweet but perfectly palatable. It also offered a surprising degree of privacy. He and Alice could share a bedroom without her parents batting an eye. Then there were the baths. Alice's father had excavated vast, subterranean Roman-style pools that they had entirely to themselves, great rectangular basins carved into the Midwestern earth. Each morning they would spend a lively hour trying to push each other into the blistering hot pool and the icy cold one, both equally extreme, before relaxing together, unclothed in the warm, soothing waters. Over 2 weeks, Quentin saw Alice's mother only once. If possible, she resembled Alice even less than her father did. She was slender and tall, with a lively, narrow face and a bundle of faded blonde hair tied back. She spoke to him earnestly about her research into fairy music, which, she explained, was primarily composed for miniature bells and largely inaudible to humans. She lectured Quentin for nearly an hour without pause, never inquiring who he was or why he was in her home. At one point, a small breast slipped out from her misbuttoned sweater, which she wore with nothing underneath. She adjusted it back without a hint of self-consciousness. Quentin got the distinct impression it had been quite a while since she'd spoken to anyone. "So, I'm a bit concerned about your parents," Quentin mentioned that afternoon. "I think they might be completely out of their minds." They had withdrawn to Alice's room, lying together on her massive bed in their robes, gazing up at the ceiling mosaic. Orpheus enchanting a ram, an antelope, and a collection of wrapped birds. "Are they, Alice? You have to admit they're pretty strange, I suppose. I despise them, but they're still my parents. I don't view them as insane. I see them as perfectly sane people who choose to behave this way just to torment me. Calling them mentally ill feels like an excuse. It's like you're absolving them. You're helping them avoid any real accountability." She sighed. "Anyway, I thought you might find them fascinating. I know how intellectually thrilled you get by anything mystical. Well, here you go for your entertainment. 2 professional magicians," he considered, in a detached way, whose situation was more difficult. Alice's parents were poisonous creatures, but at least their nature was visible. His own parents were more like vampires or shapeshifters. They blended in as ordinary people. He could shout about their cruelties until he was hoarse. but he knew the neighbors would never believe him until it was far too late. "At least I can see where you inherited your interpersonal talents," he remarked. "My point is, you have no idea what it's like to be raised by magicians." "Well, I didn't realize a toga was required attire." "Togas aren't required. That's the whole issue, Q. Nothing is required. That's what you don't grasp. You've only known older magicians like our professors. The real world is a barren place out here. You can do nothing or anything or everything, and none of it means a thing. You have to discover something you genuinely care about, or you'll spiral completely out of control. So many magicians never find it." Her tone was oddly intense, bordering on furious. He was struggling to keep up. "So you're saying your parents never did?" "No, they didn't, even though they had 2 children, which should have offered them at least 2 decent possibilities. I think they might have truly cared about Charlie, but when they lost him, they lost their direction entirely, and now this is what's left." "What about your mother and her fairy orchestras? She seems deeply committed to that. That's purely to irritate my father. I'm not even convinced they're real." Abruptly, Alice rolled over, straddling him, her hands pressing down on his shoulders. Her hair fell around them like a gleaming veil, brushing his face and giving her the imposing aura of a deity descending from the clouds. "You have to promise me we'll never become like them, Quentin." Their noses were nearly touching. The weight of her was stirring, but her expression was fierce and solemn. "I know you believe it's all going to be grand adventures and dragons and battling darkness, like in Fillory. I know that's what you imagine, but it's not. You don't see it yet. There's nothing out there." Her voice dropped to a fierce whisper. "So promise me, Quentin, let's never end up like this, with these absurd hobbies that mean nothing to anyone. Just filling our days with pointless tasks, resenting each other and waiting to die. You negotiate tough terms," he said. "But all right. I promise. I'm serious, Quentin. It won't be easy. It will be so much harder than you can imagine. They don't even realize it, Quentin. They think they're content. That's the most tragic part." Without glancing away, she loosened the tie of his pajama pants and tugged them down. Her gaze locked on his. Her own robe was already open at the waist, with nothing beneath it. He understood she was conveying something vital, but the meaning eluded him. He slid his hands under her robe, feeling the smooth plane of her back, the dip of her waist, her full breasts pressed against his chest. They would always possess magic. They would have it eternally. So what did it matter? "Maybe they are happy," he murmured. "Maybe this is simply who they are. No, Quentin, they aren't, and it isn't." She tangled her fingers in his hair and gripped tightly enough to sting. "God, you can be so naive sometimes." They were moving together now, breaths coming fast and shallow. Quentin was with her, and words had become impossible. Except for Alice's fierce, repeated whisper, "Promise me, Q? Just promise?" She said it with a raw urgency, over and over, as if he might refuse, though in that moment he would have agreed to anything. Graduation. In some ways, the vacation was a complete bust. They barely left the house except for a few hurried walks through the stark, frozen suburbs of Urbana, so flat and barren it felt like they might at any moment step off the edge of the earth into the vast, pale sky. Yet, in other ways, it was exactly what they needed. It drew Alice and Quentin closer, helping him finally grasp the roots of her guarded intensity. They didn't argue once, if anything. The bleak example of Alice's family made their own connection feel vibrant and hopeful by comparison. After the first week, with their homework done, they were free to lounge and waste time together. By the end of 2 weeks, they were climbing the walls, utterly ready to return for their final semester at Brakebills. They'd heard almost nothing from the others since the previous summer. Quentin hadn't really expected to. He assumed Elliot, Josh, and Janet were ascending to some unimaginable new tier of sophistication, as far above Brakebills as Brakebills was above ordinary life, and he would have been almost disappointed if they'd still had time for him. From their sporadic updates, he gathered they were all sharing an apartment in downtown Manhattan. The only reliable correspondent was Janet, who every few weeks sent the gaudiest INY postcard she could dig up. Her messenger work white, her messenger hort, her Mongolian spellbook. It's in Mongolian do, but he claims he can read it, but I think it's Mongolian porno. Josh bought a little green baby turtle. He named it Gamera after the monster. He is growing a beard. Josh, not Gamera. Goo guys have got to get here. Breakbills is a small pond and NYC is the ocean and Elliot is drinking like a fish. Stop it, Elliot, stop it. I keel you, for this I keel you 1,000 times. So much love. Defying widespread student skepticism, or perhaps precisely because of it, Dean Fogg entered Breakbills into an international welters tournament. Quentin traveled to overseas magical schools for the first time, though he saw little beyond the welters' courts and an occasional dining hall. They competed in the emerald courtyard of a mist-shrouded medieval keep in the Carpathian Mountains, and at a compound carved from the endless Argentine pampas. On Rishiri Island, off the northern coast of Hokkaido, they played on the most immaculate court Quentin had ever seen. The sand squares a blinding white and perfectly raked, the grass squares a vivid lime green and trimmed to a precise 12 millimeters, the water squares steaming in the cold air. Unnervingly human-like monkeys watched from the twisted pine trees, their pink faces framed by halos of snowy fur. But the world tour ended abruptly when, to Professor Fogg's profound chagrin, the Breakbills team lost every one of its first 6 matches and was knocked out of the tournament. Their flawless losing streak was sealed forever when they were demolished at home in the first consolation round by a pan-European team. Its captain was a tiny, fiery, curly-haired magician from Luxembourg who instantly became the crush of every boy on the Breakbills team, and several of the girls. The welters season concluded on the last day of March, and suddenly Quentin was staring across a perilously narrow gap just 2 months at the end of his entire Breakbills life. As if he had spent years navigating an immense sparkling metropolis, weaving through narrow alleys and exploring grand halls and eerie, sun-drenched colonnades, all the while believing he had only glimpsed a single tiny district. Then, in an instant, he rounded a bend and realized the entire city lay behind him. All that remained was a solitary lane leading directly out into the open country. Now, the most ordinary actions felt weighted with significance, saturated with a nostalgia for the present moment. Rushing between lectures, a flicker of movement through a rear window of the house would catch his eye. Perhaps a distant student in a Breakbills jacket trudging across the snowy sea, or one of the awkward topiary animals shaking a clump of snow from its leafy head, and the thought would strike him. He would never witness that exact fleeting sight again. Or if he did, he would be a person he could not yet imagine. Then came the counter moments, when a fierce impatience with Breakbills and everything in it would seize him. The place could feel absurdly provincial, stifling, and small. Good Lord, he was still wearing a uniform. Had he essentially just repeated high school for 4 more years? The affected, overly precise speech patterns of the students, a kind of quasi-British diction polished by endless vocal drills, grated on him. They all sounded as if they'd just returned from some elite fellowship and were desperate to prove it. It made him want to take a blunt object to the nearest piece of furniture. And the ridiculous, precious naming of everything. Every room contained the same monstrous black cherrywood desk, a hulking relic from the 1800s, each one a labyrinth of tiny drawers and compartments, and each of those compartments had its own absurd, cherished title. Hearing someone casually mention the ink chink, or the old dean's ear would make him exchange a long-suffering look with Alice. Are they for real, he'd think? We have to escape. But escape to where? It wasn't the done thing to appear anxious about graduation. But to Quentin, the world beyond the campus gates felt formless and dangerously unplanned. The weary, disappointed ghosts of Alice's parents seemed to hover at the edge of his vision. What was he actually going to do? Every goal he'd ever possessed had been fulfilled the day he arrived at Breakbills. Now he was scrambling to conceive a new ambition with any concrete shape. This wasn't the magical land of Fillory, where a clear, epic conflict awaited. There was no hidden watcher-woman to unmask, no grand evil to defeat. Without that kind of calling, everything else felt trivial, small time. Nobody said it aloud, but the global magical ecosystem was out of whack. A surplus of magicians, a deficit of worthy adversaries. It only compounded his frustration that he seemed to be the only one troubled by this. Many of his classmates were already busily connecting with established magical societies. Held forth to anyone in the common room about a secretive consortium who hadn't actually contacted him yet, but he was confident they would, dedicated to monitoring suborbital space for asteroids and solar flares. Others were diving into academic research. Alice was considering a specialized program in Scotland, though the prospect of separation held little appeal for either of them, and the idea of Quentin simply drifting along in her wake to Glasgow felt equally hollow. The future stretched before him, vast and unsettlingly quiet. In the hidden world of magic, the ultimate mark of sophistication was to operate from the shadows. Ambitious practitioners would spend years embedding themselves within governments, think tanks, nonprofits, and even military branches, all to subtly shape global events from a position of unseen influence. Others pursued far more esoteric callings. A select few illusionists dedicated decades to grand artistic spectacles, weaving enchantments into phenomena like the aurora borealis. Creations so personal they might only ever be witnessed by the artists themselves. Then there were the war gamers, an extensive network of sorcerers who organized elaborate annual global conflicts over meaningless tactical objectives, engaging in team battles and chaotic free-for-alls purely for the adrenaline. They played without safety nets, and it was an open secret that fatalities, though rare, did occur, a fact that only heightened the dangerous thrill of it all. Every single one of these paths laid out a future that was rich, intellectually demanding, and utterly secure. So why did Quentin feel a frantic, clawing desperation for a different exit? Why was he still passively waiting for some grand, destined adventure to sweep him up? Floundering, yet he instinctively shied away from every offered hand. The professors he consulted were baffled by his hesitation. To them, the answer was obvious. He could do absolutely anything he wanted. What was the problem? Meanwhile, Quentin and Alice labored on their mandatory senior theses with a passion that faded by the day. Alice's project was a masterpiece of frustration. She had built an intricate trap of wood and glass, laced with a maddeningly complex sphere of glowing indigo magic, all in an attempt to capture and freeze a single photon in its light-speed flight. The result was a profound uncertainty. Nobody, Alice included, could definitively prove whether the photon was actually in there or not. After a week of circular and increasingly heated debate, the faculty settled the matter by awarding her the lowest possible passing grade, a resolution that left her feeling more unsettled than vindicated. For his own thesis, Quentin chose a goal with a certain poetic bravado, a solo flight to the moon and back. Confident in his travel spells and personal warmth charms honed during his Antarctic misadventure, though neither was his true discipline, a concept he'd nearly abandoned, he set off from the sea on a sweltering spring morning. A small crowd, including Alice, Gretchen, and a handful of eager younger students, gathered to see him off. As his protective bubble sealed around him, their smiling faces distorted into surreal, fish-eyed blurs and the familiar sounds of farewell warped into strange echoes, the ascent was breathtaking. The earth transformed from a flat expanse into a radiant, fragile blue marble, while the stars above lost their twinkle, becoming sharp, steely points of light. But 6 hours into the void, the romance evaporated. He had dozed off, and his makeshift life support began to fail. His throat constricted, a violent pressure spiked in his ears, and his eyes throbbed as if trying to escape their sockets. Flailing his arms in a panic, he managed to reinforce the spells, the air thickening and warming once more, yet the shivering, wheezing, and bursts of hysterical laughter that followed wouldn't subside. The sheer ridiculous peril of it all crashed down on him. What was the point? He'd probably already soaked up a lethal dose of interstellar radiation from all those angry cosmic particles. With a surge of bitter clarity, he turned back. For a fleeting, pathetic moment, he considered hiding out and faking the whole journey. Maybe he could even buy some moon dust from Lovelady as proof. The air grew warmer, and the only grand adventure he found was the humiliating trip home. The sky began to brighten. A wave of relief washed over him, mixed with a heavy dose of shame. Below, the world unfurled once more, the intricate, jagged coastline, the ocean shimmering like hammered steel, the distant hook of Cape Cod reaching out. Facing dinner in the great hall that evening, 2 days ahead of schedule, proved to be the hardest part. He walked in with a sunburned face and a sheepish, apologetic grin that felt painted on. After the meal, he borrowed Alice's key and escaped to the prefect's common room. There he drank far too much sherry alone by the dark window, seeing only his own tired reflection while imagining the Hudson River flowing past in the night, thick and slow with chilly spring runoff. Alice was upstairs studying. The campus was quiet, save for a single rowdy weeknight gathering in a distant wing, spilling out tipsy students in laughing clusters. By the time self-pity and alcohol had thoroughly merged, and the first hints of dawn pressed at the windows, Quentin carefully made his way back to his room. He climbed the spiral staircase, passing what was once Eliot's door, weaving slightly as he took a direct swig from the liberated sherry bottle. His drunkenness was already curdling into the first sour notes of a hangover, that unpleasant chemical shift that usually waits for sleep. His stomach felt bloated and uneasy. From the shadowed corners of his mind, the people he'd let down began to emerge. His parents, James, Julia, Professor March, Amanda Orloff. Even that long-forgotten, long-dead Princeton interviewer, they all observed him with a cold, detached silence. He wasn't even worth their disdain. He lay down on his bed with the lamp still on. Surely there was a spell for happiness, wasn't there? Someone must have devised one. How had he never found it? Why wasn't it part of the curriculum? Was it hidden in the library, a fluttering tome just beyond his grasp, beating its pages against a high, stained-glass window? He felt the bed begin to tilt and fall away, a nauseating sensation like a repeated film clip of a dive bomber in its fatal descent. He'd been so terribly young when he first arrived here. His thoughts drifted to that frigid November day, taking the book from the kind paramedic, watching the note tumble away into that brittle, frozen garden as he chased after it with foolish hope. He'd never know what it said now. Did it hold the very joy and contentment that still eluded him despite all the wonders he'd been given? Was it the final secret of Martin Chatwin, the boy who fled to Fillory and never had to return to this world's pain? Drunk and maudlin. He remembered his mother holding him as a child after he'd dropped a favorite toy down a storm drain. He buried his sun-stung face into the cool pillow and wept, as though something inside him had shattered. With only 2 weeks until graduation, formal classwork effectively ceased. The maze shone with a vibrant, almost electric green, the air sparkled with drifting pollen, and sleek pleasure boats glided down the river past the boathouse, carrying carefree passengers soaking up the sun. Every conversation revolved around the impending freedom, endless parties, lazy mornings, and dabbling in off-limits magic. There was constant backslapping, shared laughter, and incredulous headshakes. The carousel was winding down, the music was fading. A spirit of reckless finality, a sort of magical Pompeii on the eve, took hold in the dormitories. Someone invented a new dice game using a charmed mirror, essentially a wizard's version of strip poker. There were clumsy, last-minute attempts to finally connect with that one person who had always been a secret, hopeless crush. The graduation ceremony was set to begin at 6 in the evening, under a sky still holding the last weight of golden daylight. The dining hall hosted an elaborate 11-course feast for the 19 graduating fifth years, who exchanged uncertain glances across the vast, sparsely occupied table. They were served an unlabeled red wine, which Dean Fogg explained came from Breakbill's own hidden vineyard, a secluded plot Quentin had discovered during his first autumn. The entire annual yield, Fogg emphasized with a tone that brooked no argument, was tradition-bound for this single dinner, implying vague but dire consequences should any bottle remain unopened. It was a Cabernet Sauvignon, rather sharp and acidic, yet they drank it with enthusiastic abandon. Quentin delivered an exaggerated speech praising its nuanced reflection of the campus's distinct microclimate. They offered toasts in memory of Amanda Orloff, then hurled their glasses into the fireplace, a ritual meant to retire those vessels from any lesser use. Draughts made the candles gutters, spilling droplets of molten beeswax onto the pristine white linen. With the cheese course, each graduate received a silver bee pin, identical to those worn by prefects. Quentin couldn't fathom a single scenario where wearing it would feel appropriate, and a weighty black iron key with 2 teeth granting them lifelong permission to return to Brakebills. Traditional school songs filled the air, and then Chambers brought out scotch. Quentin, tasting it for the first time, swirled the amber liquid in his glass, captivated by how something fluid could embody the essence of smoke and open flame. He turned to share this revelation with Georgia, but Dean Fogg rose solemnly at the table's head, dismissed Chambers, and instructed the fifth years to follow him downstairs. This was a surprise. The cellar was a place Quentin had rarely visited, only for the occasional pilfered bottle of wine or during those desperate moments seeking privacy with Alice. Now Fogg led their chattering, intermittently singing group through the kitchen, past a plain door in the pantry, and down a set of worn wooden stairs that transitioned to stone. They entered a cool, silent sub-basement with a packed earth floor, low ceilings, and rough, sound-absorbing walls. The final notes of a rowdy song about a prefect's unfortunate shortcoming faded away. The air held a clean, damp scent of soil. Fogg halted before a brass disc set into the ground, polished to a coin-like shine, and covered in intricate script. Using a heavy tool, he pried it up. The cover was 2 inches thick, requiring 3 students to roll it aside. "After you," Fogg said, slightly winded, gesturing into the darkness. Quentin went, cran! Quent went. What? He struck a match and lit a candle, then with a flourish produced 2 full bottles of bourbon from a shadowed corner, setting them in motion around the circle. The gesture left Quentin uneasy. While Breakbills had its share of permitted drinking, quite a lot, actually, this felt excessive, almost performative. Then again, it was graduation. They weren't students now, but adults, just peers sharing a drink in a secret underground chamber in the dead of night. Quentin accepted a bottle, took a swallow that burned his throat, and passed it along. Dean Fogg lit more candles in tarnished brass holders, creating a smaller circle of light within their own. They couldn't have been more than 50 yards below the surface, yet it felt like they were buried a mile deep, sealed away and forgotten by the world above. "In case you're curious about our location," Fogg began, his voice absorbed by the thick darkness, "it's because I wanted us outside the Breakbills' protective cordon. That's a defensive magical barrier emanating from the main house. The inscribed brass hatch we came through was a gateway past it." He let the silence settle. "It's disquieting, I know, but it's fitting, because unlike me, you'll be spending your lives out there. Most years, the purpose of this ritual is to frighten you with ghost stories about the outside world. For your class, I don't believe that's necessary. You've seen firsthand the destructive power certain magical beings can wield." He paused, the candlelight carving deep shadows under his eyes. "It's improbable you'll ever encounter anything as terrible as the beast. But remember, what happened that day can happen again. Those of you in the auditorium especially will carry the scar of it always. You will never forget the beast, and you can be certain it hasn't forgotten you either." A faint, almost sad smile touched his lips. "Forgive an old man's lecturing. It's my last chance." Quentin sat directly across from Fogg in the circle, everyone having settled on the cool, smooth stone. The dean's mild, clean-shaven face seemed to hover in the gloom like a specter. Both whiskey, both whiskey, both. What Language and reality are supposed to be kept strictly separate. Reality is stubborn, unfeeling material, and it doesn't care what you think or feel or say about it. Or it shouldn't. You cope with it, and you move on. Little children don't understand that, he continued. Magical thinking. That's what Freud called it. Once we learn the truth, we stop being children. That division between word and thing is the bedrock fact of adult existence. His voice grew more intense. But in the crucible of magic, that boundary ruptures, it shatters, and the two flow back into each other, merging and fusing. Language becomes fatally entangled with the reality it describes. He spread his hands, the candlelight flickering across his palms. I sometimes feel we've stumbled upon a glitch in the system, don't you? A short circuit, a fundamental error, a strange, inescapable loop? Is it possible magic is knowledge we'd be better off having never learned? Answer me this: can a person who can cast a spell ever truly grow up? He waited. No one spoke. What could they possibly say? It was a bit late for these doubts, now that their magical training was complete. I have a small theory I'd like to share, if I might, Fogg said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. What do you suppose makes you magicians? More silence. He was deep in rhetorical territory now. Is it because you're clever? Is it because you're courageous and virtuous? Is it because you're special? He let the questions hang, the candles guttering slightly in a draught none could feel. Perhaps. Who can say? But I'll tell you what I believe. I think you're magicians because you're unhappy. A magician draws strength from his pain. Quentin sensed the gap between the world as it existed and the world he wished to shape. What did you imagine that ache in your heart was for? A magician draws strength from a deeper well of hurt. That pain is the source of their power. Most people spend their entire lives carrying that hurt until they either numb it through other means or it consumes them. But all of you discovered a different path, a way to channel the pain, to use it as kindling for illumination and heat. You've figured out how to shatter the world that tried to shatter you. His gaze drifted upward to the faint, shimmering pinpricks of light scattered across the arched ceiling, sketching out unfamiliar constellations. It felt like viewing the stars from another world, an entirely foreign sky. A throat was cleared. Dean Fogg continued. But just in case that inner fire isn't sufficient, each of you will depart tonight with a bit of insurance, a pentagram inked onto your back, a decorative five-pointed star that also functions as a prison for a demon, a small, particularly nasty specimen, a cacodemon to be precise. They're resilient little brutes with hides like forged metal. Honestly, I think they might be made of the stuff. I'll provide each of you with a release phrase. Utter it, and he'll emerge to fight for you until either he perishes or your problem does. Fogg slapped his hands on his knees and beamed at them as if announcing a generous gift of premium Break Bill's notebooks. Georgia raised her hand hesitantly. Is this a choice? Does anyone else feel uneasy about the idea of an angry demon being well sewn into their flesh? If that concept troubles you, Georgia, Fogg replied briskly, then perhaps cosmetology school was your calling. Don't fret. He'll be profoundly grateful, pardon the pun, when you free him. He's a one-time use, however, so choose your moment wisely. Incidentally, that's the other reason we're in this cellar. Summoning a cacodemon inside the protective cordon is impossible. It's also why we need the bourbon, because this is going to sting like nothing else. So, who's volunteering? Or shall we proceed by last name? The following morning at 10 o'clock, a far more traditional graduation ceremony was held in the most impressive lecture hall. It would be hard to picture a more wretched, visibly hungover group of graduating seniors, with parents permitted on campus for the rare occasion. All displays or mentions of magic were strictly forbidden. The throbbing tattoo on Quentin's back was almost as agonizing as his headache, feeling as if a swarm of ravenous insects had found a feast beneath his skin. He was acutely aware of his mother and father seated several rows behind him. His recollections of the previous night were a blur. The dean had personally summoned the demons, swiftly sketching concentric rings of sigils on the ancient stone floor with thick sticks of white chalk, working with confident, ambidextrous precision. For the tattooing, the men removed their shirts and jackets. Lining up bare-chested, The women did the same with varying levels of self-consciousness. Some held their bundled clothes to their chests, while a few unabashed exhibitionists shed their tops proudly. In the dim light, Quentin couldn't quite make out the slender, gleaming instrument Fogg used to etch their skin. The designs were complex, possessing a strange, shimmering, almost hypnotic quality. The pain was breathtaking, as if Fogg were methodically stripping the skin from their backs and then rubbing the raw flesh with coarse salt. Yet that physical torment was overshadowed by the dread of what came next, the moment of implanting the bound entity. When they were all prepared, Fogg constructed a low, smoldering dome of glowing coals at the center of the sigil rings, and the room grew stiflingly hot and damp. The air grew thick with the scents of blood, wood smoke, and sweat, charged with a feverish, almost ritualistic energy. When the ceremony began with Gretchen Alsop, Fogg reached into the fire with a heavy iron glove, his face illuminated from below by the embers. In that flickering light, Quentin caught a glimpse of the man's expression, a stark, almost cruel intensity that felt jarringly out of place, a remnant of the stern headmaster he'd first met years ago. With a grunt, Fogg hauled a creature from the coals, a dog-sized demon, sparking and thrashing, which he then forced into Gretchen's back. He had to shove one last limb in before she gasped, her body going rigid as if doused in ice water. Then confusion washed over her face as she twisted to look, momentarily forgetting her state of undress. Quentin would later discover, when his own turn came, that the process was oddly numb, a surreal, dreamlike violation. The next morning, examining himself in the mirror, he found the mark, a large off-center pentagram in thick black ink, raw and reddened, positioned roughly over his heart. It was crowded with tiny script, stars, crescent moons, and obscure symbols, less like a tattoo and more like an official seal stamped onto his skin. Despite his exhaustion and pounding headache, he couldn't help but smile. The thing looked utterly badass. Afterward, they filed out of the hall into the corridor. No caps were tossed. There were only a few scattered whoops and murmured conversations. It was over. If graduation hadn't been official before, it certainly was now. They were free, licensed to go anywhere, do anything, yet the anticipated thrill felt hollow. Quentin and Alice slipped out a side door and drifted toward a sprawling oak tree, swinging their clasped hands between them. The air was still, the sunlight painfully bright. His head throbbed relentlessly. His parents were somewhere nearby, and he knew he should find them, though a petty part of him wished, for once, they might come looking for him. There would be parties that night, but the very idea exhausted him. He didn't want to pack his things, didn't want to return to Chesterton or Brooklyn, didn't want to stay, and didn't want to leave. He glanced at Alice. She looked pale and drained, searching inwardly for the affection he usually felt for her. He found only a strange emptiness. More than anything, he wanted to be alone, a wish he knew wouldn't be granted. The thoughts kept coming, unstoppable, like a leak he couldn't plug. Here he was, a fully accredited magician. He'd learned spells, faced the beast, and survived, flown to Antarctica on his own wings, and returned naked through sheer will. He had an iron demon sealed into his back, and yet standing at the threshold of everything he'd ever wanted, he felt nothing was the flaw in this world or in him. Happiness, it seemed, was always one step ahead, always vanishing just as he reached for it, like Fillory, like every good thing that never lasted. What a terrible thing to know. I got my heart's desire, he thought, and there my troubles began. We have our whole lives ahead of us, Alice said quietly, and all I want to do is take a nap. A soft sound came from behind them, like a bubble popping or a held breath released. Quentin turned, and they were all there. Josh's blond beard gave him the cheerful, welcoming look of a friendly monk. Janet had added a nose ring, and likely a few other piercings as well. Elliot sported sunglasses, something he'd never worn at break bills, and a shirt of such flawless, impossible style it defied description. With them stood a stranger, an older man with a serious air, tall and handsome in a quiet, intellectual way. "Grab your things," Josh announced, his grin widening as he stretched out his arms like a visionary. "We're getting you out of here." Book 2, Manhattan. By November, 2 months had slipped by. This wasn't break bills November. It was the real thing. Quentin kept having to tell himself they were on ordinary time now. He rested his forehead against the cool glass of the apartment window. Down below, a tidy little park lay like a rectangle, its trees rust-red and dusty brown. The grass was thin and patchy, worn down to dirt in spots like an old rug with its backing showing through. He and Alice lay side by side on a wide striped daybed near the window, loosely holding hands, feeling as if they just drifted ashore on some silent, empty island after a long sea journey. The room was dim, the lights off, but a pale afternoon glow seeped in through half-closed blinds. A messy, hard-fought chess game, left in a drawer, sat abandoned on the coffee table. The apartment was mostly bare, furnished only with a random assortment of items they'd hauled in as needed. They were squatting thanks to a tedious and elaborate magical agreement that let them borrow this underused slice of Lower East Side space while the actual owners were away. A heavy, cottony quiet filled the air, hanging motionless like stiff sheets on a line. No one had spoken for nearly an hour, and no one felt the need to. They were adrift in a kind of numb peace. "What time is it?" Alice finally asked. "After 2, Quentin said, turning his head to check the clock. 2 o'clock. The intercom buzzed. Neither moved. "Probably Elliot," Quentin said. "Are you heading over early?" "Maybe, yeah. You didn't mention you were going early." Quentin sat up slowly, tightening his stomach muscles as he slid his arm out from under Alice's head. "I might go early," he buzzed Elliot up. "There was a party that night. Only 2 months out of break bills, and already it felt like a past life, another lifetime entirely." Quentin mused, feeling oddly aged at 21, as if he'd already lived 3 or 4 different lives. When he'd first moved to New York, he expected to be overwhelmed, even consumed by the gritty reality of the city, leaving the enchanted cocoon of break bills for a big, dirty, chaotic place where real people lived real lives and worked real jobs for actual money. And for a few weeks he had been, it was certainly real, if real meant non-magical, money-obsessed, and astonishingly grimy. He'd forgotten what it was like to exist constantly in the mundane world. Nothing here was enchanted. Everything was just what it appeared to be, nothing more. Every surface was plastered with words, posters, billboards, graffiti, signs, warnings, parking rules, but none of it carried meaning, not the way a spell did. At break bills, every brick, every bush, every inch of the grounds had been steeped in magic for centuries. Here, raw, unadorned physics ruled and a flat, ordinary dullness spread everywhere. It was like a coral reef stripped of all its vibrant life, leaving behind only hollow, colored stone. To a magician's eyes, Manhattan looked like a wasteland. But even a wasteland, he supposed, held traces of stubborn, twisted life if you knew where to dig. Beyond the small circle of break bills graduates, New York held its own hidden currents of magic, thriving in the immigrant neighborhoods that bordered the city's mainstream. The older physical kids, a title they'd abandoned after leaving school, acted as guides for Quentin and Alice, leading them on a subway tour through the outer boroughs. They sat in a cramped, windowless cafe above Queens Boulevard, watching Kazakh mathematicians and Hasidic scholars debate intricate number theories over strong coffee. In Flushing, they shared plates of steaming dumplings with a group of Korean mystics, and later witnessed modern devotees of Isis practicing intricate Egyptian street hexes in the storage room of a bodega on Atlantic Avenue. One memorable afternoon, they took the ferry to Staten Island for a gathering of Filipino shamans, standing beside a shockingly blue swimming pool with gin and tonics in hand, the air thick with incense and whispered invocations. But after several weeks, the enthusiasm for these educational outings faded. There were too many distractions readily available and no pressing obligations to pull them away. Magic was a constant demanding discipline he'd practiced for years. What Quentin felt he was missing was life itself. While the city's magical underground was niche, its landscape of bars and clubs was vast and varied. And you could find real drugs here, actual potent substances. They possessed immense power, had no responsibilities, and faced no real constraints. They cut loose across the metropolis. Alice, however, didn't share Quentin's fervor for this new lifestyle. She had deferred the typical research or civil service posts that captured most diligent break bills graduates, choosing instead to remain in the city with Quentin and their friends. Yet she displayed a genuine, unforced curiosity for study, spending much of each day immersed in magical texts rather than, say, nursing a hangover. Quentin felt a twinge of guilt for not emulating her, even muttering occasionally about reviving his stalled plans for a lunar expedition, though never enough to actually begin. Alice ran through a series of space-themed nicknames for him, Scotty, Major Tom, Laika, until his persistent inaction made the jokes feel more like pointed barbs. He believed he'd earned this time to unwind, to shed the last of Breakbill's enchanted residue, and to simply live. Elliot was of the same mind, often quipping in his broad, affected Oregon drawl. "Ain't that what we got livers for?" It wasn't an issue. He and Alice were just different people. Didn't that make things more compelling? Quentin certainly felt compelling. He felt utterly magnetic for that first year out of school. His finances were handled by a colossal clandestine fund grown over centuries through magically enhanced investments, which provided a regular stipend to new magicians in need. After 4 sheltered years at Breakbill's, cash felt like its own form of sorcery, a method of transmutation, of creating something from nothing, and he practiced this spell all over town. To finance types he seemed bohemian, to artists he appeared wealthy. Everyone found him clever and attractive, and invitations poured in, charity galas, secretive poker games, gritty dive bars, rooftop soirees, and endless drug-fueled limousine rides that lasted until sunrise. He and Elliot posed as brothers, their duo becoming the unexpected sensation of the social scene, a true revenge of the nerds. Night after night, Quentin would return home as dawn approached, dropped off by a solemn, solitary yellow cab that felt like a hearse, the streets bathed in the cool ultrasonic blue of the emerging day. Coming down from cocaine or ecstasy, his body would feel alien and ponderous, as if sculpted from some impossibly dense stellar metal that had plummeted to earth and cooled into the rough shape of a man. The weight of the night clung to him, so dense he imagined the sidewalk cracking beneath his feet, threatening to drop him into the city's underbelly if he didn't carefully center each step on the concrete squares. Alone in the grand disheveled silence of their loft, a wave of remorse washed over him. Everything felt misaligned, a life veered off course. He never should have left. He should have remained here with Alice, yet the thought of another quiet evening filled him with a restless dread, and he knew she would have felt just as stifled had she joined him. It was an impossible trap. How could they continue this way? A sharp gratitude pierced him when he thought of her asleep, blissfully unaware of his indulgences, the substances, the reckless, groping flirtations that felt so vital in the moment. Peeling off his smoke-saturated clothes felt like shedding a grimy second skin in their bed. Alice stirred as the sheet slid from her form, and she leaned into him. They sat in wordless communion, backs against the carved wood of the headboard, watching the sky lighten. A sanitation truck lumbered down the street, its mechanical arm flexing as it devoured the bags left on the curb, consuming the city's daily discard. Quentin felt a detached, almost arrogant sympathy for the workers and all the ordinary people. What simple anchors, he wondered, could possibly make their uncharmed existences feel worthwhile? He heard Elliot at the door, the fumbling for a key, though Elliot kept a place with Janet in Soho. He was here so often that having his own key was practical. Quentin drifted through the open space, half-heartedly gathering the debris of their living. Discarded wrappers, forgotten garments, the remains of meals, and tossing it away. The loft was beautiful, with its wide plank floors and vast arched windows in a converted factory, but it had clearly known tidier occupants. Moving in together had revealed an unexpected truth. While he was casually messy, Alice possessed a genuine, unapologetic talent for clutter. She had retreated to the bedroom to dress, still in her nightgown. Morning, Elliot announced, though the hour was well past. He lingered just inside the industrial metal door, shrouded in a long coat and a moth-ravaged sweater that hinted at former luxury. "Hey," Quentin replied, "just let me grab my coat. It's brutal out there. Is Alice coming?" "Didn't seem like it, Alice," he called, raising his voice. "Alice, silence!" Elliot had already drifted back into the hallway. His patience for Alice had worn thin lately. Her steady, unglamorous focus on her work seemed to mock his own devoted pursuit of distraction. Quentin understood the feeling. It pricked at his own conscience, too. He hovered at the threshold, pulled between allegiances. She'd probably appreciate the quiet to study. "I think she'll come later," he said finally. He called toward the bedroom. "Okay, bye, see you there." No answer came. "Bye, Mom," Elliot shouted down the hall. The door clicked shut. Elliot was different in New York. At Brakebills, his charm and peculiar brilliance had let him float above it all, serene and self-contained, but here the dynamic had shifted. The city had chipped away at that invulnerability. He didn't glide above the fray so easily anymore. His wit had turned more biting, more petulant. It was as if he were growing younger as Quentin aged. He needed Quentin more now, and he bitterly resented that need. Being left out was an insult, yet being included felt to him like a burden. He lingered far too long on the rooftop of his apartment building, smoking merits and whatever else he could get his hands on. In their world, money could buy just about anything, and they certainly had the money. He was growing alarmingly thin. His depression had settled in deep, and he'd lash out nastily whenever Quentin tried to cheer him up. When irritated, he'd often sigh, "Honestly, it's a miracle I'm not a complete drunk," only to pause and add, "Oh, right, I suppose I am." It might have been amusing the first time, maybe. Back at Brakebills, Elliot had begun his drinking with dinner, starting even earlier on weekends, which wasn't unusual since all the upperclassmen drank then, though not everyone traded their dessert for an extra glass of wine like he did. Here in Manhattan, with no professors to monitor him and no morning classes to stay sharp for, Elliot was rarely without a drink in his hand from early afternoon onward. Usually it was something seemingly harmless, a glass of white wine, a Campari, or a tall, watered-down bourbon and soda clinking with ice. But the pattern was clear. Once when Elliot was fighting off a persistent cold, Quentin gently suggested that perhaps chasing a shot of Dayquil with a vodka tonic wasn't the healthiest choice. "I'm ill, not deceased," Elliot snapped back. That was the end of that discussion. At least one of Elliot's old talents had endured after graduation. He remained an indefatigable hunter of rare and exquisite wines. He hadn't yet sunk to a point where he abandoned his connoisseur's snobbery. He attended tastings and charmed importers and boutique wine shop owners with an enthusiasm he reserved for nothing else. Every few weeks after amassing a dozen or so bottles he was particularly proud of, Elliot would declare that a dinner party was in order. It was precisely such a party that he and Quentin were scrambling to prepare for today. They poured a ludicrous amount of energy into these evenings, effort wildly disproportionate to any genuine enjoyment they might receive. The location was always Elliot and Janet's sprawling Soho apartment, a pre-war maze with an improbable number of bedrooms, a setting ready for a theatrical farce. Josh served as head chef, with Quentin as his harried sous-chef and kitchen gopher. Elliot naturally took on the role of sommelier. Alice's sole contribution was to briefly look up from her book to eat. Janet was the production designer. She decreed the evening's dress code, curated the music, and painstakingly hand-lettered and illustrated stunning, unique menus. She also concocted various surreal and often contentious centerpieces. Tonight's theme was miscegenation, and Janet had promised overriding aesthetic, moral, and ornithological objections to present Leda and the Swan as a pair of magically animated ice sculptures. They would engage in their infamous act until they melted away. As with all these events, the cleverness of the concept began to grate by mid-afternoon on the day of the party. Quentin had found a scratchy grass skirt at a vintage shop, intending to wear it with a tuxedo shirt and jacket, but the irritation was too much, and he abandoned the idea. Stumped for an alternative, he spent the rest of the afternoon sulking and avoiding Josh, who had spent the past week digging up recipes that forcibly united violently opposing ingredients, sweet with savory, black with white, frozen with molten, Eastern with Western, and was now banging oven doors, slamming cabinets, forcing Quentin to taste things, and sniping at him across the kitchen island. Alice showed up at 5:30, and both Quentin and Josh found reasons to steer clear of her, too. By the time the first guest arrived, everyone was already drunk, ravenous, and thoroughly annoyed. But then, as dinner parties sometimes inexplicably do, the whole evening turned. The frayed social fabric wove itself back together seamlessly. Adding to the earlier tension, Josh, who had recently shaved off his beard, complaining it was like caring for a troublesome pet, had announced the day before that he was bringing a date, which piled extra pressure on everyone to somehow pull themselves together. The last light of the day bled over the Hudson, painting the apartment's grand common room in shades of rose and gold. Elliot circulated with chilled martini glasses, each filled with a layered cocktail of Lillet champagne and a potent shot of vodka, while Quentin passed trays of miniature lobster rolls, sweet and tangy. In that gilded hour, the whole gathering seemed to glow, wiser, wittier, more radiant. Josh had kept his date a secret, so when the elevator doors opened onto their private floor, Quentin was stunned to see her, the curly-haired captain from the European team, the very one from Luxembourg who had ended his welter's career. Her name was Anais. Together, she and Josh told a polished story of how they'd met in a subway station, where she was attempting to magically coax a vending machine into adding credit to her Metro card. She wore snakeskin pants so stunning that no one even questioned their fit with the evening's theme. With her blonde ringlets and sharp, delicate nose, she had Josh utterly enchanted. Quentin felt it too, a sharp, unexpected twist of jealousy. He spent most of the night anyway drifting between the kitchen and the party, warming and plating food, barely exchanging a word with Alice. By the time he brought out the main course, pork chops dusted with bitter chocolate night had fallen, and Richard was holding forth on magical theory. The combined effect of wine, rich food, flickering candles, and soft music almost made his lecture seem compelling. Richard was the enigmatic figure who had appeared with the other former physical kids on graduation day. He belonged to an earlier generation, a one-time physical kid himself, and now he was the only one among them who had stepped into the world of professional, respectable wizardry. He worked for the trust that managed the immense collective wealth of the magical community. Tall and broad-shouldered, with a strong jaw and dark hair, he had a handsome, almost stitched-together quality. Perfectly polite to Quentin, offering a firm handshake and steady eye contact with his large, dark eyes, though his habit of repeatedly saying Quentin in conversation made everything feel like a job interview. Quentin tried to muster some genuine liking for the man, since everyone else clearly did, and it would make things easier. But Richard was so painfully earnest. He wasn't unintelligent, but he possessed not a shred of humor. A joke would stop him cold, requiring someone, usually Janet, to patiently explain the punchline while Richard's thick eyebrows knitted in sincere confusion over this strange human frivolity, and Janet, who could eviscerate anyone for taking things too seriously, waited on Richard as if he were royalty. It grated on Quentin to think she might admire Richard in the same way he had once idolized the older physical kids. He had a strong suspicion they'd been involved back at Breakbills, and it was entirely possible that they still were magic. Richard announced slowly, his face flushed from 2 glasses of Viognier. A considerable overindulgence for him is the tool of the maker. He looked left and right, ensuring he had the full table's attention. What a pompous windbag. There is simply no other viable perspective. We are living in a scenario where a person built the house and then he departed. He rapped the table for emphasis, celebrating his own logical triumph, and when he left his tools behind in the garage. They were just lying there, waiting for us, and we picked them up and started trying to figure them out. Now we're learning how to use them. That's the magic of it, right there. I have about a dozen problems with that statement, and I'm not sure where to begin. Quentin heard himself say the words coming out before he could stop them. Well, begin, Richard challenged. Quentin set down the plate he was holding. He had no prepared argument, but the sheer pleasure of publicly disagreeing with Richard was fuel enough. All right, first, there's the sheer scale of it all. We aren't constructing universes, we're not even assembling galaxies or solar systems. To build a house you need cranes and bulldozers if there is some creator, and frankly, I see little proof of one. That's what he would have had. What we have are hand tools. Basic power drills from a hardware store. I don't see the logical path from that to what you're describing. If scale is the issue, Richard countered, swirling his wine thoughtfully, I don't find it an impossible hurdle. Perhaps we simply haven't. He peered into his glass as if the right words were floating there, plugged our tools into the proper outlet. Maybe there's a far greater power source we haven't accessed yet. If we're using an electrical metaphor, Alice interjected, her voice clear and logical, then you must account for the origin of the energy itself. Any heating spell demonstrably moves energy from one location to another. If someone created the universe, they actually generated energy from nothing. They didn't merely redistribute it. Quentin felt a pang of admiration. That's exactly what I should have said. Alice shared Richard's love for theoretical debate, but she was sharper, more precise. But even that feels wrong, Alice continued, her eyes alight. Magic doesn't feel like a tool to me. Can you imagine how dreary it would be if casting a spell was as mundane as switching on a sander? It's not. It's unpredictable and beautiful. It feels less like a manufactured artifact and more like something alive, a grown thing, not a made thing. She looked stunning in a sleek black dress she knew he loved. A sudden sharp regret pierced him. Where had she been all evening? He kept forgetting. Moment to moment, what a wonder she was. I'm telling you, it's alien technology, Josh chimed in, waving a breadstick, or something from a fourth dimension like atmospheric phenomena from an angle we can't perceive. Or hey, maybe we're all just characters in some hyper-advanced multiplayer game. He snapped his fingers. That would explain why Elliot is always looting my character's body. Not necessarily, Richard said, finally breaking his contemplative silence. He was still turning Alice's point over in his mind. Its irregularity could be an illusion. I would argue it partakes of a higher, more complex order of regularity that we simply aren't permitted to see yet. Oh, perfect, Elliot slurred, his words thick with wine. There's the universal answer for everything. God preserve us from magicians who quote Scripture. You sound exactly like my parents. That is precisely what my devout, utterly clueless parents would say. If the facts don't match your tidy little theory, well, that's just because they secretly do, and God's ways are mysterious, and we're too flawed to understand. It's a fantastically convenient excuse. He stabbed a long serving fork into the melting remains of Janet's centerpiece. The figures of Leda and the swan were now just two slick, abstract shapes, still persevering in their embrace as a flood of pinkish slush crept up to engulf them. The whole scene felt absurdly, darkly funny. Heck, we should rename our group the Metaphysical Kids, Josh joked, raising his glass in a mock toast. And who exactly is this maker you keep mentioning? Elliot snarled, his temper flaring. He was past listening now, riding a wave of drunken vehemence. Are we talking about God? If you mean God, for heaven's sake, just say God. Very well, Richard said, utterly calm. Let's say God. Is this a moralistic God? Elliot pressed, his voice rising. Is he going to punish us for using his sacred magic for being naughty little sorcerers? Is he going to return and give us all a good spanking because we sneaked into the garage and played with Daddy's dangerous power tools? He let out a harsh, bitter laugh, because that is profoundly stupid. It's ignorant. Nobody gets punished for anything. We do precisely what we wish. That's all we ever do. And no one stops us. No one cares. If he left his tools for us, Richard replied, his tone infuriatingly reasonable, he must have had a purpose. And I suppose you believe you know what that purpose is? Elliot, Janet asked, her voice deliberately bright, cutting through the tension. What's the next wine we're opening? She possessed a remarkable calm in tense situations, perhaps because she spent so much of her ordinary life in a state of near chaos. Tonight, she looked especially striking in a sleek crimson tunic that ended just at mid-thigh, the sort of outfit Alice would never choose, and frankly, couldn't pull off with her build. Both Richard and Elliot appeared ready to reignite their argument, but Elliot, summoning considerable willpower, let himself be distracted. A brilliant inquiry, Elliot declared, pressing his palms to his temples. I am receiving a celestial transmission from the Supreme Creator concerning a remarkably pricey small-batch bourbon, which the divine, or my apologies, the creatrix has ordered me to deliver unto you immediately." He rose shakily and staggered toward the kitchen. Quentin discovered him there, flushed and perspiring on a stool beside an open window. A frigid draught poured into the room, but Elliot appeared oblivious, his gaze fixed on the cityscape beyond, where lines of distant lights faded into the encompassing darkness. He remained silent and motionless while Quentin assisted Richard with the individual baked Alaskas. Richard, in his familiar instructive tone, emphasized that the key was ensuring the meringue, an outstanding thermal insulator, formed a perfect seal over the ice cream center. Quentin wondered if they'd lost Elliot for the night. It wouldn't be the first time he'd drunk himself into oblivion. Yet, after a few minutes, Elliot gathered himself and followed them back to the dining room, clutching a slender, peculiarly shaped bottle sloshing with amber whiskey. The evening was settling into its final phase. Everyone was stepping lightly, anxious to avoid setting off another of Elliot's eruptions or one of Richard's lectures. Not long after, Josh departed to take Anais home, and Richard excused himself, leaving Quentin, Janet, and Elliot to blearily survey the landscape of empty bottles and crumpled napkins. One of the candles had burned a hole straight through the tablecloth. Where was Alice? Had she left for home, or was she asleep in a guest room? He tried her cell phone, but there was no answer. Elliot had dragged a pair of ottomans over to the table and was reclining on them in a Roman fashion, though they were too low, forcing him to reach up awkwardly for his drink. From Quentin's angle, all he could see was Elliot's groping hand. Janet lay down too, curling contentedly behind him. "Coffee?" she asked. "Cheese," Elliot replied. "Do we have any cheese? I require cheese." Right on cue, Peggy Lee's voice drifted from the stereo, singing the opening lines of "Is That All There Is?" Quentin felt a sudden sharp dread, which prospect was truly more terrible. If Richard was correct and a stern, moralistic God existed, or if Elliot was right and nothing ultimately mattered. Was magic designed for a specific purpose, or were they free to use it however they wished? A wave of near panic washed over him. They were genuinely adrift out here with nothing solid to grasp. This couldn't continue indefinitely. "There's a Morbier in the kitchen," he said. "Meant to fit the theme, you know, the 2 layers, the morning milking and the evening milking." Yeah, we understand," Janet cut in. "Fetch it, Q, go on." "I'll go," Elliot announced. But instead of standing, he merely rolled limply off the ottoman and landed on the floor with a disturbingly loud thud as his head struck the hardwood. Already laughing as Quentin and Janet hurried to lift him. Quentin taking his shoulders and Janet his feet, all thoughts of cheese forgotten. As they maneuvered him toward his bedroom, Elliot's head collided with the door frame with another resonant bonk. The sheer absurdity of it became utterly irresistible, and all 3 of them burst into helpless laughter. They laughed until they were incapable of holding him, Janet dropping his feet and Quentin losing his grip on his shoulders, sending Elliot's head meeting the floor once more with a 3rd bonk. By then, it was 1,000 times funnier than the first 2 times combined. It took Quentin and Janet a solid 20 minutes to haul Elliot down the hallway to his room, the 3 of them stumbling and leaning heavily against the walls like survivors navigating a sinking ship. The night had distilled into something weightless and meaningless, a relief from the usual gravity of their lives. Elliot kept slurring that he was perfectly fine, a claim met with Janet's breathless laughter as she declared she'd actually, literally peed herself from laughing so hard. Passing Richard's door, Elliot launched into a grand, drunken proclamation. "I am the architect of this domain," he bellowed, "and I hereby bequeath unto you all my sacred tools. I'm far too inebriated to wield them, but mark my words, when I rise tomorrow they had better be precisely where I left them, especially my orbital sander, disturb it, and you shall feel the sting of my wrath. It will not be a pleasant experience, not in the slightest." Finally, they managed to heave him onto his mattress, forcing water on him and tugging the comforter up to his chin. The sheer domesticity of the scene, tucking in their drunken friend as if he were a child, was oddly tender, or perhaps it was just the potent boredom that had simmered beneath the party's surface all along. If Quentin was honest, he'd known for the last 20 minutes, even while wrestling Elliot, that he was going to get Janet out of that dress at the first possible opportunity. Quentin surfaced into consciousness the next morning not with a start, but through a slow, murky ascent, leaving him uncertain if he'd ever truly been asleep. The bed felt unmoored adrift and was uncomfortably crowded with two other naked bodies. They kept accidentally brushing against each other, flinching away, then feeling awkward for having done so. In the initial haze, he felt no regret. This was living, wasn't it? Seizing the moment, embracing intoxication and taboo desire. Wasn't this the very lesson the Foxes had tried to teach? If Alice had any spark in her, she would have been right there with them. But no, she'd chosen to turn in early, proving herself as rigid and predictable as Richard. Welcome to the real magical world, Alice, where magic doesn't fix your problems or your loneliness. Couldn't she see they were all just marking time, that in the face of everything, the only sane response was to grab whatever pleasure you could with whomever was willing? She'd said as much herself back in her parents' tidy house in Illinois. She'd been right then gradually, the certainty eroded. The event became a matter for debate, a true 50-50 proposition. Then it morphed into an unfortunate slip, a forgivable but definite low point, not his finest hour. Then it solidified into a major error in judgment, and finally, in a cruel unveiling, revealed its true nature, a profound and painful betrayal. During this gradual moral descent, Quentin became dimly aware of a figure at the foot of the bed. It was Alice, just her back to them, chin resting in her hands. He cycled through hoping it was a dream, but in his gut he knew she wasn't a phantom. She was fully dressed, had clearly been awake for some time. By 9, the room was flooded with accusatory sunlight, and Quentin could no longer fake sleep. He sat up, shirtless, and he had no memory of where his shirt or anything else he'd been wearing had gone. In that moment, he would have traded anything for the simple dignity of a T-shirt and a pair of boxers. Standing barefoot on the cool hardwood, Quentin felt untethered, almost ghostly. He couldn't grasp the reality of his own actions. It was as if someone else had taken control. Perhaps fog had a point, maybe magic had stunted his conscience, leaving him hollow. That had to be why he was such a wreck, yet there had to be a path to make Alice see his remorse. He pulled a blanket from Elliot's bed, Janet murmured in her sleep before sinking back into oblivion, and wrapped it around his shoulders, shuffling into the quiet apartment. The dining area was a disaster zone, the kitchen a silent witness to the chaos. Their shared world was fractured, leaving him with no solid ground. He remembered Professor Mayakovsky, the way he had spun time backward, mending the glass orb and restoring life to the spider. What he wouldn't give for that power now, the elevator's chime made him think Josh was returning, triumphant from his night with Anais. Instead, it was Penny, breathless and flushed with excitement, his eyes darting around the room. Penny sported a fresh mohawk, a vibrant green ridge, standing tall like some ancient warrior's crest. He'd put on weight, looking oddly softer and less severe than he had at Breakbills, less like a hardened fighter and more like a suburban kid playing dress-up. Yet it was unmistakably Penny perched on the oriental rug like a skeptical, restless hare. His outfit, a spiked leather jacket, worn jeans, and a dingy tee, made Quentin wonder if punk was even a thing anymore. Was this the last holdout in all of New York? Penny wiped his nose on his sleeve, bypassing any greeting. For once Quentin was relieved. He couldn't have handled small talk. "How did you get in here?" Quentin's voice was rough, his throat dry. "Your doorman was asleep. You ought to replace him. He's not my doorman." Quentin cleared his throat. "You used a spell, didn't you?" "Just Cholmondeley's stealth." Penny used the proper English pronunciation, Chumley's. "Elliot has a ward over this whole floor. I helped him with it. Plus, you need a key for the elevator. We'll have to set a new one. I dismantled it on the way up. Wait first. Who is we?" Quentin's deepest desire at that moment was simply to bury his face in a basin of warm water. Maybe even have someone hold him under until everything stopped. And second, Penny, it took us an entire weekend to establish that ward. A quick magical scan confirmed Penny's claim. The protective spells were gone, vanished without even a whisper of warning. Quentin was stunned. Penny had dismantled their defenses from the outside, casually, in the time it took an elevator to ascend 10 floors. Quentin kept his expression neutral, refusing to give Penny the satisfaction of seeing his awe. What about the key? Penny fished it from his jacket and tossed it over. Took it from your doorman, he shrugged. Street skills. Quentin nearly retorted that the street was likely a manicured cul-de-sac in some gated suburb, and that stealing from a sleeping man while invisible wasn't exactly a feat of legendary cunning. But the words felt like stones in his gut, too burdensome to voice. Forget Penny, he was wasting precious time. He needed to find Alice, but the sound of Penny's voice had already drawn the others in. Richard emerged from the kitchen, annoyingly alert and put together after his morning routine. Janet appeared from Elliot's room, wrapped in a blanket with an air of regal nonchalance, only to let out a small squeak at the sight of Penny before retreating to the bathroom. Quentin knew the charade of mourning had begun. The daylight demanded they all pretend everything was normal. They would make breakfast, complain about hangovers, mixed drinks, and perform the elaborate lie that nothing was wrong, that he hadn't shattered Alice's heart on a drunken whim. And against all logic, they were going to listen to Penny. Once everyone was gathered in the living room with drinks in hand, arranged on couches of the floor, Penny began his story. He explained that after his 4th year, convinced break bills had nothing left to teach him, he dropped out. He moved to a sleepy, somewhat shabby resort town in Maine called Oslo, just north of Bar Harbor, chosen precisely because it offered 0 distractions. The place was so quiet it felt like the town had invented the concept of boredom. He rented a farmhouse on the edge of town from a retired teacher who promptly left for South Carolina. His closest neighbors were a deserted Pentecostal chapel and a closed summer camp for troubled kids. It was perfect. His own personal Walden Pond. He had everything: profound silence, absolute solitude, and a U-Haul trailer stuffed with a formidable collection of magical texts. He had his sturdy desk, his good lamp, and a window facing a weedy, unremarkable backyard that demanded no admiration. He was immersed in a dangerous, fascinating research project that promised real discovery. He was, in short, in heaven. But then, a few weeks in, something shifted. As he sat at his desk, his pale blue eyes scanning ancient, powerful words inscribed with a hippogriff feather quill, his focus began to fray. His normally smooth forehead creased. Was he under some kind of magical attack? The audacity! He rubbed his eyes, shook his head, and tried to force his attention back. It was no use. Penny, the ultimate lone wolf, the self-styled Han Solo of this backwater Maine town, had stumbled upon a humiliating flaw in his own design. He was lonely. The concept was an insult. He had endured 4 years at Breakbills, surrounded by what he considered fools, save for Professor van der Wege, whom he privately admired, and now he was free. Yet here he was, acting strangely. He found himself doing pointless things, like standing on a concrete dam near his house, throwing rocks just to hear the crack of thin ice on the pond below. It was a quiet, unsettling rebellion against the perfect solitude he had so carefully constructed. He trudged the 1.5 miles into the heart of town, killing afternoons in the dim, airless arcade tucked behind the pharmacy. He fed quarters into flickering screens and chewed on tasteless gum from the dusty machine, blending in with the other aimless, hollow-eyed kids who haunted the place at the book bin, which was mostly pens and birthday cards. He'd try to muster a clumsy smile for the young clerk behind the counter, though it never quite landed. Sometimes he'd drive out to the buffalo farm on the Bar Harbor Road and talk his problems into the indifferent ears of the 4 shaggy beasts penned there. He considered hopping the fence to touch one of their massive, sloping heads, but he always chickened out. They were enormous, and their dark eyes gave nothing away. September bled into October. He scraped together cash for a moss-colored Subaru Impreza and started driving 45 minutes through dense, unbroken pine forests to an all-ages dance club in Bangor, sipping vodka from a bottle on the passenger seat since the venue was dry. His academic work had nearly evaporated, reduced to a couple of distracted hours shuffling old notes, constantly interrupted by stretches of online distraction. It felt pathetic. The club was only open weekends, and he never danced, just lingered in the dimly lit side room, shooting pool with other solitary, uneasy men. But it was there, on a particularly dull Saturday, that he noticed a face he knew. His stomach tightened with a mix of dread and a strange secret gladness. The face was gaunt and severe like a poorly preserved cadaver, topped with a pathetic pencil-line mustache. It was Lovelady, the traveling peddler of dubious magical trinkets. As it turned out, Lovelady was haunting the Bangor Club for reasons much like his own. He'd fled the world of break-bills and real magic, only to find the ordinary world a lonely place. Over a cheap pitcher of beer and a string of pool games, all won easily by Lovelady, who'd picked up a few genuine tricks in his trade, they traded stories. Lovelady made his living on chance and the naivete of others. He combed through junk shops and estate sales like a fisherman dragging a net, listening for grief-stricken widows of dead magicians or hovering at the edges of conversations, always hunting for something he could sell or make look sellable. He'd recently been holed up in a grim garage apartment outside Hull in northern England, scouring antique stores and used bookshops by day. His transportation was a rickety, borrowed one-speed bicycle or slow, dreary bus rides. Then things got weird. Strangers on buses would stare at him without blinking. Pay phones would ring as he passed. His pocket change held only coins minted the year he was born. Even the television showed nothing but his own face superimposed over a silent, empty city. Lovelady wasn't a scholar, but he had a survivor's gut instinct, and every instinct screamed that something was very wrong. Sitting alone on his ugly pea-green couch, he pieced it together. He must have stumbled on a real magical item without knowing it, and now something wanted it back. He was being tracked. That very night, he packed up and ran. He forfeited his security deposit, draped himself in a clattering assortment of charms and talismans, and boarded a bus to London, followed by the Channel to Paris, before finally crossing the Atlantic to plead his case to the already burdened administration of break-bills. A grueling day was spent searching the forests north of New York for the school's familiar welcoming grounds. As dusk filtered through the pines and a sharp winter cold bit at his ears, the dreadful realization settled over him. He was in the correct location, yet break-bills remained hidden from his sight. Something about him or his possessions had triggered the school's protective wards. The items he carried had made him persona non grata. That was the moment he fled to Maine. The irony was almost laughable for the first time. Lovelady had stumbled upon something truly potent, a major find. Yet it was too much fortune all at once. He was in over his head. He could have discarded his entire haul right there among the frosty trees, but after a lifetime of hoarding and scraping by, he simply lacked the nerve. It would have shattered his miserly soul. So he rented a rustic cabin in the woods at a discounted off-season price and began a meticulous cataloging of his goods. He spotted it immediately tangled within a messy batch of tawdry costume jewelry inside a plastic bag sealed with a twist tie. He didn't know its exact nature, but its latent energy was palpable even to his inexperienced senses. He gestured for Penny to join him in a corner, reached into the pocket of his shabby overcoat, which he hadn't removed all evening, and placed the plastic bag on a small round table. A sickly, discolored smile spread across his face. The buttons were mostly ordinary surplus vintage pieces, 2-hole, 4-hole, imitation leather, faux tortoiseshell, chunky novelty shapes, and tiny bakelite dots. A handful were merely stray beads, yet Penny's gaze was instantly drawn to one, a flat, pearlescent white overcoat button, roughly an inch wide. It felt unnaturally heavy. It seemed to hum with a restrained magical force. He knew exactly what it was. He knew better than to lay a finger on it. A magic button? Janet said, her tone dripping with casual amusement. How bizarre. What did it do? Her hair was a mess, but she looked utterly at ease lounging in an armchair with a coffee cup, her legs exposed by a short silk robe. She radiated a smug satisfaction, basking in her conquest, and by proxy her triumph over Alice. Quentin felt a surge of pure loathing for her in that instant. You genuinely have no idea, Penny replied. Quentin thought he might know, but he kept the theory to himself. What did you do? He asked instead. I brought him back to my place that night. He wasn't safe where he was, and I at least had some basic protective charms in place. We contacted the woman who sold him the lot, but she swore the buttons weren't in her inventory. The next day we collected his belongings, drove to Boston, and I gave him $80,000 for everything. He refused cash, only gold and diamonds. I nearly emptied a display at a high-end jeweler, but it was a necessary price. Then I told him to get lost, and he did. $80,000, Elliot remarked dryly, wouldn't even make a dent in a Zales display case, much less a place like Harry Winston. Penny continued unfazed. That was 2 days ago. That button draws trouble. I was staying at a hotel in Boston, but last night a fire several floors above me killed a housekeeper. I never returned to my room. I took the bus from South Station. I had to walk here from Chinatown. Every time I tried to hail a cab, the engine would stall. But the important thing is it's real, and it belongs to us now. Us? Who is us? Richard inquired. You, Quentin said, his voice icy, are a complete lunatic? Quentin understands, Penny said. Anyone else? Q, what is he talking about? A silent, piercing shard of glittering ice seemed to spear Quentin's heart. He hadn't noticed Alice enter. She stood at the periphery of the group, her hair unwashed and floating loosely around her face, like a sleepy child who wanders into a room of adults in the dead of night. An uncertain apparition at the edge of the gathering. Quentin kept his eyes down, his voice low. He's got it all wrong. The guilt was a weight pulling him under, and the sight of her only sharpened the ache, twisting it into a flicker of resentment. Who's explaining this? Penny asked. You handle it, came the reply. If I try, I'll just crack up. Somebody better start talking, Elliot announced, or I'm going back to sleep. Penny cleared his throat, adopting a formal, almost theatrical tone. Everyone listen up, we're going to Fillory. Penny launched into a well-practiced summary. At the conclusion of The Wandering Dune, the Chatwin sisters, Helen and Jane, are given a peculiar present by Highbound, the rabbit captain of a desert clipper ship. The gift is a small oak chest, reinforced with brass, holding 5 enchanted buttons. Each button, unique in shape and hue, is meant for one of the Chatwin children, granting the bearer the ability to travel between Earth and Fillory at will. Though everyone present was intimately familiar with the Fillory series, Quentin had practically memorized them. Penny meticulously outlined the mechanics. The buttons don't deliver you directly to the magical land. Instead, they transport you to a liminal space, a dimensional crossroads, from which the final jump to Fillory is made. This transitional realm's true nature is a mystery. It might be a separate plane of reality, a gap wedged between worlds like a dried flower in a book, or perhaps a foundational plane that holds all others together to an observer. It appears as a vast abandoned city of endless stone plazas, each centered around a fountain. Step into a fountain, the legend states, and you emerge in another universe. There are countless plazas, possibly an infinite array, each linked to a different reality. The rabbit sailors termed this place the Neitherlands, being neither here nor there, or simply the city. But Penny stressed the crucial detail. By the end of the tale, young Helen, unsettled by the button's impersonal power, secretly hid them all in her aunt's Cornwall estate. She believed they made the journey to Fillory trivial, like hailing a cab. Such a voyage, she felt, must be a hard-won privilege, a sacred boon granted by the ram deities Ember and Umber. The buttons were a corruption of that divine grace, a set of rules broken. They represented a kind of magic utterly divorced from faith, mere tools, amoral and efficient, bordering on technology, so she concealed them. Jane was heartbroken and turned the estate upside down searching, but according to the book, she never succeeded. Martin Plover never wrote another Fillory story after The Wandering Dune, which concludes ambiguously around 1917 or 1918. The button's fate was left unknown. Penny then posed a question. Realistically, how long could a box hidden by a 12-year-old girl remain lost? A decade, a half-century. Secrets rarely stay buried forever. Wasn't it likely, even certain, that over the years a caretaker, a prospective buyer, or another curious child might have stumbled upon them, and from there, couldn't they have entered the shadowy trade of magical artifacts? I always pictured them as lapel pins, Richard mused, like a campaign button. All right, hang on, Quentin interjected, forcing a bright tone. Let's rewind for a minute. Quentin was in exactly the right frame of mind to watch someone else make a complete fool of themselves, and if that person could be Penny, and if he could help the process along, then all the better. So the Fillory books are just stories? None of what you're talking about is real. It's not that simple, Penny replied with a surprising amount of patience. I'll grant that a lot of Plover's narrative could be fictional or heavily embellished. But I've become convinced that the fundamental principles of interdimensional travel he outlines are absolutely true. Is that so? Quentin knew Penny wasn't one to bluff, but his own stubbornness and a mean-spirited impulse kept him pushing. And what's your proof? Penny looked at him with a sort of kindly condescension, ready to deliver the knockout punch. Well, I can tell you for a fact the Netherlands are real. I've spent nearly all of the last 3 years there. A heavy silence fell over the room. Quentin finally risked a glance at Alice, but her expression was unreadable. It would have been easier if she'd shown anger. You probably don't know this, Penny continued. Actually, I'm sure you don't. Most of my work at Breakbills focused on travel between alternate realities, or planes, as we termed them. Melanie and I did, as far as we could tell. It was a completely new discipline. I wasn't the first to look into it, but I was the first with a specific natural talent for it. My abilities were so unique that Melanie, Professor van der Wege, took me out of standard classes and designed a custom curriculum for me. The spell work was incredibly complex, and I had to invent a good deal of it. Trust me, a lot of the established canon on this subject is completely wrong. They're missing the big picture, and the part they do see is the least significant. You'd think your pal Bigby would have a clue, but he's clueless. It surprised me, honestly. Still, there were problems I couldn't solve. Like what? Elliot said. For one, I can only travel alone. I can move myself, my clothes, and a few small items, but nothing and no one else. Second, I can get to the Netherlands, but that's where it ends. I'm trapped there. The rest of the multiverse is locked off. Wait, hold on, Janet cut in. She actually looked disappointed. So you've been to this incredible magical city, and that's it. I thought you were coming in here like some interdimensional outlaw. That's kind of a letdown. No. Penny could get defensive when challenged, but right now he was so singularly focused that even direct teasing didn't faze him. My explorations have been confined to the city to a magically trained eye. It's an unbelievably rich and complex artifact. The books have almost no useful information. The Wandering Dune is from a child's perspective, and it's not clear to me that Plover or the Chatwinds ever truly understood the mechanics they wrote about. At first, I thought the whole place was a jury-rigged system, a virtual environment acting as a clumsy three-dimensional interface slapped onto a main interdimensional hub. Not that it's a helpful interface, a grid of identical, unmarked squares. How useful is that? But it was the only theory I had. The thing is, the longer I study it, the more I believe it's the exact opposite, that our world has far less substance than the city, and what we experience as reality is just a side effect of what happens there, a fleeting shadow. But now, he said, patting the pocket of his jeans with the button, we'll learn so much more. We'll go much farther. Have you tried it yet? Richard asked. Penny paused. Great. no sensible magician would. Hold on, Penny. Now it was Quentin's turn to sound reasonable, and he leaned into it with deliberate cruelty. You need to slow down. You've raced so far ahead you've lost sight of where you started. You found an ancient city, some pools and fountains, and a button covered in powerful enchantments. You're desperately trying to force these random pieces into some grand narrative, and you've fixated on this fillery idea, but you're clutching at shadows. It's irrational. You're jamming a handful of coincidences into a story that has no connection to the real world. You have to take a huge step back. Just breathe. You've gone completely off the rails. A heavy silence filled the room. The doubt hanging in the air was thick enough to touch. Quentin could feel the momentum shifting his way. Penny scanned the faces around him, pleading silently, stunned that his audience was slipping away. Then Alice stepped into the empty space circling Penny. "Quentin, Quentin," she said, her voice cracking only slightly. "You have always been the most unbelievable coward." In one swift motion, she seized Quentin's wrist and thrust her free hand into the left pocket of Penny's loose black jeans. After a brief fumble, the two of them disappeared together. The Netherlands. Quentin was floating, or perhaps swimming, though he wasn't moving. It was dark, and his body hung weightless in cold water. A sharp chill made him tense. Feeble, cool shafts of light pierced the gloom from above. After the initial shock, the water's coolness and the sensation of weightlessness felt incredibly soothing to his parched, feverish, unwashed, hungover body. He could have flailed and panicked, but instead he simply drifted, arms outstretched in a lifeless float. Whatever came next would come. He opened his eyes. The water washed over them with a moist, healing chill. He closed them again. There was nothing to see. A profound relief. The numbness was magnificent. Just when everything had become unbearably painful, the world, typically so unreliable and indifferent, had done him the kindness of vanishing entirely true. He would need air eventually. He'd deal with that in time. As bad as things were, drowning would still be a rash choice. For now, all he wanted was to remain here forever, suspended in the amniotic void, neither in the world nor out of it, neither dead nor alive. But an iron grip was locked around his wrist. It was Alice's hand pulling him upward without mercy. She wouldn't let him rest. Reluctantly, he began kicking toward the surface with her. Their heads broke the water at the same instant. They were in the center of a silent, deserted city square, treading water in the circular basin of a fountain. An absolute hush prevailed. No wind, no birds, no insects. Wide paving stones stretched out in every direction, clean and bare as if freshly swept. On all four sides of the square stood rows of stone buildings. They exuded an indescribable age. They weren't crumbling, but they had been inhabited. Their style was vaguely Italian. They could have belonged in Rome or Venice, but they didn't. The sky hung low and gray, and a fine, misty rain was falling. Droplets dimpled the still surface of the water, which fed into the pool from the overflowing bowl of a massive bronze lotus flower. The square felt like a place hastily abandoned. Whether 5 minutes ago or 5 centuries was impossible to tell. Quentin treaded water for another moment, then took one long breaststroke over to the stone ledge. The pool was roughly 15 feet wide, its edge worn and pitted with age. Pushing himself up with both hands, he hauled his body out of the water and collapsed onto the dry stone. "Jesus," he breathed, gasping for air. Penny was right. It's actually here. It wasn't merely his dislike for Penny that had made him skeptical. He genuinely hadn't believed any of it could be real, yet here they stood in the heart of the city. This was the Netherlands, or something so identical it stole his breath. The most innocent, joy-filled fantasy from his childhood was true. He had been wrong about everything. Drawing in one deep breath, then another, he felt a brilliant, clean light surge through him. He hadn't known he could feel such pure elation. Doubled over half blind, he pressed his palm to his throbbing eye. Then she kicked him once in each shin with unnerving precision. "You absolute asshole!" Alice's face was ashen, her teeth chattering. "You coward! You spineless bastard! Alice," he choked out. "Alice, I'm sorry, but just look." He gestured weakly at their surroundings while checking if his vision was blurring. "Don't you dare speak to me." She swung wildly at his head and shoulders with both hands, forcing him to duck behind his arms. "Don't even try to talk your way out of this." He stumbled backward across the stone, his soaked clothes clinging heavily, but she pursued him like a relentless storm. Their shouts seemed tiny and hollow in the vast, silent square. "Alice, please," the bone around his eye burned. "Just put that aside for 1 second." She'd still been clutching the brass button when she hit him. It must have been deceptively heavy. "You don't get it. Everything just felt empty out there. In our world, it's like you said, we have to live while we can. Or that's what I told myself. But it spiraled. It all just spiraled. Why did everything sound like a bad excuse? He needed to find the right words. We were all so far gone. Oh, really? Too far gone to know what you were doing? She had him cornered. "I could end you right here. Do you understand that?" Her expression was terrifying, 2 bright spots of fury on her cheeks. "I could reduce you to ashes where you stand. You couldn't stop me." "Alice, listen," he had to break through. "I know how terrible this is, and I'm so sorry you can't imagine how sorry, but you have to understand how important this is. Are you actually a child? You got confused? Why didn't you just end things, Quentin? You clearly checked out months ago. You're not man enough for a real relationship. You're not even man enough to cleanly end one. Do I have to handle everything for you?" She paused, her voice dropping into something colder, more analytical. "Or maybe it's this. You despise yourself so deeply that you'll hurt anyone foolish enough to love you. Isn't that it? Just to punish them for caring. I never saw it clearly until now." She stopped abruptly, shaking her head as if waking from a bad dream. Her own words had halted her. In the quiet, the betrayal that he had cheated, and with Janet of all people, crashed over her anew with the same brutal force as when she first discovered it. Quentin could see it hit her, a visceral physical blow as if she'd been struck in the gut. She raised her hand, palm outward, as if shielding her eyes from the horror of his expression. A damp strand of hair clung to her cheek. She was breathing in ragged gasps, her lips colorless, but they kept forming words. "Was it worth it?" she demanded. "You always wanted her. You think I didn't notice. Do you honestly believe I'm that blind? Just tell me. I need to know if you've always thought I was a fool." She lunged forward and struck his face. He absorbed the impact without flinching. "No, Alice, I don't think you're a fool." Quentin felt like a boxer clinging to consciousness, swaying on his feet, desperately wishing he could just collapse. She was right, of course she was right, but if only she could see the bigger picture, if she could grasp the scale of what was truly happening around them. God, could she ever just step back and look? She was already turning away, moving toward an arched passage that led to another courtyard, her wet shoes leaving dark prints on the stone. "But will you please just look around?" he pleaded, following her, his voice frayed with weariness. "Can you acknowledge for 1 second that there are things happening here far more significant than who was with whom?" She either didn't hear him or was determined to finish her thought. "You know," she said, her tone shifting to something almost casual as she entered the next square, "I bet you really thought being with her would fix something inside you. You just move from one obsession to the next, convinced it'll finally make you happy. Break bills didn't do it. I didn't do it. Did you truly imagine Janet would? It's just another fantasy, Quentin." She halted, wrapping her arms tightly around herself as if containing a physical ache, and wept. Her soaked clothing dripped steadily, forming a small puddle at her feet. He ached to reach for her, but didn't dare. A heavy silence enveloped the square. The Fillory books had described these spaces as uniform, but he could see the differences now. While they shared that same vaguely Italianate architecture, this one featured a covered walkway along one side, and its central fountain was a long rectangle, not a circle. At one end, a carved marble face spewed water into the basin. The sound of approaching footsteps on stone broke the quiet. In that moment, Quentin would have welcomed any distraction, even a ravenous creature intent on devouring him whole. "Having a little reunion, are we?" Penny strode briskly across the flagstones toward them. The imposing gray facade of the piazza rose behind him, decorated with heraldic symbols, an anchor and 3 flames. Penny looked more content and at ease than Quentin could ever recall seeing him. He was in his domain, practically radiating satisfaction. His clothes were perfectly dry. "Apologies. I've wandered these squares for ages, but I've never had anyone to share them with. You wouldn't think it would matter, but it does. When I first arrived, there was a body right over there on the ground." He pointed like a seasoned tour guide, human or near enough, possibly Maori. He had facial tattoos. He couldn't have been dead more than a few days. He must have gotten stuck here, came in, but the pools wouldn't let him back out. I think he starved. The next time I came through, the body was gone. Penny finally registered their expressions. Alice's tear-streaked face, Quentin's freshly purpling eye, the charged space between them. "Oh," he said, his demeanor softening a fraction. With a slight gesture, their clothes were suddenly warm, dry, and neatly pressed. "Listen, you have to let all that go while you're here. This place gets dangerous if your focus is elsewhere. Here's a test. Which way would you go to get back to our starting point?" Alice and Quentin glanced around, reluctant students in Penny's impromptu lesson, in their heated argument. They had angled through a second square into a third, or was it a fourth? Their damp footprints had already vanished from the stone. A narrow passageway opened off each corner of the square, and peering down anyone revealed a fractured vista of further lanes, plazas, and fountains, repeating and shrinking into a bewildering, endless maze. It felt like standing between 2 opposing mirrors, trapped in an infinite, sunless reflection. Penny had been correct. They were utterly disoriented, with no clue which path led home or even the direction of their arrival. "Relax, I tagged our route. You only walked maybe a quarter mile, 1 square up and 1 over." Penny gestured confidently in a direction Quentin would have sworn was wrong. In the stories, they just wander blindly and it works out, but we can't take that chance. "I use orange spray paint to mark a trail. Have to reapply it every visit, though. The stuff just fades away." Penny turned and started back the way he'd indicated. After a hesitant glance, Quentin and Alice followed, their clothes already dampening anew in the persistent drizzle. "I've developed a strict protocol for navigating here," Penny explained, his voice taking on a lecturer's tone. "With no cardinal directions, I had to invent my own. I named them after the buildings in our home square: palace, villa, tower, church. It's not a real church, obviously, but it looks the part. We're heading churchward now." They arrived back at the central fountain, which Penny had encircled with garish fluorescent orange X's. Nearby, half concealed in the gloom, was a makeshift shelter, a weathered tarp strung over a cot and a small table. Quentin was surprised he hadn't noticed it earlier. "I maintained a base camp here for a time, stocked with supplies and books." Penny's enthusiasm was palpable, like a lonely child finally showing off his secret clubhouse. He seemed completely oblivious to Quentin and Alice's silent, strained politeness. "I always assumed Melanie would be the first to join me here, but she could never quite master the necessary spells. I tried to teach her. She came close, but not close enough. In a way, I'm glad it's you two. Did you know you were practically the only friends I had at Breakbills?" He shook his head, as if marveling at the general lack of good taste in their peers. Quentin reflected that. Just half a day ago, he and Alice would have exchanged a private, incredulous laugh at the very idea of being friends with Penny. "Oh, almost forgot, no light magic here. It goes haywire. The first time I tried a simple illumination spell, I was blinded for 2 hours. The atmosphere here is like it's supercharged with raw, magical energy. 1 spark and everything flares up." Quentin sank onto the cold stone steps leading to the fountain's basin, leaning back against the damp rim. The water within was a profound ink-black void. Resistance felt futile. He resigned himself to just sitting and listening. "You can't imagine the distances I've covered in this place," Penny continued, his voice swelling with pride. "Hundreds of miles. Far beyond anywhere the Chatwins ever described. I once found a fountain that had overflowed, flooding its square and several others like a stopped-up drain. I've seen two that were sealed shut with heavy bronze lids, as if something was being kept in or kept out. Another time I discovered fragments of white marble scattered on the ground, pieces of some shattered statue. I tried for days to reassemble it, to see what it had been. But I never could. The buildings are impenetrable. I've tried everything, lock picks, sledgehammers, even an acetylene torch once. The windows are like black glass, but I brought a high-intensity Coast Guard rescue flashlight one trip. Cranked to its maximum, it gave just a sliver of a view inside. I'll tell you what I saw, books. No matter what the exterior looks like, every single structure in this place is a library on the inside. Quentin had lost all sense of time. They might have been there for hours. The three of them wandered through one plaza after another, adrift like sightseers without a map. Each space they entered bore the same elegant, time-worn aesthetic, yet no two were exactly alike. Quentin and Alice avoided each other's gaze, but the haunting beauty of their surroundings was impossible to ignore. Thankfully, the rain had finally stopped. They entered a small cobblestone courtyard, far more intimate than the others, where if they stood perfectly still in the center, the distant rhythm of ocean waves seemed to echo around them. In another square, Penny gestured toward a window framed by faint, ghostly scorch marks as though a fire had once blazed there. Quentin found himself wondering about the architects of this place, who they were and why they had vanished. What story did these silent stones hold? Animated detail, Penny recounted his failed attempts to scale one of the buildings using a rappelling line. He described securing the rope to a piece of ornate stonework, only to be struck by vertigo partway up. When his head cleared, he'd somehow reversed direction and was descending the very wall he had tried to climb. At various points, each of them glimpsed what looked like a lush, green square in the far distance, dotted with orderly rows that might have been lime trees. But whenever they tried to reach it, the garden seemed to slip away, lost in the maze of slightly misaligned alleyways that twisted their perspective. "We should head back," Alice said at last, her voice flat and drained. It was the first time she'd spoken since shouting at him earlier. "Why would we?" Penny replied, clearly exhilarated. He must have been desperately lonely here, Quentin thought. "Time doesn't work the same," Penny went on. "We could stay for months, and on Earth it would be a blink. I once spent a whole semester here, and nobody even realized I was gone. I'm sure we wouldn't have noticed anyway," Quentin said, mostly to himself, knowing Penny wouldn't listen. "Honestly, I'm probably a year or two older than both of you in subjective time because of all the hours I've logged here. I should have kept better count." "Penny," Alice pressed, "what is the point of us being here?" Penny looked genuinely surprised. "Isn't it obvious? We're going to Fillory, Quentin. This changes everything. Okay, hold on." Something about this wasn't sitting right, and Quentin pushed his tired mind to put it into words. "We need to think this through. The Chatwins were invited to Fillory, chosen by Ember and Umber, the magic rams. They had a purpose to fight the Watcher-woman or whatever crisis was unfolding." Alice nodded. "They only went when something needed fixing," she added. "The Watcher-woman, the Wandering Dune, that enchanted watch in the flying forest, or to search for Martin." That's what Helen Chatwin explained. "We can't just crash the party without an invitation. That's why she hid the buttons. They were a mistake. Fillory was meant to be a balanced world ordered for good. Ember and Umber guard the borders." Her voice grew steadier. The buttons let anyone in, people who didn't belong, maybe even dangerous people. They weren't part of Fillory's design. They were a loophole, a tear in the fabric. Hearing Alice recite Fillory lore so flawlessly sent a fresh pang of regret through Quentin. How had he ever convinced himself that Janet was what he wanted? Meanwhile, Penny was rocking forward and back with restless energy. "But you're missing the key point, Alice. We're not the bad guys." A fervent gleam lit his eyes. "We're the good ones. Has it ever crossed your mind that maybe that's exactly why we found the button in the first place? Maybe this was the moment they'd been waiting for, the call from Fillory itself." Penny waited, eyes bright with anticipation, but Quentin only shook his head slowly. "It feels like a stretch, Penny, a real long shot." "So what if it is?" Penny shot to his feet. "So what if Fillory isn't the answer? There are a million worlds out there. The Netherlands is where they all connect. Every story ever written might just be a map to some other reality. I once walked 100 squares in one direction and never found an edge. We could spend our whole lives exploring and still only see a fraction of it. This is our chance, Quentin. The ultimate frontier for us and for generations to come. He thrust his hand out between them, as if expecting a team huddle. Quentin almost left him hanging, but finally offered a half-hearted low five. His eyes still ached dully. "We should go back," Alice murmured again, her face pale with exhaustion. She pulled the heavy pearl button from her pocket. It looked absurdly small, like a trinket from a child's game. What had they expected from a world run by talking rabbits, back at their home fountain? They lined up on the rim, holding hands. Quentin noticed a twisted sapling forcing its way up through the paving stones, a stubborn helix of life in all that orderly stone. It made him wonder what had been here before the city, and what might return if it ever fell. Alice positioned herself next to Penny, avoiding Quentin's touch. Together they stepped off. The return journey was different, a rush through water like air, then through darkness. Then they were plummeting toward a wintry Manhattan morning, all gray skies and yellow cabs, down through the roof and into the living room where Janet, Elliot, and Richard were frozen in mid-reaction, as if no time had passed at all. "Alice," Janet crowed, "get your hand out of Penny's pants." Upstate, after that, everyone had to take a turn. Quentin's swollen eye got only a passing remark. "The locals weren't very welcoming," he quipped flatly. Josh returned from Anaise's place and had to hear the whole story. Then they began ferrying through in groups. Only Janet had a rough time. She surfaced and immediately vomited into the fountain, then grabbed Penny's arm in a panic, gasping, "Button, now!" Quentin felt no sympathy. She was like a vampire, he thought, draining the health from everything around her. The room's mood was heavy and quiet, the excitement now tempered by a sobering reality. A heavy, meaningful silence settled over the group as they exchanged long, searching glances. Words felt inadequate to capture the sheer magnitude of the moment, yet a unanimous, unspoken understanding passed between them. This was monumental, for now this discovery had to remain theirs alone, a secret contained within these walls. At Penny's urging, they formed a circle on the living room rug and immediately set to reinforcing the apartment's magical wards together. Richard, whose authoritative streak often grated on everyone's nerves, proved unexpectedly useful. He orchestrated the group casting with crisp, businesslike efficiency, reminiscent of a veteran conductor guiding an orchestra through a complex modern symphony. The core spellwork took 20 minutes, followed by another 10 to weave in sophisticated layers of defense and concealment, a necessary precaution given the obvious ripples their discovery was sending through the wider magical community. When the final check was complete, a profound hush descended. They remained still, allowing the weight of their new reality to fully sink in. Josh slipped away to the kitchen to assemble sandwiches. Elliot strode to a window, flung it open, and lit a cigarette with a dramatic flourish. A faint, coolly amused smile played on Janet's lips as she watched Quentin. Quentin himself lay back on the rug, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. Sleep was a physical need, but utterly impossible now. A chaotic storm of emotions waged war in his mind, wild excitement clashing with sharp remorse, giddy anticipation battling a deep sense of foreboding. He tried to anchor himself with thoughts of Fillory, to recapture that initial pure feeling of wonder. This changed everything. His world had just exploded in scale. But Fillory was the linchpin, the answer to the creeping sense of futility that had been festering since before graduation. Alice didn't see it yet, but she would. This was the very thing her parents had spent a lifetime searching for in vain. A tired, irrepressible grin kept spreading across his face, making him feel years younger, as if shedding old, dead skin. Those past years weren't wasted, not exactly, but they had been spent feeling, despite his talents, like he was perpetually missing the one gift he truly wanted. It was enough to get by, sure, but this was everything. Suddenly the present had direction, the future had promise, and even the past was retroactively imbued with meaning. They finally knew what it had all been for. The timing, of course, was bitterly ironic. If only Penny had arrived just one day earlier. Damn Penny. His life had been utterly wrecked and then miraculously redeemed in such quick succession that he couldn't tell which state was the true one. But in a strange way, what happened with Janet wasn't really about either of them, or even about Alice. It was just a symptom of the sick, hollow world they'd all been trapped in. And now they finally had the cure. That ailing world was on the verge of a miraculous healing. The others lingered on the floor, lounging against the couch or leaning back on their elbows, occasionally catching each other's eye and bursting into disbelieving, giddy laughter. They looked positively stoned. Quentin wondered if they were riding the same exhilarating wave. This, he realized, was what they'd all been waiting for, without even knowing it, the salvation from the soul-crushing ennui, the depression, and the meaningless busywork that had been dogging them since graduation with its stale, alcoholic breath. It was here at last, and not a second too soon. They couldn't have continued on that path, and now, thankfully, they wouldn't have to. It was Elliot who finally stepped up to steer the group's chaotic energy. For the first he wore like look. Anais wasn't particularly close to anyone in the group, Josh included, but she proved to be an incredibly resourceful person. Her network connected to a magician who owned a secluded property upstate, a sprawling old farmhouse on 100 private acres, offering both the privacy and defensibility they needed for whatever came next. That same magician sufficiently senior agreed to open a portal to transport them there, promising to arrive once the basketball game she was watching concluded. Because the powerful protective wards they had just finished setting up that morning blocked all magical travel in and out of the apartment. They had to gather on the rooftop. By late afternoon, they were huddled against the winter chill, looking out over the glittering cocktail tray skyline of lower Manhattan. The roof was deserted, strewn with overturned plastic chairs and charcoal-crusted grilling tools. A solitary wind chime tinkled from the eaves of a utility shed as they stamped their feet for warmth. They watched a robust gray-haired Belgian sorceress with nicotine-stained fingers and a rather ominous-looking wicker charm hanging from her neck carefully open the portal. A 5-sided gateway, its bottom edge parallel to the ground, with vertices that crackled with tiny, sputtering blue-white sparks. A purely decorative touch, Quentin figured, but one that lent the scene a strangely bittersweet, almost celebratory air. This felt momentous. They were launching into a grand, impulsive adventure. Wasn't that, after all, the very essence of being alive? Once the portal stabilized, the sorceress kissed Anais on both cheeks, murmured something in French, and made a hurried exit. But not before Janet insisted she take a group photo with a disposable camera, all of them posed with their piled luggage and grocery bags. Then all 8 of them stepped through together onto a vast, frost-seared front lawn. The solemn mood from the rooftop vanished instantly as Janet, Anais, and Josh raced each other inside, whooping and bouncing on the sofas before dashing off to squabble over bedrooms. Anais's description of the house had been mostly accurate. It was certainly large and comfortable, with hints of its age. It had apparently started as a generously sized colonial farmhouse, but someone with bold architectural tastes had later reimagined it, blending the original timber and fieldstone with glass, titanium, and polished concrete, and outfitting it with flat-screen TVs, a high-end sound system, and a professional-grade range. Alice went straight and silently up to the master bedroom, which occupied nearly half of the 3rd floor, and closed the door, her red-rimmed eyes burning away any potential challengers, worn out from his sleepless night and the magically extended day. Quentin found a small guest room at the back of the house. The hard, antiseptic feel of the twin bed seemed like all he merited. He woke to darkness. The cool blue numbers on the clock radio glowed 10:27, looking in the gloom like phosphorescent markings on some deep-sea creature. Fumbling for a light switch, his hand found the door to a small half-bath instead, and he managed to turn on the light over the mirror. After splashing water on his face, he wandered out into the unfamiliar house. He found the others, everyone except Alice and Penny, in the dining room, where they had already prepared and devoured a truly epic meal. The remains were spread across a massive table that looked as if it had been built from the beams of a legendary ship, handsomely varnished and fastened together with genuine iron spikes. The walls were hung with massive modern canvases, the color and texture of old, dried blood. "Quentin," they called out, "where's Alice?" "She was here and left," Josh replied. "What's the deal?" "Are you two having another fight?" He threw a couple of playful shadow punches, clearly unaware of the actual events. Anais, seated beside him, mimed a knockout blow to his unshaven jaw. They were all drunk again, just like the night before, just like every night. Nothing felt different. Honestly, Janet said, her tone as sharp and poisonous as always, though her eyes were red-rimmed. Did she give you that black eye? Seems like you're always getting punched in the face, Quentin. He wondered if she had emerged from last night's chaos as untouched as he'd assumed. It was Ember and Umber, he explained. The magical rams. Didn't Alice mention it? They punished me for my sins. Really, Josh said. Did you at least kick their woolly butts? I turned the other cheek. Quentin wasn't in the mood for conversation, but he was starving. He fetched a plate from the kitchen, sat at the far end of the long table, and helped himself to the cold leftovers. We were discussing our next steps, Richard stated, compiling a list of action items. Exactly. Josh thumped the solid table with authority. Who's got action items for me? We need to enumerate our deliverables. Food, Richard said deadpan. And if we're truly going to Fillory, we all need to reread the entire series. Gold, Anais added enthusiastically, and trade goods. What do Fillorians want? Cigarettes? We're not heading to Soviet Russia. Anais steel, maybe. Gunpowder? Good Lord, Elite sighed. Listen to yourselves. I refuse to be the man who introduced firearms to Fillory. We should pack overcoats, Richard suggested. Tents, cold weather gear. We have no idea what season it is there. We could be walking into the dead of winter, just yesterday before everything fell apart. Fillory was supposed to fix everything. Now it was hard to focus on. It felt like a distant dream again. The messy situation with Janet and Alice was the pressing reality, threatening to taint everything else. He forced himself to concentrate. How long are we planning to stay? A few days look with the button we can come back any time if we forget something, Elliot said. It's simple. We'll stay until it gets dull. What are we supposed to do once we arrive? I think they'll probably give us a quest, Penny said from the doorway. He stood there in a T-shirt and sweatpants, blinking sleepily like he'd just woken up. That's what always happened to the Chatwins. Heads turned. For some reason, Penny's starry-eyed optimism about the whole thing irritated Quentin. I'm not sure we can count on that, Penny. It's not like the Rams summoned us. It might not even match the books. Maybe there never were any quests. Plover probably invented all that to make a good story. Maybe we'll just wander around Fillory as aimlessly as we do here. Don't be a buzzkill, Josh said, just because your girlfriend roughs you up. Penny shook his head. I just don't buy that Plover made it all up. It doesn't add up. He was a gay dry-cleaning tycoon with a background in practical chemistry. He didn't have a creative bone in his body. No way, it's Occam's razor. It's far more likely he was writing it as it actually happened. So what? Elliot said. You think we're going to meet a damsel in distress? We might. Not necessarily a damsel, but you know, a nymph or a dwarf or a Pegasus, something that needs help. Everyone was laughing, but Penny pressed on, his earnestness almost endearing. Seriously, it happens in every book. Josh slid a small glass of clear, potent liquor toward Quentin. He took a sip. A fierce fruit brandy, and it tasted like some essential element his body had been missing his whole life. Quentin shook his head, trying to pin down a thought that felt just out of reach. Okay, but that's not how things really are, he insisted. Life isn't a series of noble quests with tidy, happy endings. You're not a character in some book where everything is neatly arranged for you. The actual world doesn't operate on those rules. Perhaps your world doesn't, Josh replied with a wink. But we've left that world behind, without wishing to launch into a philosophical debate, Richard added, his tone full of grave dignity. There is certainly room for differing perspectives on that matter, and even if you personally doubt the existence of a higher power, Penny concluded, you have to acknowledge that Fillory has one or two, actually. Lelliot nodded slowly. This does circle us back in a rather unhinged fashion to a perfectly sensible question. What exactly is our plan once we arrive? Josh perked up. We should track down that enchanted blossom, the one that fills you with pure joy just from its scent. Remember that? That thing would be worth an absolute fortune back home. While the others were distracted, Janet locked eyes with Quentin. She wiggled her eyebrows and made a deliberately crude gesture with her tongue. Quentin stared back, unflinching. She was genuinely reveling in this, he realized. She'd orchestrated the rift between him and Alice, and she was absolutely loving the fallout, fragmented, out-of-order memories from the previous night. It felt impossible it was only yesterday. Flooded his mind images that had stubbornly resisted the blurring mercy of the alcohol. Being with Janet had been nothing like being with Alice. The scent of her perfume, the texture of her skin, her brisk, practiced efficiency. The guilt and dread had begun to claw at him even before it was over, before he finished. But he hadn't stopped. And had Elliot truly been conscious through all of it? His mind dealt a messy hand of mental snapshots. Janet kissing Elliot, her hand moving with purpose between Elliot's thighs. Had she actually been crying? Had he kissed Elliot? A sharp sensory memory of someone else's stubble, surprisingly rough, scraping against his own cheek and lip. Good Lord, he thought, with a weary exhaustion. What a mess. He had finally hit the absolute limit of what capital F fun could offer. The price was astronomically high, and the payoff was miserably small. His consciousness was belatedly, uselessly waking up to other things that mattered just as much or more. Poor Alice. He needed penance, a hair shirt, ashes, some ritual to show her the depth of his remorse. He would do anything if she would only tell him what. He forced the images back down into the mental deck they came from, hurrying them along with another swallow of the smooth eau de vie. A new thought was slowly taking root in his tired, aching mind. We could search for Martin Chatwin, Richard offered, the way the other children always attempted to. I'd like to bring something back for Dean Fogg, Elliot said. A gift for the school, an artifact or some such. That's your grand ambition, Josh scoffed. You're going to Fillory to fetch a shiny apple for the teacher. Sometimes you're just unbelievably boring. Surprisingly, Elliot didn't rise to the jab. This journey was getting to each of them differently. Maybe we could seek the questing beast, Quentin said, his voice quiet. The what? Josh frowned. He was no Fillory expert. From The Girl Who Told Time, remember? The beast that can never be caught. Helen pursues it. What's the point if you do catch it? Do you cook it? I'm not sure. Maybe it guides you to treasure or grants you hidden knowledge. He hadn't fully worked it out. It had seemed crucial to the Chatwins, but now the reason escaped him. You never learn in the books, Penny said. They never catch it, and Plover never brings it up again. It's a solid idea, but I was thinking, maybe they'll crown us kings and queens like they did for the Chatwins. The moment Penny said it, Quentin kicked himself for not seeing it sooner. It was blindingly obvious they could be royalty. Naturally, that made sense. If the city was a genuine place, then why not everything else, including that? They might reside in Castle Whitespire. Alice could stand beside him as his queen. Good Lord, he was actually aligning with Penny's thinking. That was a definite warning sign if there ever was one. Interesting, Janet considered, her sharp mind turning it over. She was genuinely weighing the possibility. Would marriage be a requirement for all of us? Not exactly. The Chatwins never did. Then again, they were all related by blood. I'm not so sure, Anais replied. Being a queen sounds like a massive responsibility. There's likely endless paperwork and official duties. But think of the benefits, Elliot countered. The advantages would be substantial. That's assuming the books are historically correct, Elliot pointed out, and that the thrones are actually unoccupied. Those are two enormous assumptions. Plus, there are 7 of us and only 4 royal seats. 3 people would be left without a crown. Let me tell you what we actually require, Anais stated firmly. We need combat magic, magic for fighting, for attack, and for defense. We must be capable of causing harm if the situation demands it. Janet looked both amused and reluctantly impressed. That stuff is totally illegal, sweetie, she said. You know that, right? I don't care about the legality, Anais retorted, tossing her perfect blonde curls. It's necessary. We have zero idea what we'll encounter once we cross over. We have to be prepared. Unless any of you brave gentlemen happens to be skilled with a blade. Silence met her question, and she smirked. Exactly. Did they teach you those things where you studied? Josh asked. He seemed a little intimidated by her. I suppose we Europeans aren't as innocent as you Americans believe. Penny was nodding in agreement. Battle magic isn't against the law in Fillory. Absolutely not, Richard said sharply. Do you have any concept of the scrutiny that would bring down on us? Has anyone here besides me ever had to deal with the Magician's Court? We're already in trouble, Richard, Elliot argued. You think that button would be legal if the court knew about it? If you want to back out, do it now. But Anais is correct. I'm not going over there completely unprepared and vulnerable. We can obtain authorization for conventional weapons, Richard continued, sounding officious. There are legal precedents for that. I know the proper procedures. Guns? Elliot made a disgusted face. What is wrong with you? Fillory is an unspoiled society. Have you ever even seen Star Trek? This is fundamental prime directive material. We have an opportunity to experience a world that hasn't been ruined by idiots. Does anyone here grasp how significant that is? Quentin kept anticipating Elliot to dismiss the entire Fillory venture as uncool and start mocking it, but instead he was proving to be unexpectedly earnest and dedicated. Quentin couldn't recall the last time Elliot had openly expressed passion for anything. Reassuring to see he could still acknowledge caring about something. I absolutely do not want to be anywhere near Penny if he has a gun, Janet stated flatly. Look, Anais has a point, Elliot conceded. We'll develop some basic offensive spells, purely as a precaution, nothing too extreme. We'll just keep a few tricks up our sleeve, and let's not forget we have those cacodemons embedded in our backs, and the button. And our profound sense of unpreparedness, Anais added with a giggle. The following day, Richard, Elliot, Janet, and Anais drove into Buffalo to purchase supplies. Janet, being from Los Angeles, was the only one with a valid driver's license. Quentin, Josh, Alice, and Penny were tasked with researching battle magic, but Alice was refusing to speak to Quentin. He had knocked on her door that morning, but she wouldn't answer. And the technical details were over Josh's head, so it fell to Alice and Penny to collaborate. Soon the large dining room table was buried under books from Penny's moving truck stash and sheets of butcher paper covered in intricate diagrams and flow charts. They were completely engrossed. As the two most academically devoted magicians in the group, Alice and Penny became totally absorbed in their work, conversing in a spontaneous technical shorthand they invented on the spot, with Penny filling pages with ancient symbols and Alice leaning over his shoulder, nodding intently and pointing out details. Penny and Alice were engaged in genuine innovation, constructing spells from the ground up. The magic itself wasn't impossibly complex, but any existing research in the field had been systematically erased. Observing their progress, Quentin felt a sharp, acidic envy. At least it was Penny leading the charge with anyone else. His distrust would have been overwhelming. He and Josh passed the afternoon in the den, with cheap beer and white cheddar popcorn, staring at a flat-screen TV so large it felt like a cinematic event. Having been deprived of TV at break bills and in their tiny New York apartment, the experience felt illicit and strangely thrilling. Elliot eventually found them there, shaking off their stupor. "Get up," he urged. "You're about to miss Penny's grand premiere. How was the shopping trip?" Quentin asked. "A glimpse into a frozen wasteland," Elliot replied. "We acquired insulated coats and survival knives. They followed Elliot out into the vast, frosty backyard. Seeing him animated and clear-eyed, for once not shrouded in a drunken haze, bolstered Quentin's fragile hope that they were moving in the right direction, that shattered things could be made whole. He snatched a wool scarf and a ridiculous fur hat with dangling flaps from a hallway closet. The sun was a cold, dying ember sinking behind the distant Adirondacks, painting the haze a desolate red. The rest of the group had gathered at the lawn's lower edge, where it met a row of skeletal ornamental linden trees. Penny was aiming his arm like a rifle at one trunk, while Alice measured the distance with long, precise strides. She trotted back to him, they conferred in whispers, and she paced it off once more. Janet stood off to the side with Richard, looking charmingly bundled in a rose-colored winter coat and a knitted cap. "All right," Penny shouted. "Everybody give me some space." "How much more space do we need?" Josh quipped from his perch on a crumbling section of white marble railing, a random garden ornament. He took a swig from a flask of peppermint schnapps and handed it to Elliot. "Just stand back, okay? Incoming." With the flair of a stage magician's assistant, Alice approached a small table on the frost-bitten grass, placed an empty wine bottle atop it, and retreated. Penny faced the bottle, drew a sharp breath, and muttered a series of terse guttural words, finishing with a swift snapping motion of his hand. A cluster of 3 metallic gray projectiles, too quick for the eye to track, flashed from his fingertips across the lawn. 2 went wide, but the third sheared the bottle's neck off with surgical precision, leaving the base standing intact. A proud grin spread across Penny's face, met by sparse, impressed clapping. "We're calling it Arcane Bolt," he announced. "Arcane Bolt, yes!" Josh exclaimed, his breath pluming in the frigid air, his face alight with pure glee. "That is some classic tabletop gaming magic right there." Penny gave a confirming nod. "We borrowed concepts from those old role-playing manuals. There's a surprising amount of useful mechanics in them." Quentin, however, felt no urge to smile. Was he the only one seeing this clearly? This was perilous magic. He considered himself open-minded, but this was a spell designed to rend and injure living tissue. They were blurring ethical boundaries so rapidly he was losing his bearings. If they ever truly needed to employ such magic, the situation would already be a catastrophic failure. "I really hope we never have to use that," was all he managed to say aloud. "Oh, lighten up, Quentin," Josh said, practically vibrating with enthusiasm. "We're not courting disaster, we just believe in being prepared." Tabletop manuals, man, they knew what was up. Next, Alice swiftly removed the table, leaving Penny alone before the dark silhouette of the linden trees. The others found spots behind him on the chilly slope as the last light bled from the vast, empty sky. The sun had fully vanished. Noses were dripping and ears stung with cold, yet Penny, still in just a T-shirt and sweatpants, seemed utterly unaffected. The profound silence of the place was unnerving. Quentin was accustomed to the constant roar and vibration of Manhattan, and even Brakebills was never truly quiet, always echoing with distant shouts or magical mishaps. Here, when the wind wasn't whispering through the bare branches, the silence was absolute. It felt as if the entire world had been put on hold. He secured the ear flaps of his wool cap with a knotted cord. "If this goes wrong," Penny started to say. "Just get on with it," Janet snapped, stomping her feet. "I'm freezing." Penny crouched low and spat onto the frost-bitten lawn. Then he launched into a bizarre, flailing dance, a chaotic departure from his usual controlled precision. A violet glow flickered to life between his palms in the dark, illuminating the bones of his hands. He shouted a phrase and finished with a powerful overhand throw. A tiny, brilliant orange ember left his grip and shot across the grass, holding a perfectly level path. At first it seemed harmless, almost comical, like a firefly or a child's sparkler. But as it streaked toward the tree line, it expanded, blossoming into a spinning, crackling comet the size of a medicine ball laced with veins of fire. It moved with a strange, slow grace, rotating backward as it cut through the chilly evening air. Shadows writhed and stretched across the ground, chasing the swift light. Quentin felt a wave of heat wash over his face. When it struck a linden tree, the entire trunk erupted with a single deafening whoomp. A pillar of flame shot skyward and disappeared. "Fireball," Penny announced. Though it was perfectly obvious, an instant bonfire roared to life, the tree burning with a cheerful, ferocious intensity. Sparks spiraled high into the dusky purple sky. Janet cheered, jumping and clapping with glee. Penny offered a thin, satisfied smile and took a shallow, theatrical bow. They lingered at the upstate house for several more days, filling the time with lazy routines, grilling on the stone patio, polishing off the expensive wine, rifling through the movie collection, and crowding into the hot tub, which they left murky and unfiltered. Quentin came to understand the truth. After all the frantic planning and urgency, they were now deliberately stalling, waiting for some external nudge to force their hand. Their excitement was so loud it drowned out their own terror. When Quentin pictured the joy awaiting him in Fillory, a sharp pang of unworthiness shot through him. He felt unprepared. Ember and Umber would never call someone like him. Meanwhile, Alice had perfected the art of avoiding him entirely, developing an almost preternatural awareness of his location. He'd spot the hem of her coat vanishing around a corner, or see her reflection in a window. But that was the extent of their contact. The others subtly participated in this unspoken game. On the rare occasions he saw her in the open, perched on the kitchen island, swinging her legs as she talked with Josh, or bent over a book with Penny at the dining table, acting as if nothing was wrong he didn't dare approach. That would break the rules. Seeing her there, so near yet utterly unreachable, was like peering through a portal into a sun-drenched tropical world he once called home, but was now exiled from. Each night he left a fresh bouquet of wildflowers outside her bedroom door. Almost funny in a pathetic way, he could have remained blissfully ignorant. He might have missed the whole miserable affair entirely. Then again, maybe they'd still be stuck in that house, forever waiting, if he had. Late one night, he sat playing cards with Josh and Elliot. Any card game with magicians inevitably devolved into a contest of who could most elegantly cheat probability, resulting in hands where 4 aces routinely faced down multiple straight flushes. Quentin was Clanton was Quentin way. Clanton war Quentin he Cland what load. He was wait no he He'd made a mistake. He was sorry, and they would get through it. Case closed. They just needed the right perspective. She was probably just waiting for him to say the words. He made his excuses and climbed the stairs toward the third-floor master suite. Josh and Elliot cheered him on with rhythmic chants of his name. Nearly at the top, he froze. That sound, the particular cry Alice made during sex, was unmistakable. His liquor-fogged mind struggled to process it. She was making that sound now, but he wasn't the one causing it. He stared blankly at the burnt-orange fibers of the stair-runner. This couldn't be real. The noise seemed to blur his vision, and his blood turned corrosive, burning through his limbs and searing his thoughts before settling like a poison in his heart. Obviously, she was with Penny or Richard. He had just left Josh and Elliot, and they wouldn't betray him. Stiff-sligged, he marched back down and flung open Richard's door, flicking on the light. Richard bolted upright in bed, blinking stupidly in an old-fashioned nightshirt, alone. Quentin killed the light and slammed the door. Janet emerged into the hall in pajamas, frowning. "What's all the noise?" He shoved past her roughly. "Hey," she shouted after him, "that actually hurt." "Hurt?" She had no idea. He burst into Penny's room and snapped on the lamp. The bed was empty. In a fury, he snatched the lamp and hurled it to the floor, where it shattered and went dark. This rage was new, a kind of terrifying, exhilarating power. He felt capable of anything, almost. He tried to tear down the curtains, but they held fast even when he threw his whole weight against them. Frustrated, he wrenched the window open, stripped the bedding, and shoved it all outside. Not enough. He spiked the alarm clock and began yanking books from the shelves. Penny had shelves full of them. This would take time, but time was all he had. He wasn't tired. He felt wired, almost superhuman. It was only when Josh and Richard grabbed his arms that he realized he'd been raging like a child. They hauled him, thrashing, into the hallway. The whole situation was so painfully obvious, so brutally simple. He'd slept with Janet. Now she was with Penny. Shouldn't that make them even? But he'd been drunk, hardly aware of what he was doing. How did that balance anything and Penny, of all people? He almost wished it had been Josh. They corralled him in the den, handed him a bottle of grappa and a stack of DVDs, and assumed he'd eventually pass out. Josh stayed to ensure Quentin didn't attempt any reckless magic in his state, but he soon dozed off, his round cheek resting on the couch arm like a weary disciple. Sleep held no appeal for Quentin. The pain felt like falling, a long, relentless drop similar to the crash after ecstasy. He pictured himself as a cartoon character plummeting past awnings. Each one shattered under him with a pow, offering no cushion, no rebound, just endless descent. After a while, he almost longed to hit the pavement, just to stop. But the fall continued, awning after awning, deeper into the hurt. Turtles all the way down. Quentin didn't bother with the movies, just clicked through channels on the massive TV and drank straight from the bottle until dawn light began seeping over the skyline. It felt like toxic sludge leaking from his own broken heart, a heart that, for the record, nobody gave a damn about, like a corroded barrel of hazardous material buried deep in a dump, seeping toxins into the soil, enough to wipe out a whole neighborhood of oblivious, trusting kids. Sleep never came. The idea struck him as morning broke, and he tried to hold it in, but it was just too perfect to keep quiet. He felt like a child on Christmas who couldn't wait for the adults to wake up. Santa had arrived, and he was going to make everything right. Still buzzed at 7:30, he burst from the study and stormed down the hallways, pounding on doors. Hell, he even charged upstairs and shoved Alice's door open, catching an unfortunate glimpse of Penny's pale, rounded backside, a sight he really didn't need. It made him flinch and turn his head, but it didn't stop his mouth. "All right," he yelled. "Everybody up, 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 up. It's happening. Today's the day. Come on, people." He belted out a line from James's ridiculous middle school anthem, "In days of old there lived a lad," so bold and strong and true. Now he was a cheerleader, waving imaginary pom-poms, bouncing on his toes, even attempting a split on the hardwood floor, shouting at the top of his lungs, "We are going to fill! Ori Book 3, Fillery!" They stood in a circle in the living room, hands linked, backpacks secured. It felt like some college prank, like they were about to take psychedelics or break into an a cappella number or attempt some absurd campus record. Ananias's face glowed with anticipation. She bounced lightly despite the weight on her shoulders. None of the previous night's tension seemed to have touched her. She was the only one in the room who appeared genuinely thrilled to be there. The ironic part was that it had actually worked. Quentin wouldn't drop it. He kept pushing. And eventually, with less argument than expected, they relented. Today was the day. Partly they were intimidated by him, with those frightening, glittering eyes full of hurt, but partly it was because they knew he was right. It was time to leave, and they'd just been waiting for someone, even someone as clearly drunk and unhinged as Quentin, to stand up and say it. Reflecting later in a more thoughtful mood, Quentin realized he'd always imagined this would be a joyful occasion, the happiest day of his life. Life had its funny little methods of catching you off guard, those odd twists of destiny. If he wasn't happy, he did feel strangely free. At least he wasn't curled under the weight of humiliation anymore. This was raw feeling, untouched by doubt or conditions or fine print. Alice was no longer some untouchable marble saint here. Meeting her eyes across the circle wasn't so difficult now, and was that a hint of shame he spotted in her gaze? Maybe she was starting to understand what regret felt like. They were all in the grime together now. They'd spent the morning collecting and organizing gear and supplies that were mostly already gathered and packed anyway, and rounding up anyone who was in the bathroom or fussing over footwear or had simply wandered out onto the grass without explanation. Finally, they were all together in the living room in a circle, shifting from foot to foot, glancing at each other and saying, "Ready? You good? Everybody set? Let's go. Let's do this thing. All right, okay, let's just." And then Penny must have activated the mechanism because they were all ascending together through clear, icy water. Quentin was the first out of the pool, his pack dragging him down. Sober now, he was fairly certain, but still furious, and overflowing with self-pity. Let it pour out. He didn't want to be touched or to touch anyone. He did like being in the Netherlands, though. The Netherlands had a soothing quality, quiet and still. All he wanted was to lie down, right there on the ancient, worn stones and sleep for just a minute. The expensive Persian rug they'd been standing on had somehow followed them, bobbing absurdly in the fountain's water. Had the magic button mistaken it for part of their group? Quentin found the thought darkly amusing as he waited, watching the others haul themselves out one by one. They clustered at the edge, treading water and helping each other, heaving their soaked backpacks onto the stone rim before clumsily crawling after them. Janet was alarmingly pale, supported in the water by Josh and Elliot. She couldn't muster the strength to get over the fountain's lip. Her eyes were glassy, her face the color of ash. "I don't know, she mumbled, shaking her head repeatedly. "I don't know what's wrong." They managed to drag her out, but her legs gave way immediately. She collapsed onto her hands and knees, and the weight of her pack pulled her over onto her side on the wet pavement, where she lay blinking rapidly. Quentin had seen Janet out of commission before, but never like this. "I can't tell if I'm going to be sick or not," she said, her words thick and slow. "Something's wrong," Alice stated flatly, her voice devoid of any real concern. "The city? It's like she's having an allergic reaction." Elliot swiftly took charge, his eyes scanning the group. "Is anyone else feeling it? No? Okay, phase 2. Let's move, people." "I just need to rest," Janet gasped, looking up at them desperately. "My God, can't any of you feel it? The pressure in the air?" Anianis knelt beside her in a gesture of support, while Alice observed with an unreadable expression. No one else was affected. "Fascinating," Penny remarked, tilting his head. "I wonder why she's the only one. Hey, jerk!" Quentin snapped his fingers right in front of Penny's face, a surge of reckless irritation washing over him. "She's in pain, in case you missed it. Phase 2, remember, let's go." He half-hoped Penny would take the bait, eager for a chance to revisit their previous scuffle. But Penny merely gave him a cool, evaluating look and turned away, seizing the moral high ground with infuriating calm. He shook a can of bright orange spray paint and began marking crosses on the ground around the fountain, then set off decisively toward the grand white palazzo on one side of the square, the direction he called palaceward. Their destination was no secret. The scene from the book was written with Plover's usual straightforward clarity, detailing a route of 3 squares palaceward and then 1 left to reach the correct fountain. The group trailed after him, their wet clothes making squelching sounds with every step. Janet hung between Quentin and Elliot, her arms draped over their shoulders. Their final stretch took them over a narrow stone bridge arching above a quiet canal. The city's layout, with its precise squares and waterways, reminded Quentin of an enormous, real-life welter's board. Perhaps the game was a faint, distorted echo of this place that had somehow drifted down to earth. They stopped in a smaller, neater square dominated by a stately stone building that looked like it belonged in a medieval French town hall. A clock at the peak of its facade was permanently stuck at noon, or perhaps midnight. The rain was coming down harder now. In the center of the square stood a round fountain featuring a figure of Atlas, seemingly crushed under the weight of a massive bronze globe. "All right," Penny announced, his voice too loud, betraying a nervous energy that Quentin noted with satisfaction. "Not so confident now, are you? This is the one from the books. I'll go through first to check the conditions. What do you need, a fanfare?" Janet hissed through clenched teeth. "Just go." Penny took the white button from his pocket and closed his fist tightly around it. He drew a steadying breath, climbed onto the pool's edge, and stepped straight down into the motionless water. At the final instant, his hand flew up to pinch his nose on reflex. He plunged into the dark depths and vanished, swallowed whole. A prolonged silence followed, broken only by Janet's ragged breathing and the fountain's gentle splash. A full minute ticked by before Penny's head burst through the surface, gasping and spitting. "It worked," he yelled. "It's warm. It's summer on the other side." "Was it Fillory?" Josh asked urgently. "I'm not sure." Penny dog-paddled to the edge, breathing heavily. "It's a forest, completely rural. No houses, no roads, nothing." "That's all we need," Elliot declared. "Let's move." "I'm fine," Janet mumbled, her words slurred. "No, you're not," Elliot stated flatly. "Everybody, let's go." Richard was already rummaging through their packs, discarding winter gear, the new parkas, wool hats, heated socks, into a costly, colorful pile on the stone. "Line up along the edge," he instructed, without turning, feet in the water, and hold hands. Quentin felt a sarcastic remark bubble up, but it died before it reached his lips. Heavy, rusted iron rings were set into the pool's rim, staining the surrounding stone a deep, rusty brown. He lowered his feet into the ink-black water. It felt oddly thin, more like rubbing alcohol than water. He stared down at his submerged shoes, barely visible through the gloom. Some small, rational part of him knew he was spiraling, but that part wasn't driving anymore. Every word anyone said sounded like a cruel, calculated jab meant to remind him of Alice and Penny. Even the statue of Atlas seemed to be smirking at him. Dizzy from exhaustion, he closed his eyes. His head felt his head felt vite, his head vac, his
he was
8 of them were seated in a shallow arc around the fountain's edge, leaned forward so they could drop in without using their hands, which were tightly clasped. Janet slumped against Elliot's shoulder, her pale neck exposed, completely unconscious and looking heartbreakingly fragile. To Quentin's right, Josh studied him with clear concern, his large hand giving Quentin's a reassuring squeeze. "It's okay," Josh whispered. "You're okay. You can do this." He imagined the others were probably taking one last look around, sharing meaningful glances, feeling that electric thrill of departure. Elliot began reciting a line from Tennyson's Ulysses about seeking new worlds. Someone let out a whoop, Anais perhaps, given its faintly French cadence, but Quentin didn't whoop, and he didn't look up. He just stared at his lap, waiting for each second to arrive and impose itself like an unwelcome guest, just as the last one had. On Penny's signal, they dropped into the fountain together. It wasn't perfectly synchronized, but it was close. It had a strange, choreographed feel, like an old musical number Janet, essentially tipped forward face first into the water. It was a plunge, a descent. Leaving the Netherlands meant going down. It felt like parachuting, but faster, somewhere between a parachute drop and a free fall, yet without any rushing wind. For a long, silent moment, they could see everything, an endless sea of lush, leafy treetops stretching to the horizon, vibrantly green in a way untouched by industry. In one direction, which Quentin tentatively identified as north, judging by a pale sun in a white sky, the forest gave way to squared-off meadows. He tried to keep his eyes on that sun as they fell. The ground rushed up violently to meet them, and then abruptly they were down. Quentin instinctively braced for impact, but there was none. No jolt, no momentum, just an abrupt stillness. They were simply standing somewhere. But where? It wasn't a clearing so much as a shallow, leaf-choked trench cutting through a dense forest. Dead leaves and damp soil carpeted the ground. Quentin steadied himself against the sloping bank. Above the tangled branches let in only thin, pale light. A bird chirped once and fell silent, leaving a deep, muffled quiet. They had been scattered by the arrival, like paratroopers dropped into unfamiliar terrain, but still within sight of each other. Richard and Penny were untangling themselves from a thorny dead thicket. Alice and Anais sat perched on the massive fallen trunk that bridged the ditch, looking oddly arranged, like dolls set down by a careless giant. Janet sat on the ground, hands on her knees, breathing deeply as color returned to her face. Nothing about this place felt managed or planned. This was no park-like woodland. It was primal, untouched, the way trees grew when left entirely alone. "Penny?" Josh stood at the ditch's edge, hands in his pockets, peering down. He looked oddly put together in his jacket and shirt, despite everyone being soaked through. "It's freezing, Penny. Why the hell is it so cold?" He was right. The air was dry and biting. Their wet clothes were already stiffening, their breath plumed white in the still air. A fine, light snow sifted down from a pale sky. The ground under the leaves was hard and cold. Winter had settled in deeply. "I don't know," Penny said, frowning as he looked around. "It was summer a second ago. It was hot. Could someone help me down, please?" Anais asked from her perch, eyeing the ground uncertainly. Josh stepped forward, gallantly lifting her by the waist. She let out a small, pleased squeak. "It's the time difference," Alice said, still seated on the trunk. "I just realized in Fillory it could be 6 months since Penny was last here, or 60 years, given how the seasons shift. This always happens in the stories. There's no predicting it." "Well, I predict my tits are going to freeze solid in about 5 minutes," Janet announced flatly. "Somebody go back and grab the jackets." Everyone agreed Penny should return for the parkas. He was about to activate the button when Elliot suddenly grabbed his arm. Calmly, he pointed out the danger. If time moved differently between Fillory and the Netherlands, Penny might return days or even years later from their perspective. By then, they could have frozen, aged, or encountered any number of dire problems. If anyone went back, they all had to go together. "Forget it," Janet said, shaking her head, her face still pale. "I'm not going back there yet. I'd rather freeze than puke my guts out again." No one argued. No one really wanted to leave, not now that they were finally here, wherever here was. They weren't going anywhere without at least looking around first. Penny began moving among them, using a spell to dry their clothes. "I think I see a way through," Alice called from her vantage point, snow beginning to dust her dark hair on the other side of this trunk. "It looks like a path into the woods. And there's something else, too. You'll want to see this for yourselves." If they removed their packs, there was just enough room to crawl under the enormous fallen tree on hands and knees, one by one, their fingers sinking into the frosty leaf litter. Elliot came through last, passing the packs ahead of him into the dim light beyond. They climbed out on the opposite bank, brushing the soil from their palms. Penny moved quickly to assist Alice down from her perch, but she disregarded his offer, leaping down on her own and landing hard on her hands and knees before pushing herself back up. Quentin observed that she didn't appear to be savoring last night's escapade much at all. Just off the trail stood a small, broad oak. Its bark was a deep charcoal gray, the branches twisted and nearly bare. Set into the trunk at eye level, as if the tree had slowly enveloped it, was a circular clock face about a foot wide, its steady tick audible in the quiet. One after another, wordlessly, they all clambered up the incline for a better view. It was one of the watcherwoman's clock trees. Quentin reached out, his fingers tracing the junction where the rough bark met the smooth, cool metal rim of the clock. It was undeniably solid and real. He shut his eyes, following the curve with his fingertip. Truly here he was in Fillory. All doubt had vanished, and now that he had arrived, everything would finally be set right. He couldn't see the path yet, but it would happen. It had to. Perhaps it was the exhaustion, but hot tears began to stream uncontrollably down his face, leaving icy trails. Against every instinct he sank to his knees, buried his face in his hands, and pressed his forehead into the cold, damp leaves. A ragged sob tore from his throat, and for a moment he was utterly lost. Then, a hand, not Alice's, he would never know whose, rested gently on his shoulder. This was the place here he would be gathered up, dusted off, and made to feel secure, joyful, and complete again. How had everything unraveled so completely? How could he and Alice have been so foolish? It scarcely seemed to matter now. This was his life, the one he had always anticipated. It had finally begun. And with a sudden, sharp clarity, the thought struck him. Richard was correct. They had to locate Martin Chatwin if by some chance he still lived. That was the essential key. Now that he was here, he would never let it go again. Martin must hold the secret to staying forever, to making this permanent. Quentin rose to his feet, self-conscious, and wiped his tears on his sleeve. "Well," Josh finally said, shattering the silence, "I guess that settles it. We're in Fillory." "These clock trees are supposed to be the watcherwoman's signature," Quentin said, his voice still thick. "She must still be active here." "I thought she was dead," Janet remarked. "Maybe we've traveled to an earlier era," Alice proposed. "Maybe we went backward in time. Like in The Girl Who Measured Time. She, Janet, and Quentin avoided each other's gazes as they spoke, possibly. But I think some of these trees were left growing even after she was dealt with. Remember, they spot one in the Wandering Dune, too." "I could never get through that book," Josh admitted. Elliot studied the tree with a speculative eye. "Do you think we could haul this thing back to Brakebills? It would make an unforgettable gift for Dean Fogg." No one else seemed eager to entertain that idea. Josh pointed 2 fingers at Elliot and silently mouthed the word jerk. "I wonder if it's showing the correct time," Richard mused. Quentin could have stayed there staring at the clock tree all day, but the deepening cold wouldn't allow them to remain still. The others were already drifting away. He followed reluctantly, and soon they were all moving together in a loose group along the ditch that served as a path, venturing further into Fillory. The crunch of their feet through the dry leaves was startlingly loud in the hush. Nobody spoke. Despite all their meticulous physical preparations, they had spent little time discussing actual strategy or goals, and now that they were here, the objective felt obvious anyway. Why bother over-planning an adventure? This was Fillory. Adventure would undoubtedly find them. With each step, they half expected some wondrous vision or revelation to emerge from the woods, yet nothing remarkable appeared. It felt almost disappointingly ordinary, or was this merely the quiet prelude to something truly extraordinary? The crumbling outlines of old stone walls dissolved into the tangle of the forest. The surrounding trees stood silent and unmoving, indifferent, even after Penny, in a burst of exploratory zeal, made a point of greeting a few of them by name. Birdsong and the flutter of wings came from high branches, but no avian wisdom was forthcoming. Every detail seemed hyper-real, drenched in significance, as if the landscape itself were a text written in some enchanted geographical alphabet. Richard produced a compass, only to find its needle jammed flat against the dial, as though Fillory's magnetic pole lay directly beneath their feet. He tossed it into the undergrowth in disgust. Janet bounced along the trail, her hands tucked tightly under her arms for warmth. Josh mused about the theoretical articles in a fantasy adult magazine for sentient oaks, which he'd title Arboreal Affairs. They walked for perhaps half an hour. Quentin alternated between blowing on his chilled fingers and shoving them into his sweater sleeves. He was fully alert now, the earlier haze completely gone. "What this scene needs is a few fawns," Josh announced to the air, "or maybe a decent duel, something." The trail began to wander aimlessly before vanishing entirely. Progress became a struggle, forcing them to push through thickening brush. A quiet debate started over whether there had ever been a real path at all, or if it was merely a thin stretch of woods, or even, as Penny suggested, the trees were subtly rearranging themselves to block their way. The argument was cut short when they stumbled upon a stream winding through the forest. A beautiful winter brook, wide and shallow, its clear water sparkling and chuckling over the stones, as if thrilled with its own winding course. Without a word they gathered at its edge. Rocks wore rounded caps of snow, and the calmer water near the banks had frozen over. A branch jutting from the stream's center was adorned with a fantastic Gothic architecture of icicles. There was nothing overtly magical about it, yet it fed their hunger for wonder. On Earth, it would have been merely a pretty rivulet, but here in Fillory, in another world, likely as its first human visitors, it felt like a glimmering miracle. They had been staring in hushed awe for a full minute before Quentin's brain registered what his eyes were seeing. Emerging from the deepest part of the stream was the head and bare shoulders of a woman. "Oh, God," he gasped, stumbling back a step and pointing. "Holy shit, look." The sight was surreal. She was almost certainly dead. Her hair was dark, wet, and matted with ice. Her eyes, which seemed to stare directly at them, were a midnight blue, unmoving and unblinking, set in skin of a pale, pearlescent gray. Her shoulders were bare. She looked no more than 16. Her eyelashes were frosted white. "Is she?" Alice left the question hanging. "Hey," Janet called out. "Are you okay? We have to help her get her out of there." Quentin moved to approach, but slipped on a slick rock, plunging one leg into the icy water up to his knee. He scrambled back to the bank, his foot screaming with cold. The woman didn't stir. "We need rope. There's rope in one of the packs." The water didn't even look deep enough to submerge her torso, and a grotesque thought struck Quentin. Were they looking at a body severed at the waist? Rope? What am I thinking? He was a magician, for heaven's sake. Abandoning the pack, he began weaving a simple kinetic spell to lift her free. He felt the familiar gathering warmth of magic in his hands, and in his mind, the phantom weight and resistance of her form, the familiar thrill of magic coursing through him was a welcome relief, a reminder that his focus could hold even now. As the spell took shape, he immediately sensed the disarray of the circumstances here, alien constellations, unfamiliar seas, a world utterly rearranged. A blessing, the enchantment was a basic one. The grammatical structure was a mess. Alice corrected his phrasing in a sharp, impatient tone as he worked. Slowly, the form of a woman emerged from the stream, water sheeting from her body. She was intact, thankfully, and completely unclothed. Her frame was slender, her breasts small, her nails and the tips of her breasts were a faint, ethereal lavender. She appeared frozen at first, then gave a violent shudder as the magic solidified. Her eyes cleared, coming into focus, and she was awake. With a frown, she lifted a hand, arresting the spell prematurely so that her feet still dangled in the icy current. "I am bound to these waters. I cannot leave them." Her voice was surprisingly youthful, almost adolescent, her gaze locked with Quentin's. "Your spell work is graceless," she stated flatly. The criticism was a jolt. Quentin now noticed she wasn't human at all. Delicate webbing stretched between her fingers and toes. A rustling sound came from his left. It was Penny, lowering himself to his knees in the snow on the bank. "We offer our most sincere apologies," he intoned, head bowed. "We beg your forgiveness, for heaven's sake." Josh hissed under his breath. What a dweeb. The hovering nymph turned her attention. Creek water traced paths down her bare skin. She cocked her head with a girlish curiosity. "Does my form please you, mortal?" she asked Penny. "I am chilled. Would you share the warmth of your living flesh?" "Please," Penny continued, his face flushing a deep crimson. "If there is a task you would have us perform, we would be honored to accept it." "We would be honored." Thankfully, Janet interrupted. "We're travelers from another world," she said, her voice steady. "Can you tell us if there's a settlement nearby? Perhaps a place called Castle Whitespire." "We would be honored to serve your will," Penny finished stubbornly. "Do you answer to the ram gods?" Alice inquired. "I bow to no hollow deities, little human. Not gods, not goddesses. The river and I are partners." "Are there other people here?" Anais asked. "People like us, like you." The nymph's smile turned impish, and for a flash the startlingly blue tip of her tongue showed between her sharp-looking front teeth. "Oh no, nothing like you. You are uniquely afflicted." At that moment Quentin felt his telekinetic spell simply wink out of existence. She had dissolved it without a word or emotion he could detect. In the same fluid movement the naiad arched backwards and dove, her pale periwinkle buttocks flashing briefly before she disappeared into the dark water, which seemed too shallow to hide her. Her head broke the surface a second later. "I pity you here, mortal children. This conflict is not yours. We are not children," Janet stated. "What conflict?" Quentin called out. She smiled again, revealing pointed, interlocking teeth like a piranha's behind her lavender lips. She held something glistening in her webbed hand, a token from the depths. "Use it when despair is complete." She threw it to them in a high arc. Quentin caught it one-handed. He felt an absurd surge of pride that he didn't fumble it, his old juggling instincts kicking in. When he glanced back at the stream, the nymph was gone. They were alone with the babbling brook. In his hand was a small ivory horn, intricately inlaid with silver filigree. "All right, then," Josh yelled. He clapped his hands together briskly. "We are most certainly not in Kansas anymore." The others clustered around to examine the horn. Quentin passed it to Elliot, who rotated it several times, peering into each end. "I'm not sensing any enchantment on it," Elliot remarked. "Looks like a cheap souvenir from a highway rest stop." "The magic might not be outwardly apparent," Penny said with an air of authority. He took the horn and secured it in his pack. "We should have asked her if this is actually Fillory," Alice murmured. "It's obviously Fillory," Penny retorted. "I'd prefer confirmation. And I'd like to know what she meant about us being cursed, and what's this war she mentioned?" Richard asked, his thick eyebrows drawn together in concern. "This presents more questions than answers." "And those teeth were unsettling," Alice added. "My God," Josh exclaimed. "My God, that was a naiad. We just conversed with a river nymph. How incredible is this? How amazing are we?" "Seriously, Fillory is real, everyone." He seized Quentin by the shoulders, giving him an enthusiastic shake, then charged over to Richard for a celebratory chest bump. "Can I just mention she was seriously attractive?" Janet remarked. "Absolutely. I'd pick that over a fawn any time," Josh replied, earning a playful swat from Anais. "Hey, show some respect. That's Penny's girlfriend you're talking about," Janet chided. The earlier strain dissolved, replaced by a burst of excited chatter as they all reveled in the sheer, otherworldly magic of the encounter. Was she solid? Did she turn to liquid to merge with the stream? How else could she vanish into such shallow water, and how had she nullified Quentin's spell? What role did she play in this enchanted environment? Then there was the horn. Alice was already flipping through her well-worn Fillory paperbacks, searching for clues. Didn't Martin discover a magical horn in the very first book? After a while, it dawned on them that they'd been standing outside in the dead of winter for 45 minutes, dressed only in jeans and sweaters. Even Janet conceded it was time to return to the city. Elliot rounded up the lingering talkers, and they joined hands on the stream's bank, forming a circle. For a moment, shared conspiratorial smiles passed between them. A giddy acknowledgment. Sure, there was personal drama brewing, but did that have to spoil everything? They were part of something truly significant now. This was the moment each of them had been anticipating, searching for their entire lives, their true calling. They'd discovered the magic doorway, the secret trail through the hidden garden. They'd grasped something fresh, a genuine adventure, and it was only just starting. In that sudden quiet, they heard it for the first time, a dry, rhythmic ticking. It was nearly drowned out by the babbling brook, but it grew steadily louder and clearer. One by one, they fell silent to listen. The snow was falling more heavily now. Out of context, the sound was puzzling. Alice was the first to understand. It's a clock, she said, her voice tense. That's a clock ticking. She scanned their faces urgently. A clock, she repeated, now with panic. The watcherwoman. That's the watcherwoman. Penny scrambled for the button. The tick-tock swelled like a monstrous heartbeat right upon them, yet its direction was impossible to pinpoint. Then it no longer mattered, as they were floating upward through cold, clear water to safety. This time it was all efficiency. Back in the city, they quickly gathered their cold weather gear, except for Janet, who lay sprawled on the ground practicing deep yoga breaths, and returned to the fountain. Linking hands along its edge with growing familiarity, Janet mustered the energy to crack a joke about Anita Ekberg in La Dolce Vita. With a collective nod, they slipped back into the water in unison. They were in Fillory again, deposited by the same stream, but the snow had vanished. Now an early autumn day, the air thick with lukewarm mist, the temperature a comfortable high 60s. It was like watching time-lapse footage. Tree branches that had been bare minutes ago were now crowded with leaves beginning to turn. A single golden leaf drifted, impossibly high in the gray sky, caught on a whimsical updraft. The grass was strewn with glassy puddles from a torrential autumn rain that must have ended just moments before. They stood around in the mild air, awkwardly clutching their bundles of parkas and wool gloves. Overdressed again, Elliot declared, dropping his bundle in mock disgust. The story of my life. No one could think of a better plan than simply leaving the winter gear on the damp grass. They could have returned to the Netherlands to store it, but then they risked finding winter again upon their return. It felt absurd, like a glitch in the system, but it didn't dampen their spirits. They were too energized. They filled their canteens from the stream, ready for whatever came next, about 50 yards downstream. A graceful bridge arched over the creek, its intricate Fillorian ironwork curling in elegant patterns. Quentin was certain it hadn't been there earlier, but Richard argued they'd simply missed it through the snow-heavy branches. Gazing at the burbling water, Quentin saw no trace of the nymph. How much time had really passed since their last visit? In Fillory, a season could stretch for 100 years. Had they slipped backward in time, or was this an entirely new quest beginning across the bridge? A wide, well-kept path wound into the forest, clearly maintained and dusted with fallen leaves and pine needles. Their pace was swift, spirits lifted by the flawless weather and a steady, buzzing anticipation. This was it, no more delays. Fillory couldn't erase last night, but then again, maybe it could. Here, anything was possible. A brown deer emerged from the trees and trotted ahead for a while, glancing back with what everyone agreed was an uncanny, knowing look. If it could talk, it chose not to. They attempted to follow, wondering if it was a guide or a messenger from Ember and Umber, but it bounded off like any ordinary deer. Josh practiced a spell from a distance that made Anais's hair slowly uncurl itself. She spun around, irritated but unable to find the culprit. Janet linked arms with Quentin and Elliot, forcing them into a skipping. Follow the yellow brick road routine, Quentin noticed, and it struck him as quietly significant that Elliot hadn't touched a drink all day. When was the last time that had happened? The forest seemed endless. Occasionally the sun broke through, casting long, dusty beams between the trunks before vanishing again. "This is right," Penny murmured, his eyes glazed with a dazed, euphoric certainty. "This feels right. We're supposed to be here." Janet rolled her eyes. "What do you think, Q?" Penny pressed. "Doesn't this feel right to you?" Suddenly, without even thinking, Quentin had fistfuls of Penny's worn T-shirt. Penny was heavier than he looked, but Quentin shoved him off balance, backing him up until his head thumped against the damp bark of a pine. "Never speak to me," Quentin said, his voice dangerously even. "Do you understand? You do not address me ever. I don't want to fight you," Penny gasped. "That's exactly what the Watcher-woman wants. Did you not just hear what I said?" Quentin slammed Penny's head against the tree again, harder. Someone called his name. "You lardy little nub." "Was I somehow unclear? Do you need a translation?" He walked away without waiting for a reply. Fillory had better provide a real enemy soon, or he was going to snap. The initial thrill of actually being in Fillory was wearing off, giving way to a sour, spoiled picnic mood. Every time a bird lingered on a branch overhead, Josh would announce, "Okay, this is the one," or, "I think it's trying to send a message," until he finally snapped, "Hey, Featherbrain, do you mind? Just fly away, thanks." "At least the Watcher-woman hasn't made an appearance," Elliot noted, tossing acorns at trees as they walked. "If that even was her before," Josh added. "They supposedly dealt with her in the first book, right?" "Yeah, I know," Elliot said. "But something's off. Why wasn't that nymph droning on about Ember and Umber? In the books, they're always shoving those two down your throat." "If there's still a war between the Rams and the Watcher-woman, we need to find Ember and Umber immediately," Alice said. "Oh yeah," Janet agreed, making sarcastic quote marks with her fingers, "because that always goes so smoothly." "If they wish us to stand with them, they will seek us out," Penny murmured, his voice distant. "We need not worry about that." No one replied. It was growing more obvious that Penny's meeting with the nymph had shifted something inside him. This was his way of processing Fillory, a kind of conversion, a sudden dive into full Renaissance fair character. "Heads up! Heads up!" Richard shouted. The drumming of hooves on the soft ground reached them almost too late. A dark, closed carriage pulled by two horses raced past at a full gallop, forcing them to scatter into the trees lining the road. On its side was what might have been a coat of arms recently painted over in black. The driver, wrapped in a black cloak, signaled the horses to slow to a walk, then to a complete stop about 100 feet ahead. "The plot coagulates," Elliot remarked flatly. Frankly, it was about time something happened. Quentin, Janet, and Anez strode boldly toward it, each vying to be the boldest, the hero who moved things along. In his current frame of mind, Quentin felt ready to march right up and rap on the shutters, but he found himself halting a few yards short. The others did the same. The black coach had an undeniably ominous funeral-like air. A muffled voice came from inside. "Do they bear the horns?" This seemed directed at the coachman who had the better view. If there was a reply, it was inaudible. "Do you bear the horns?" The voice was louder now, clearer. The little advance party exchanged glances. "What do you mean, horns?" Janet called back. "We're not from around here." This was absurd. It felt like conversing with the Onceler from a Dr. Seuss book. "Do you serve the bull?" Now the voice sounded shriller to his ears, tinged with high, twittering notes. "Who's the bull?" Quentin said, loudly and slowly, as if addressing someone who didn't speak English or was intellectually challenged. There was no bull in the Plover books, so, "We are visitors to your land. We don't serve any bull or anyone else for that matter." "They're not deaf, Quentin," Janet muttered. A long silence followed. One of the horses, black like the tackle and everything else, whickered softly. The first voice said something too quiet to catch. "What?" Quentin took a step closer. A trap door on top of the carriage banged open like a gunshot. A tiny, expressionless head and a long, green insect torso popped up. It could only be a praying mantis, but grown to grotesque human size. So slender, with so many long emerald legs and graceful whip-like antennae, that Quentin didn't immediately notice the green bow in its grasp, a green arrow already nocked. "Shit!" Quentin yelped, his voice cracking. It was point blank. There was no time to run. He flinched violently and dropped to the ground. The horses bolted the instant the mantis released. The trap door slammed shut again. Dust and twigs whirled up in the carriage's wake, its 4 large wheels settling neatly into the ruts of the road. When Quentin dared to look up, Penny was standing over him, holding the arrow in one hand. He must have used a spell to sharpen his reflexes, Fillory and circumstances be damned, and snatched it right out of the air. It would have speared Quentin's kidney perfectly. The others straggled over, watching the carriage shrink into the distance. "Wait," Josh said sarcastically. "Stop." Jesus, Penny," Janet breathed. "Nice catch? What, was she going to sleep with him now?" Quentin thought bitterly. He stared at the arrow in Penny's hand, panting. It was a yard long, fletched in black and yellow like a hornet. The tip had 2 angry, curly steel barbs welded onto it. He hadn't even had time to panic. He took a shaky breath. "That all you got?" he yelled after the dwindling carriage, too late for it to be funny. Slowly, he pushed himself to his feet. Quentin's legs felt weak and unsteady, trembling uncontrollably. Penny spun around and, in a strange move, held out the arrow toward him. With a frustrated snort, Quentin turned and walked off, brushing bits of leaves from his palms. He didn't want Penny noticing how shaken he was. That shot likely would have missed its mark anyway. "Whoa," Janet remarked. That bug had some serious attitude. As the afternoon dragged on, the daylight began to fade, and with it the group's earlier sense of adventure. Fear was an admission none of them were willing to make, so they settled for being snippy and short-tempered instead. If they didn't head back soon, they'd be stuck finding a place to camp overnight in these woods. Not the best plan if oversized insects were taking potshots at them. None of them knew enough healing magic to deal with an arrow wound to the gut. They stood arguing in the middle of the dirt path. Should they return to Buffalo and actually get some protective gear? Penny could only catch so many arrows. Would Kevlar even stop one? And what exactly was the political mess they'd stumbled into here? Bugs and bulls, nymphs and witches, who was on which side? Nothing was as straightforward or as fun as they'd imagined. Quentin's nerves were completely frayed. He kept pressing a hand to his stomach, right where that arrow would have struck. Was this some kind of mammal versus bug conflict? Then why would a praying mantis side with a bull? The nymph had insisted this wasn't their fight. Maybe she had a point. Breaking in his new hiking boots was pure agony. Quentin's feet ached, and one foot, still damp from an earlier misstep in a stream, now felt hot, blistered, and vaguely moldy. He pictured itchy fungal spores happily taking root in the damp warmth between his toes. How far had they even walked? It had been over a day since he'd last slept. Both Penny and Anais were firmly against turning back. What if the Chatwins had given up? Penny challenged. They were in a story now. Had any of them actually read one? This was the tough stretch, the grueling part. They'd be glad they pushed through later. You just had to endure it. And not to belabor the point, but who were the good guys here? They were. And the good guys always made it out alive. Snap out of it. Alice cut in. "This isn't some story. It's just one damn thing after another. Someone could have been killed back there." She clearly meant Quentin, but avoided saying his name. "Maybe Helen Chatwin was onto something," Richard added quietly. "Maybe we shouldn't be here at all. You still don't get it, do you?" Janet shot back, glaring around the circle. "It's supposed to be confusing at the start. Things will make sense later. We have to keep moving, keep gathering clues. If we bail now and come back, it'll be centuries later, and we'll have to restart from scratch." Quentin scanned their faces, Alice sharp and doubtful, Janet all impulsive energy. He turned toward Anais, about to ask how far she thought they'd traveled, on the loose theory that someone from Europe might have a better grasp of distance than a bunch of Americans, when he realized he was the only one not staring off into the woods to their right. Moving silently among the shadowy trees, keeping pace with them, was the most bizarre sight Quentin had ever witnessed. It was a birch tree, walking. Its trunk split about 3 feet up to form 2 stiff, deliberate legs, so slender it was almost ghostly in the fading light. Its pale bark stood out against the darker forest. Its higher branches whipped and cracked against other trees as it passed. It looked less like a living thing and more like some awkward puppet or crude machine. How did it even keep its balance? "Holy crap," Josh whispered. Without a word, they all began to follow it. The tree didn't call out to them, but for a second its canopy of limbs swiveled their way, like it was looking back over a non-existent shoulder. In the quiet, they could hear the distinct creak of its movement, a sound like old wood settling. Quentin felt sure it was pretending they weren't there. After the initial 5 minutes of awe wore off, trailing the tree spirits started to feel incredibly awkward, like they were crashing a very slow, very wooden party. Yet it refused to acknowledge them, and they weren't about to give up. As a unit, they stuck to it. Maybe this creature was going to show them the way Quentin hoped, assuming it didn't suddenly pivot and swat them all into paste with its limbs. Janet watched Penny closely, hushing him with a sharp look whenever he seemed ready to speak. "Let it make the first move," she murmured. "Freak show," Josh muttered. "What even is that? It's a dryad, you moron. I thought those were like tree women. They're supposed to be sexy tree women," Josh whined. "And I thought dryads were linked to oaks," Alice pointed out. "That's clearly a birch. What makes you so sure it's not a woman tree?" "Whatever it is," Josh whispered fiercely, "it's the jackpot, a freakin' walking tree, the motherlode." The tree moved with surprising speed, its springy, jointless legs almost bouncing it along, forcing them into a brisk walk that threatened to become a jog. Just as it seemed they'd either lose their first real clue or devolve into a ridiculous foot race, its destination became obvious. Humbledrum, 10 minutes later, Quentin found himself in a shadowy booth, a full pint of beer untouched on the table before him. This was an unexpectedly welcome turn. A bar, a booth, a beer. This was familiar territory, a scenario he knew how to navigate no matter what world he was in. If his time since leaving Breakbills had prepared him for anything, it was exactly this. Matching pints sat in front of his companions. Late afternoon, maybe 5:30, Quentin guessed, though how could you tell here? Did days even have 24 hours? Why would they? Despite Penny's claim that the tree had laid them, the inn would have been hard to miss. It was a dark, low-ceilinged log structure with a sign outside depicting 2 crescent moons. A tiny, intricate clockwork mechanism made the moons orbit each other when the wind stirred. The cabin nestled against and seemed to partly grow out of a small rounded hill rising from the forest floor. Pushing cautiously through the swinging doors, they entered a space that could have been a museum exhibit on colonial America, a long, narrow room with a bar along one wall. It reminded Quentin of the historic old inns he'd visited near his parents' place in Chesterton. Only one other booth was taken by what might have been a family, a tall, white-haired elder, a sharp-featured woman who could have been in her 30s, and a solemn little girl. Definitely locals, they sat utterly silent and stiff, glaring resentfully at their empty cups and saucers. The little girl's hooded gaze held a weary wisdom far beyond her years. The ambulatory birch had vanished, presumably through a rear door. The bartender wore a peculiar, antiquated uniform, black with rows of brass buttons, reminiscent of an Edwardian constable. He had a lean, bored face and a heavy shadow of stubble, polishing pint glasses with a white cloth in the timeless ritual of bartenders everywhere. The room was otherwise empty, save for a large brown bear in a waistcoat, slumped motionless in a stout armchair in the corner. It was unclear if the bear was asleep or simply deeply unimpressed. Richard had packed dozens of small gold cylinders, optimistically hoping they might function as a sort of universal cross-dimensional cash. The bartender took the coin without a word, expertly judging its weight in his hand before sliding over a small pile of change, 4 battered, uneven coins imprinted with a mix of unfamiliar faces and creatures. 2 featured mottos in scripts no one could read. The third was a worn Mexican peso dated 1936. The last was a plastic token from a board game called Sorry. He began filling heavy pewter mugs. Josh eyed his own drink warily, giving it a cautious sniff. He was practically vibrating with nervous energy. "Just drink it already," Quentin muttered, annoyed. Honestly, people could be so frustrating. He raised his own tankard. "Cheers." He let the liquid roll over his tongue. Bitter, fizzy, and unmistakably alcoholic, definitely beer. It washed through him, bringing a surge of confidence and sharpening his resolve. The earlier scare, funny enough, combined with the beer, was clearing his head beautifully. Quentin was sharing the booth with Richard, Josh, and Anais, having neatly avoided sitting near Alice, Janet, or Penny, and they exchanged a series of sideways looks over their frothy drinks. They were a long way from where they'd begun that morning. "I don't think that bear is a decoration," Josh whispered, his voice tight with excitement. "I think it's alive." "Let's buy it a drink," Quentin suggested. It seems to be napping, and honestly, it doesn't look like the friendliest sort. A beer might improve its mood, Quentin added, feeling a reckless energy. This could be our next lead if it's a talking bear. I mean, if it can talk, we could actually converse with it. About what? Quentin shrugged and took another sip. To get a sense of the local scene, what else are we here for, really? Richard and Annie's hadn't touched their drinks. Quentin took an exaggerated gulp just to irritate them. We're being cautious, that's what, Richard stated firmly. This is purely reconnaissance. We avoid unnecessary interactions. You've got to be joking. We're actually in Fillory, and you don't want to talk to anyone. Absolutely not, Richard replied, sounding genuinely appalled by the suggestion. We've made contact with another reality. Isn't that enough for you? Actually, no, it isn't. A giant praying mantis tried to murder me earlier, and I'd kind of like to know the reason why. Fillory had so far failed to deliver the escape from misery Quentin was banking on, and he'd be damned if he left empty-handed relief. Was out there somewhere, he could feel it, he just needed to push further in, and he wasn't about to let Richard's caution hold him back. He needed to switch narratives to step out of his struggling Earth story and into the Fillory story, where the potential rewards felt limitless. Frankly, in his current mood, Quentin was ready to argue about anything with anyone if it meant stirring up some action. "Barkeep!" he called out. Louder than needed, on impulse he dropped into an exaggerated cowboy drawl. When in doubt, commit. He jerked a thumb toward the corner. "Get another round for my friend the bear over yonder." A bear at the bar, amusing in the neighboring booth. Elliot, Alice, Janet, and Penny all swiveled in unison to stare at him. The weary bartender simply nodded. It turned out the bear drank only peach schnapps, sipping it delicately from tiny thimble-sized glasses. Given its massive size, Quentin figured it could probably consume the stuff indefinitely. After 2 or 3 glasses, the bear lumbered over on all fours and joined them, dragging a heavy armchair, the only piece of furniture in the room sturdy enough to hold it, by digging its claws into the chair's well-worn fabric. It seemed impossibly large to be moving inside such a confined space. The bear introduced itself as Humbledrum, and true to its name, possessed a remarkably humble demeanor. In a voice that rumbled like a subwoofer, it explained it was a brown bear, a species larger than a black bear but far smaller than the mighty grizzly. Though it added thoughtfully the grizzly was technically a type of brown bear, Humbledrum kept saying it over and over. He wasn't half the bear those mountain grizzlies were. Quentin, nursing Richard's beer after finishing his own, tried a different angle. Being a good bear isn't just about size, he offered. This felt like progress. A real connection, though what he was after with the bear remained a vague, shifting goal in his mind. The bear's massive head nodded with eager energy. "Oh, yes, absolutely. I'm a good bear. I never meant to imply otherwise. I respect boundaries. I'm a respectful bear." With terrifying emphasis, Humbledrum's enormous paw thumped the wooden table, and he brought his wet black nose uncomfortably close to Quentin's face. "I'm a very respectful bear." Around them the others had fallen into a strained, deliberate quiet, or were engrossed in their own hushed, performative conversations, pretending not to notice Quentin's deep dive with an intoxicated magical bear. Richard had bowed out early, replaced by the ever-willing Janet. Josh and Anais were practically glued together, looking like they wished the floor would swallow them. If Humbledrum was aware of the social tension, it didn't show. Quentin knew he was operating well outside the group's collective comfort zone. From the neighboring table, he could feel, more than see, Elliot trying to catch his eye with a look of clear warning, but Quentin pointedly ignored it. He didn't care. Stagnation was his real fear. He had to keep pushing things forward. This was his move, his game to play out, and everyone else could either get on board or take their precious, timid selves right back to where they came from. It wasn't as if this was easy work. Humbledrum's conversational range was stiflingly limited, yet his expertise within those narrow lanes was exhaustingly deep. A fleeting memory of being a goose, that single-minded obsession with wind patterns and pond weeds, came to Quentin, and it struck him that all animals were probably at their core insufferable bores. As a creature who hibernated, Humbledrum possessed a scholar's knowledge of cave rock formations. On the subject of honey, he was a veritable gourmet. Quentin had already learned to avoid the topic of chestnuts entirely. So Quentin cut in bluntly, halting a detailed lecture comparing the sting tendencies of the gentle Carniolan honeybee to the more high-strung German black bee. Let's be perfectly clear. This place we're sitting in, it's Fillory, right? The bear's monologue sputtered to a stop. Beneath his thick fur, Humbledrum's brow creased in a look of profound confusion. What he
What?
Humbledrum raised a paw, requesting silence, and Quentin felt a sudden, unexpected stab of sympathy. The gigantic, furry creature was genuinely struggling to think. Yes, it is. This is Fillory, or is it Loria? Is this Loria? It has to be Fillory, Penny interjected, leaning over from the other booth. Loria's the nasty kingdom past the eastern mountains. They're not the same place. How do you not know where you live? The bear was still shaking his heavy head. I think Fillory is somewhere else. But this definitely isn't Loria, Penny insisted. Look, who's the talking bear here? Quentin snapped, his patience evaporating. Is it you? Are you the talking bear? No, so shut up. Outside, night had fallen. A few other patrons drifted into the bar, 3 beavers sharing a bowl at a small table, accompanied by a plump, vividly green cricket who seemed oddly attentive to the room. In a quiet corner, a white goat drank from a shallow bowl of what appeared to be pale yellow wine. Nearby at the bar sat a slender, timid man with horns protruding through his blond hair, wearing round glasses. The lower portion of his body was thickly covered in coarse, bushy hair. The entire setting felt surreal, as if a Chagall painting had suddenly breathed and moved. Quentin couldn't help but find the sight of a man with goat legs unsettling. Those backward-bending joints reminded him of severe physical deformities. As the inn grew busier, the silent family stood together and slowly left their booth, their faces still grave. Where were they headed? Quentin pondered. He had noticed no village nearby. Night was falling, and he imagined them walking wearily down the rutted dirt road under moonlight. The little girl perched on the old man's narrow shoulders until, exhausted, she would slump against his coat, drowsily staining the fabric. Their solemn demeanor made him feel chastened. Like an intrusive tourist blundering drunkenly through what was, he kept forgetting their actual homeland, a real place with real people, not some fairy tale. Or was it, should he chase after them? What mysteries were they carrying away? As the woman reached for the door, Quentin saw she had lost her right arm below the elbow. After another round of schnapps and lively banter with Humbledrum, the small silver birch sapling emerged from its hiding place and moved toward them, stepping softly on matted root feet, still clinging with clumps of soil. I am Farvel, it announced cheerfully. In the full light of the bar, it looked even more peculiar, a literal stick figure. While talking trees appeared in the Fillory books, the author Plover had never described them in precise detail. Farvel spoke through what resembled a lateral gash in its bark, the kind a single hatchet strike might leave. Its remaining features were suggested by a spray of slender branches adorned with fluttering green leaves, loosely tracing the shapes of 2 eyes and a nose. It brought to mind a green man carving in a church, though its flat little mouth gave it a comically sour expression. Please forgive my earlier rudeness. I was simply taken aback. It is so uncommon to encounter travelers from other lands. Fetching a stool from the bar, it bent itself into an approximate sitting posture, looking somewhat like a piece of furniture itself. What brings you here, human boy? Finally. This was it, the next stage. Oh, I'm not entirely sure. Quentin started casually draping an arm over the back of the booth. Naturally, he was becoming the group's default spokesperson, their innate first contact specialist. The bartender had joined them too, having been relieved at his post by a solemn, dignified chimp with a mournful face. Mostly curiosity, I suppose. We discovered this button, one that lets us travel between worlds, and honestly, we were all feeling a bit adrift back on Earth, so we just decided to come here to see what we might find, that sort of thing. Even half drunk, it sounded far less impressive than he'd intended. Even Janet was watching him with a worried look. He hoped Alice wasn't paying attention, offering a weak smile. He tried to appear nonchalant, regretting the amount of beer he'd consumed on an empty, tired stomach. Of course, Farvel replied amiably. And what have you encountered so far? The bartender observed Quentin steadily, sitting backward on a cane chair, with his arms resting on the seat back. Well, we met a river nymph who gave us a horn, a magical one, I believe. And then this bug, this insect in a carriage, a praying mantis, I think shot an arrow at me. It nearly hit me. He knew he ought to be more guarded, but what exactly should he omit? How did one even make those kinds of calculations? The relentless pace of keeping up with Humbledrum had dulled his edge, leaving him a bit fuzzy around the thoughts. Farvel, however, didn't appear bothered, merely offering a sympathetic nod. The chimpanzee emerged from behind the bar to set a lit candle on their table, adding another round of pints. This one complimentary. Penny leaned over the booth's back once more. "You two aren't working for the Watcher-woman, are you? Not willingly, I mean, more like you have to." "Really, Penny," Josh sighed, shaking his head, tactful. "Oh my, oh dear," Farvel murmured. A significant look was exchanged with the bartender. "Well, one might suggest, but no one really shouldn't." Oh dear, its composure thoroughly rattled. The small tree spirit, a portrait of botanical anxiety, let its branches sag slightly, its green birch leaves trembling. "I do enjoy a hint of lavender in my honey," Humbledrum remarked, seemingly out of nowhere. "You need the bees to hive near a decent patch of it. Position them downwind, if possible. That's the genuine secret in essence." Farvel curled one slender twig hand around its glass and took a sip of beer. After a visible internal struggle, the tree spirit spoke again. "Young human," Farvel said, "your assumption holds a grain of truth. We do not love her, but we fear her. Everyone who values their well-being does. She has not yet managed to halt time's march. Not entirely." It glanced toward the damp, green twilight forest visible through the open doorway, as if seeking reassurance it remained. "But she craves to. We glimpse her sometimes from a distance. She drifts through the woods, dwelling in the high canopy. They say she lost her wand, but she will recover it soon, or craft another. And then what? Can you picture it, that never-ending dusk? All would descend into chaos. With no clear boundaries, the creatures of day and night would turn upon each other, the forest would perish, the red sun would bleed across the land until it faded to the pallor of the moon." "But I was certain the witch was dead," Alice interjected, her voice unsettlingly composed. "I thought the Chatwins ended her." So she had been listening. How could she sound so detached? Another loaded glance passed between Farvel and the bartender. "Well, that may be the official story. It was an age ago, and we are far from the capital here. The rams have not been seen in these parts for many years, and in the countryside the lines between living and dead are not so sharply drawn. Especially where witches are concerned, and she has been spotted, the Watcher-woman has." Quentin was struggling to keep up. This was it, they were finally getting somewhere. The story was beginning to flow. "Oh yes, Humbledrum saw her. Slender she was, and veiled." "We heard her," Penny chimed in, catching the excited mood. "We heard a clock ticking deep in the woods." The bear merely stared into his glass of schnapps with small, watery eyes. "So this Watcher-woman?" Penny pressed eagerly. "Is this a situation we could, assist you with abruptly?" Quentin was overcome by a profound weariness. The alcohol in his system, which had been acting as a stimulant, without warning transformed into its chemical opposite and became a heavy sedative. Where it had once burned like clean fuel, it now clogged his mental gears, pulling him downward. His brain began powering down non-essential systems. Somewhere deep within, a quiet countdown had initiated. He slumped back in the booth, letting his eyes glaze over. This was the moment that should have electrified him into action, the very culmination of all his years at Breakbills, yet instead he was surrendering, sinking into a dull apathy. Fine. If Penny wanted to seize the reins, let him have the spotlight from now on. He had Alice, why shouldn't he claim Fillory too? The time for clever strategies had passed anyway. The tree was clearly biting at their line, or they were biting at its, perhaps both. Regardless, here it was. The adventure had finally arrived, and Quentin found he couldn't muster the energy to care. There was a moment when this exact outcome would have been his deepest desire, a moment when it would have sent him into raptures of joy. The strangeness of it now struck him with a dull sadness. Why, when it was finally unfolding before him, did Fillory's allure feel so garish and unwelcome? Its advances so awkward and inept. He believed he'd abandoned this particular emptiness back in Brooklyn, or at the very least upon leaving Breakbills. How had it tracked him to this magical realm of all places? How much farther could he possibly flee? If Fillory proved to be just another dead end, he would be truly adrift. A hot rush of frustration and dread washed over him. He needed to shatter this cycle to escape its grip, or perhaps, he considered, the flaw wasn't in him this time. Maybe the emptiness was inherent to Fillory itself. He edged cautiously out of the booth, his shoulder brushing against the rough, coarse fur of Humbledrum's massive leg, and made for the restroom, a foul, reeking hole in the ground. For a second he thought he might vomit into the pit, and part of him almost welcomed the purging release, but his stomach held. When he returned, Penny had claimed his spot. Quentin slumped into the opposite booth, propping his chin in his hands on the sticky table. God, what they wouldn't give for some proper drugs, getting spectacularly high in a place like Fillory. Now that would be a transcendent experience. Elliot had migrated to the bar and seemed to be deep in conversation with the horned patron. What this realm truly requires, Farvel was insisting, leaning in with a theatrical secrecy and gesturing for the others to do the same, is its rightful monarchs. The thrones within Castle Whitespire have stood vacant for an age, and they can only be claimed by the children of earth. By your kind, but, he added, his voice dropping to a stirring whisper, only those with the most courageous and resolute hearts could ever hope to claim them. Only the very bravest. Farvel looked as if he might shed a single thick, sentimental tear. Good Lord, what a performance! Quentin felt he could have delivered the man's lines himself. Humbledrum emitted a sorrowful three-note fart. So what? Precisely would this winning entail? Josh asked, his tone dripping with deliberate doubt. What it entailed, Farvel elaborated, was a journey to a treacherous ruin known as Ember's tomb. Hidden somewhere within was a silver crown once worn by the noble King Martin in the storied age of the Chatwins. Should they retrieve it and present it at Castle Whitespire, they could ascend the thrones, well, 4 of them could, and reign as Fillory's kings and queens, putting an end to the Watcherwoman's menace forever. It would, of course, be no simple task. Is the crown strictly necessary? Elliot called over from the bar. What happens if we show up without it? The crown must be worn. There is no alternative, but you will not be alone. Guides will be provided for your quest. Ember's tomb? Quentin Mustard, he, no. A pretender to the throne. How do you not know who Ember is, Penny asked the bear, his disgust palpable. Oh my, the tree sighed, lowering its garlanded leafy face toward the table. Do not judge our friend too harshly. You must understand we are terribly remote from the capital here. Many have sought to rule these green hills since your kind last walked among us. The silver age of the Chatwins is a distant memory, and the years since have been forged from poorer stuff. You cannot conceive of the chaos we have endured. There was Waidoings the Eagle, followed by the wrought Iron Man, the Lily Witch, the Spear Carrier, and St. Anselm. Then came the Lost Lamb and the vicious predations of the very tallest tree. The tree paused, its branches rustling softly, and, as I said, we are so very far from the capital, it has all become profoundly confusing. I'm just a birch tree, you understand, and not a particularly tall one at that. A single leaf drifted down to settle on the table like a green teardrop. Janet, as undaunted as ever, leaned forward. Okay, I have to ask, if this crown is such a big deal, and Ember and Umber are these all-powerful beings, why don't they just go fetch it themselves? Why us? Ah, but there are laws, Farvel explained with a weary sigh. Even beings such as they must obey certain higher laws. The task must fall to you. It can only be you. We have lived too long, the bartender muttered gloomily to himself, continuing to stow his wares with practiced speed. Quentin's mind raced, fitting the pieces together. With Ember and Umber gone, a void of power had opened, allowing a figure like the Watcher-woman to rise from whatever strange half-death the Chatwins had left her in. Penny's cynical prediction had been right. They'd been handed a quest. The whole setup felt oddly packaged, like some immersive fantasy tourist trap, yet the logic was undeniable. A flicker of hope stirred in him, but he needed certainty. I don't mean to be blunt, Quentin said aloud, but let's get this straight. Ember and Umber, they're the top authorities here, correct? The most powerful? And we're assuming they're the morally sound option? I just want to be absolutely sure we're placing our bets on the right side, the right ram, so to speak. Naturally, it would be madness to suggest anything else." Farvel hushed him, casting a nervous glance toward the table of beavers, who appeared oblivious. But as Farvel seemed to think, one could never be too cautious. Bizarrely, the birchman produced a cigarette from somewhere, lighting it from the table's candle with careful precision to avoid setting his own bark aflame. It jutted at a cheerful angle from the small cleft in his wooden face. The creature clearly had a death wish. Fragrant smoke curled up through the leafy halo of his head. "Only do not judge us too harshly," Farvel continued, the smoke wisping around his words. "The rams have been absent for many long years. We have had to carry on alone to find our own path. The forest must endure." Eliot and the horned man had slipped away, presumably together. Incorrigible, Quentin thought, but it lifted his spirits a tiny, glittering amount to know that at least someone was managing to enjoy themselves. In the corner, the white goat noisily slurped its yellow wine. Humbledrum merely stared with profound sorrow into his glass of schnapps. Quentin had to consciously remind himself, as if he could ever truly forget, that he was impossibly far from home, sitting in a room where animals drank spirits. "We have lived too long," the bartender announced once more, his tone thick with sullen resignation. "The great days are finished." They spent the night at the inn. Their rooms were dug into the hillside behind the main building, cozy, windowless burrows that offered profound silence. Quentin slept a deep, dreamless sleep. Come morning, they gathered at a long table in the bar, eating fresh eggs and toast, washing it down with cold water from heavy stone jugs. Their backpacks were heaped in a nearby booth. Richard's gold cylinders, it seemed, held considerable value in Fillory's economy. Quentin felt remarkably clear-headed, miraculously free of a hangover. His sharpened senses now delivered a cold, precise appreciation of all the painful twists in his recent past, yet they also allowed him, almost for the first time, to truly absorb the reality of being physically present in Fillory. It was all so textured and vivid, a world away from the cartoonish daydreams he'd once cherished in the direct morning light. The bar looked seedy and slightly ashamed, sticky and carved with the initials of countless knife and claw-wielding patrons. The floor was paved with old millstones, lightly strewn with straw, the gaps between them packed with hard earth. Farvel, Humbledrum, and the bartender were nowhere to be seen. They were served by a brusque yet efficient dwarf. Across the dining room, a man and a woman sat opposite each other by a window, sipping coffee in silence, their eyes occasionally drifting toward the table of Breakbill's students. Quentin sensed they were merely biding their time, waiting for him and the others to finish their morning meal. This suspicion was confirmed once the table was cleared. The two strangers introduced themselves as Dint, the man, and Fenn. Both appeared to be in their 40s, their faces lined and tanned from what seemed like a professional life spent largely outdoors. Dint, who did most of the talking, explained they were the guides hired to lead the group to Ember's tomb in pursuit of King Martin's crown. Dint was a tall, gaunt figure whose prominent nose and formidable black eyebrows dominated his face. He was dressed entirely in black, complete with a long cape that seemed to broadcast the profound seriousness with which he viewed his own expertise. Fenn, in contrast, was shorter, solidly built and muscular, with cropped blonde hair. In different attire, with a whistle around her neck, she might have been mistaken for a physical education instructor at an exclusive girls' academy. Her clothing was functional and roomy, clearly chosen for mobility in uncertain circumstances. She exuded a blend of resilience and compassion, and her high boots were fastened with intricately woven laces that caught Quentin's eye. To his perception, she was also unmistakably a lesbian. Pale autumn light filtered through the narrow windows of the Two Moons Inn, sober and clear-headed. Quentin felt a sharp, impatient desire to move forward. He studied Alice, his beautiful, compromised Alice. His fury toward her was a dense, indigestible stone lodged in his gut, a permanent grievance. Perhaps once they were crowned rulers, he mused darkly, things would be different. Maybe then he could arrange for Penny's execution, a palace takeover, decidedly not a peaceful one. Penny suggested they all swear a collective oath to honor their shared noble quest. But the idea felt excessive, and he couldn't rally enough support. As everyone was shouldering their packs, Richard suddenly declared that the others could proceed, but he would be remaining behind at the inn. The announcement landed like a physical blow. Janet first attempted to joke him out of his decision, then, when humor failed, she pleaded. "We've made it this far as a team." She insisted, her voice tight with a fury she was struggling to conceal. Of all of them, she detested this sort of betrayal of group solidarity the most. Any fracture in their united front felt like a personal assault. If things get dangerous, we can always retreat, or in a real emergency, we've got the button as a safety line. You're blowing this way out of proportion, and I think you're not taking it seriously enough, Richard countered. And you can bet the authorities will overreact when they discover just how deep you're planning to go. If they discover it, Anais interjected, which they won't. When they find out, Janet retorted, her temper flaring. This will be the discovery of the century. We're going to make history, and you're choosing to miss it. Frankly, if you can't see that, I don't understand why you even came. I came to prevent you all from doing something profoundly foolish, which is exactly what I'm trying to do now. Whatever. Janet shoved a hand toward his face in a dismissive gesture before turning away, her own expression crumbling. No one cares if you come or not. There are only 4 thrones anyway. Quentin half expected Alice to side with Richard. She looked as though she was clinging to her courage by her fingernails. He wondered why she hadn't already run. She was far too pragmatic for a reckless adventure like this. Quentin, however, felt precisely the opposite. The true peril lay in turning back or standing still. The only path forward was straight through. The past was a collection of wreckage, but the present was still theirs to shape. They would have to physically restrain him to prevent him from reaching Ember's tomb. Richard could not be persuaded, so finally they set off in a scattered group without him, Dint and Fenn taking the lead. They followed the previous day's carriage track for only a brief stretch before veering at a sharp angle into the dense waiting woods. Despite the grand and noble purpose of their journey, it felt more like a casual summer camp outing or a middle school field trip, with everyone goofing around while their 2 guides looked stern and superior, glaring them back into line whenever they strayed too far. For the first time since arriving in Fillory, the group was relaxing and being themselves instead of playing the part of intrepid explorer heroes. They took turns balancing along the low stone walls that crisscrossed the forest floor, though nobody knew who had built them or why. Josh muttered something about wishing the cozy horse would show up when you actually needed it. Soon they left the woods behind, passing through a maze of sunlit meadows and then into open farmland. It wouldn't have been difficult for Quentin to get Alice alone, but every time he rehearsed what he wanted to say, no matter how well it started, he reached a point where he had to ask her what had happened with Penny, and then his mental script would just go blank. Like film footage erased by a nuclear blast. Instead, he made conversation with their guides, though neither was particularly talkative. Dint did show a flicker of interest upon learning the visitors were magicians, too, but they quickly realized they didn't have much in common. His entire expertise lay in battle magic. He seemed barely aware other kinds existed. Quentin got the impression Dint was reluctant to give away any trade secrets. He did, however, open up about one thing. "I sewed this myself," he said a bit shyly, pulling his cape aside to reveal a bandolier-like vest underneath, lined with rows of small pockets. "I keep herbs in here, powders, whatever I might need in the field. If I'm casting something with a material component, I can just—" He demonstrated a series of rapid pinching and dispensing motions he'd clearly practiced for hours, "and I'm ready to go." Then the dour facade dropped back into place, and he returned to silent brooding. He carried a wand, something almost nobody at Breakbills did. It was considered slightly embarrassing, like training wheels or a marital aid. Fenn was more overtly friendly, yet somehow harder to read. She wasn't a magician and carried no obvious weapons, but it was understood that between the two she was the muscle. As far as Quentin could tell, she practiced some form of martial art. She called it ink aga, an untranslatable phrase from a language he'd never heard. She followed a strict regimen. She couldn't wear armor, couldn't touch silver or gold, and ate practically nothing. What ink aga actually looked like in practice was impossible for Quentin to picture. She would only discuss it in lofty, abstract metaphors. Both she and Dint were adventurers by trade. "There aren't many of us left," Fen said, her short, sturdy legs somehow covering ground faster than Quentin's long, skinny ones. She never looked at him as she spoke, her bulging eyes constantly scanning the horizon for threats. Fillory is a wild place, and it's getting wilder. The forest is spreading, growing deeper and darker. Every summer we cut down trees, sometimes burn them, and mark the borders of the woods. By the next summer, those borders are buried 100 yards deep. The trees swallow the farms, and the farmers move into the towns. But where will we live when all of Fillory is forest? When I was a girl, the 2 moons stood in open country," she added bitterly. "The animals don't care, they like it this way." After she fell silent, Quentin thought it might be a good moment to shift topics. He felt like a green private fresh out of Dubuque, Iowa, trying to trade banter with a hardened South Vietnamese regular attached to his unit. "So I don't mean to sound crass," he began, "but are we paying you for this, or is someone else? If we succeed, that will be payment enough. But why would you even want someone from our world to be king? Someone you don't even know? Why not someone from Fillory? Only your kind can sit the thrones of Castle Whitespire. It's the law. It has always been that way. But that doesn't make any sense, and I say that as the one who benefits from it." Fen's expression tightened, her wide eyes and full lips gave her face a peculiar, almost aquatic look. "Our people have spent centuries killing and betraying each other, Quentin," she said. "How could you possibly be worse? The last peaceful era anyone remembers was under the Chatwins. You don't know anyone here. You have no past, no old grudges. You aren't part of any faction." She kept her eyes locked on the road ahead. Her words clipped and sharp. The bitterness in her voice was profound. "Politically, it's the only thing that makes sense. We've gotten to the point where a ruler's ignorance and indifference are the best qualities we can hope for." They spent the rest of the day trekking through gentle rolling hills, their thumbs hooked in their backpack straps. Sometimes they followed pale chalk roads. Other times they cut straight across open fields, sending crickets leaping from the tall grass in their path. The air was cool and fresh. This was an easy hike, one meant for beginners. There was even some singing at one point. Elliot gestured to a ridge and declared it was absolutely begging for a vineyard of Pinot Noir grapes. They didn't pass a single town or meet another traveler all day. The occasional tree or fence post cast a sharp, clean shadow on the ground, as if etched into the earth. It made Quentin ponder how Fillory actually functioned. With almost no central government, what would a king even do? The whole political and economic system seemed stuck in a feudal medieval state, yet there were flashes of Victorian-era technology. Who had built that exquisite Victorian carriage they'd seen? What artisans crafted the intricate clockwork mechanisms that were so common here? Or was it all done by magic? Either way, they must be keeping Fillory deliberately pre-industrial and agrarian. It was a choice like the Amish make. At midday they witnessed one of Fillory's famous daily eclipses, and they saw something none of the books had mentioned. Fillory's moon wasn't a sphere, but an actual literal crescent, a graceful silvery arc that sailed across the sky, slowly rotating around its empty center. They made camp at sunset in a rough square patch of meadow. Dint told them Ember's tomb was just in the next valley, and they wouldn't want to spend the night any closer. He and Fen divided the watch between themselves. Penny offered to take a shift, but they refused. They ate the roast beef sandwiches they'd been saving since the house upstate, unrolled their sleeping bags, and slept out in the open, their bodies flattening the tough, coarse grass beneath them. Ember's Tom, the hill, was smooth and covered in green. Built into its base was a simple doorway of post and lintel construction, 2 massive rough stone slabs standing upright with a third laid across the top. Between them lay only darkness. It reminded Quentin of a subway entrance. It was just dawn, and because the doorway faced west, the hill's long shadow fell over them. The grass was pale with dew. There was no sound at all. The hill's shape was a pure emerald green curve against the brightening sky. Whatever was going to happen would happen here. They stopped and gathered about 100 yards away, feeling grimy and unwashed, trying to collect themselves. The morning was cold. Quentin rubbed his hands together and attempted a warmth spell, but it only left him feeling feverish and slightly nauseous. He couldn't seem to adjust to Fillory's magical circumstances. He had slept deeply the night before, plagued by vivid dreams, the weight of his exhaustion pulling him down into dark, primal places haunted by howling winds and tiny furry creatures, early mammals hiding fearfully in the tall grass. He wished he could just stand there a little longer and watch the pink dawn light glint on the dew, the heavy hunting knives they all carried, which had felt like absurd overkill back on Earth, now seemed laughably insufficient in their hands. The shape of the hill pulled at a deep, almost forgotten memory within Quentin. He thought of the hill they'd glimpsed in that enchanted mirror, tucked away in the dusty storeroom at Breakbill's, where he, Alice, and Penny had studied what felt like a lifetime ago. It looked identical. Then again, 1,000 hills could look the same. It was in the end just a hill. "Let me get this perfectly straight," Elliot was saying to Dint and Fenn, his tone breezy. "It's called Ember's tomb, but Ember isn't actually buried here, and crucially, he isn't dead." He sounded as utterly relaxed and unconcerned as he ever had during their days at Breakbill's, simply tidying up loose ends the way he might have casually dissected one of Professor Bigby's complex problem sets or decoded the fine print on an obscure wine label. He was in complete command. The further they journeyed into the heart of Fillory, the more unsteady Quentin felt, yet Elliot was the polar opposite, growing only calmer and more self-assured, embodying the very confidence Quentin had naively assumed he himself would possess, and which he so glaringly lacked. "Every era finds a new purpose for this place," Fenn explained. "A mine, a fortress, a vault for treasure, a prison, a tomb. Some dug it deeper, others sealed off the sections they had no use for or wanted to forget. It is one of the true deep ruins. So you've been inside this specific one before?" Anais pressed. Fenn gave a slow shake of her head. "Not this exact ruin. But I have seen 100 places just like it, except the crown is supposedly in this one. How did it even get there?" Quentin had wrestled with the same question. If the crown had truly belonged to Martin, perhaps this was where he had vanished to. Maybe he had died in those depths. "The crown is there," Dint interjected sharply, his cape swirling with impatience. "We will enter and retrieve it. No more questions." Alice was standing very close to Quentin. She looked small, utterly still and cold. "Quentin," she said softly, her eyes fixed elsewhere, "I don't want to go in there." Over the past week, Quentin had spent literal hours crafting elaborate monologues for the moment she might speak to him again. Yet, at the actual sound of her voice, all those prepared speeches evaporated. She wasn't going to get a grand oration. It was so much simpler to cling to anger. Anger made him feel powerful, a feeling that persisted despite the glaring contradiction. His anger stemmed entirely from his own profound weakness. "Then go home," was all he managed to say. It was the wrong thing, and he knew it instantly, but it was too late to take it back. Someone was running toward them. The absurd part was that the tomb's entrance remained a full football field away, and Quentin could see the two creatures covering the entire distance across the wet grass. They ran flat out for what felt like a full minute, as if they were simply doing morning sprints. It was almost comical. They weren't human, and they didn't even appear to be the same species, but both had a peculiar cuteness to them. One resembled a giant hare, squat and covered in gray-brown fur, standing about 4 feet tall and equally wide. It hopped toward them with grim determination, its long ears pinned back. The other was more like a ferret, or perhaps a meerkat, a weasel. Quentin's mind scrambled for the closest earthly animal. Whatever it was, it ran upright on 2 legs and was tall, at least 7 feet, most of it a long, silky torso. Its face was chinless with prominent front teeth. This bizarre duo charged across the green in utter silence, no war cry, no dramatic soundtrack, breaking the stillness of the early morning air. For a second, it looked like they might be rushing to welcome them, but the bunny-like creature held short, stubby swords in both front paws held steady out in front as it ran, and the ferret thing was hefting a thick quarterstaff. They closed to within 50 yards. The group from Breakbill's instinctively shrank back as if repelled by an invisible force field. This was the moment. They had reached the edge of the conceivable something had to give. Dint and Fenn, however, didn't flinch. Quentin realized with a cold clarity there would be no negotiation, no parley, not even a quick game of rock, paper, scissors to decide things. This was simply it. He had braced himself for violence, but nothing could have prepared him for this. Someone needed to intervene to stop it, but no one moved. The girls clung to each other, a tight knot of shock, even Alice and Janet holding on as if against a gale. My God, Quentin realized, this is actually happening. It's real. Ferret reached them first, skidding to an unsteady halt, its breath coming in ragged pants. Those enormous eyes blinked rapidly as it spun its staff in a fluid, threatening figure eight, the wood whispering through the still air. "Hup!" Fenn shouted. "Ha!" Dint responded. They positioned themselves shoulder to shoulder, bracing like movers about to lift a grand piano. Then Dint took a deliberate step back, yielding the first strike. "Jesus!" Quentin muttered, the word tumbling out of him. "Jesus! Jesus! Jesus!" He wasn't prepared. This wasn't magic. It was a brutal negation of everything magic represented. The very fabric of the world felt torn. Ferret fainted, then shot a vicious jab toward Fenn's face with one end of the quarterstaff, the tips now glowing a sinister, smoldering orange like a lit cigarette in the dark. A sharp cry cut the silence. Fenn didn't flinch. She pivoted away, bending at the waist to let the strike whistle past, her body flowing almost lazily into a spinning kick. Her movement seemed deceptively slow, but her foot connected with Ferret's jaw with a solid crack, snapping its head sideways. Ferret grinned, blood staining its large front teeth, but its troubles were just beginning. Fenn kept spinning her next kick, landing brutally on the side of its knee. The joint buckled inward at a sickening angle. Staggering, Ferret tried the same jab again. This time Fenn caught the glowing staff bare-handed. The impact against her palm echoed like a gunshot. All pretense of elegant form vanished as she grappled savagely for control. They froze, locked in a trembling stalemate until Ferret, with agonizing slowness, craned its neck forward, aiming its large rodent teeth at her exposed throat. But Fenn was stronger. She steadily forced the staff up under its chin, right where an Adam's apple would be, while her right foot stamped down repeatedly on its injured knee with piston-like force. It gagged, twisting away. Just as Quentin thought he'd have to look away, Ferret made its final error. It removed one paw from the staff, perhaps going for a knife on its thigh. Seizing the opening, Fenn used the leverage to slam it hard onto the turf, knocking the wind from its lungs. "Ha!" she barked, then stomped twice on its furry throat. A long, wet rattle followed, the first sound Quentin had heard it utter. Fenn sprang up, adrenaline blazing, her face flushed beneath her short blonde hair. She snatched the quarterstaff, braced it against her knee, and snapped it in two with a sharp crack. Tossing the pieces aside, she leaned down and screamed into Ferret's face, a raw, furious sound. "Ha ha ha!" The broken ends of the staff sputtered a few weak, burnt orange sparks onto the grass. A minute had passed, maybe less. "Jesus! Jesus! Jesus!" Quentin repeated, arms wrapped tightly around himself. Someone was vomiting on the lawn nearby. The thought of helping had never once crossed his mind. This wasn't what he'd signed up for. This wasn't break bills. Meanwhile, the other assassin, the squat, muscular bunny, had never reached the fight. Dint had done something to the ground beneath its long rabbit feet, or perhaps to its very sense of equilibrium, leaving it floundering helplessly on the grass as if it were slick ice. Fenn, riding her violent momentum, moved toward it, but Dint held up a hand to stop her. He turned back to the stunned Breakbills students. "Can any of you handle him from here? A bow and arrow, perhaps?" Quentin couldn't tell if Dint was angry at their inaction or merely offering them a courtesy, a chance to participate. "Anybody," no one answered. They stared at him as if he were speaking nonsense. On the grass, the powerfully built hare kept trying to rise, only for its paws to slide out from under it every time. The hare let out a choked, weeping shriek and hurled a sword toward them, but its footing gave way again, sending the blade skidding harmlessly across the grass well off target. Dint waited a moment for any response from the group, then turned away with a look of contempt. With a quiet, dismissive flick of his wand, like tapping ash from a cigar, He snapped a bone in the hare's upper leg. A sharp, high-pitched scream tore through the air. "Stop!" It was Anais shoving past a motionless Janet. "Hold on! Let me try something that Anais could even stand and speak felt utterly impossible to Quentin." She began an incantation, her voice faltering several times before she had to restart, visibly shaken. Dint waited, his impatience plain on her third attempt. She managed to complete a sleep spell Penny had shown them. The hare's frantic thrashing ceased. It slumped onto its side in the grass, looking strangely peaceful. Nearby, the ferret lay gagging softly, eyes fixed on the sky, red froth bubbling from its mouth. No one paid it any mind, nothing below its neck was moving. Anais walked over and picked up the discarded short sword. "There," she announced to Dint, a note of pride in her voice. "Now finishing it won't be a problem." She lifted the sword almost cheerfully. As a teen in Brooklyn, Quentin had often daydreamed about acts of martial bravery, but now he understood with a cold and unshakable certainty that he would do whatever it took, sacrifice anything or anyone to avoid being exposed to physical violence. He felt no shame about it. Shame didn't enter the equation. He fully accepted his new role as a coward. He would run the other way. He would drop to the ground, cover his head, and sob or pretend to be dead. Whatever was necessary, he would do it and be grateful. They followed Dint and Fen, and what ridiculous names were those anyway, he thought dully, through the doorway and into the hillside. He hardly registered his surroundings. A square stone corridor opened into a vast chamber that seemed almost as large as the hill containing it, which must have been mostly hollow. A greenish light filtered down from a circular opening high above. Stone dust hung in the air. In the center of the room stood the wreckage of a giant brass orrery, its slender arms stripped of planets. It resembled a broken, bare Christmas tree, with shattered spheres scattered around its base like fallen ornaments. No one noticed the enormous 10-foot-long green lizard standing frozen among the debris of smashed tables and benches until it suddenly stirred and scuttled into the shadows, its claws scraping against the stone floor. The horror of it was almost a relief. It wiped away thoughts of Alice and Janet and everything else, like a harsh, abrasive cleanser. They moved from one empty room to another down echoing stone hallways. The layout was bewildering, nonsensical. The stonework shifted in style and pattern every 20 minutes, as if new crews of masons had taken over with each generation. To cut the tension, they took turns casting light spells on their knives, their hands, even on various absurd body parts. Having had a taste of violence, Anais now trailed after Dint and Fen like an excited puppy, eagerly absorbing any tips they offered about combat. "They never stood a chance," Fen remarked with clinical detachment. "Even if Dint hadn't handled the second one, even if I'd been alone, a quarterstaff isn't a team weapon. It simply requires too much space. Once the tall one gets into his form, those ends are whirling everywhere. He can't afford to watch out for his partner. You take them one at a time and you move on. They should have retreated, waited for us together in that big chamber, ambushed us." Anais nodded, utterly captivated. "Why didn't they?" she asked. "Why charge straight at us?" "I don't know," Fen said, frowning. "Could have been a point of honor, could have been a bluff, thinking we'd run." "Maybe they were enchanted, compelled to act against their will," Quentin suggested, his voice strained. "Did we have no other choice but to kill them?" Quentin's frustration boiled over. Couldn't we have tried something else? Like what? Anais spun toward him, her expression dripping with contempt. "Take them captive, offer them therapy and a fresh start." "I don't have all the answers," he exclaimed, feeling utterly lost. This wasn't the heroic adventure he had imagined. We could have restrained them. I didn't fully grasp what it would mean to take a life. The memory of the beast's arrival washed over him, that same sensation of the ground vanishing, rules disintegrating, as if a safety line had snapped and they were plummeting through darkness. "Those weren't people," Anais stated coldly. "They ceased to be people. Remember, they attacked us first. We were the ones invading their sanctuary." "Greatness demands sacrifice," Penny interjected smoothly. "Did you truly not understand that when you chased after glory? So they paid the price for our ambition. Is that it?" To Quentin's shock, Elliot also turned on him. What? Are you having second thoughts now? You, of all people? Elliot let out a harsh, mocking laugh. You need this triumph almost as desperately as I do. I'm not backing down. I'm just questioning it. Quentin briefly wondered what private desperation drove Elliot before Aeneas cut in sharply. For heaven's sake, can we not do this? She shook her head, her curls bouncing with irritation. Can we all just stop? After what felt like an eternity, 4 grueling hours, 3 endless flights of stairs, and a mile of deserted hallway, Quentin was inspecting a heavy wooden door when it suddenly flew open, striking him squarely in the face. He stumbled back, his hand flying to his stinging upper lip, dazed. His primary concern was whether his nose was bleeding, not who had thrown the door open. He wiped his hand across his lip, examined it, then repeated the motion, yes, definitely bleeding. A slender, furious face peered around the doorframe, eyes blazing on pure instinct. Quentin shoved the door shut with his foot. He had been about to alert the others, who were preoccupied with examining a vast, cavernous room featuring a dried-up fountain at its center. A vine resembling ivy had crept from the basin up the walls before withering away. The memory of natural sunlight felt like something from another lifetime. Starbursts flickered in Quentin's vision, and his nose pulsed with a warm, aching throb. Agonizing slowness, the door groaned open again to reveal a slight, sharp-featured figure clad in black leather armor. He didn't seem at all surprised to see Quentin. This man, or elf, swiftly drew a rapier from his belt and assumed a precise fencing posture. Quentin retreated, his jaw clenched with a mix of terror and weary acceptance. Just like that, Fillory had conjured another hostile creature from its depths. Perhaps exhaustion had blunted his fear, because almost without conscious thought, Quentin began reciting the incantation for Penny's magic missile spell. He had practiced it back in New York, and now he continued backpedaling as he cast it because the black elf, as Quentin mentally labeled him, was advancing with an ornate, sidestepping shuffle, his free hand held theatrically aloft. Quentin could feel the spell clicking into place, and a surge of pride cut through the panic. In that moment, fear and pain distilled his world into stark clarity. He released the magical projectiles directly into the elf's chest. The black elf gasped and dropped to the floor, a look of utter shock on his face. His head was now at the perfect height for a kick, so Quentin, in what felt like a breathtaking act of courage, drove his foot savagely into the elf's face. The rapier skittered across the stone. "Ha!" Quentin roared. It reminded him of his fight with Penny, that moment when fear had finally released its grip. Was this the battle rage he had heard about? Was he transforming into a berserker like Fenn? The relief of shedding his fear was intoxicating. No one else in the room had noticed the confrontation, not until his shout echoed off the walls. Then the entire scene warped and descended into nightmare. 4 more black elves rushed through the open doorway, armed with an assortment of weapons. They were followed by 2 goat-legged men and a pair of terrifying basketball-sized bumblebees that buzzed menacingly in the air. The chaotic assembly also included a fleshy, headless creature scrambling on 4 limbs and a silent, wispy figure made of shifting white mist. As the 2 groups faced off across the room, a tense staring contest began. The whole scene struck Quentin with the sudden electric tension of a dodgeball game's opening moments. His body hummed with energy. He desperately wanted to cast the missile spell again. In mere seconds he had shed his feelings of frailty and cowardice, now feeling invincible, supercharged, and encased in invisible armor. The 2 mercenaries, Fenn and Dint, were whispering and pointing, selecting their targets with cold precision. Fenn casually picked up a pebble and tossed its sidearm at one of the fawns. Since when did they have evil fawns? And it bounced harmlessly off the creature's round leather buckler. The fawn looked furious. "The Grimling's the problem," Quentin heard Fenn say to Dint. "Agreed. But leave the Pangborn to me. I've got something special for that." Dint drew a wand from his cape and seemed to write something invisible in the air. He spoke a couple of words into its tip as if it were a microphone, then pointed it at one of the fawns like a conductor cueing a soloist. The fourth, the fawn of right, Fen, however, was in her element. This was clearly what she lived for. Quentin now noticed she was blending magic seamlessly into her combat. Her ink aga was a hybrid technique, a martial art fused with a specialized style of spellcasting. With each strike, her lips moved silently, and white flashes erupted where her fists and palms landed. Meanwhile, Dint turned his attention to the ghostly mist figure, uttering inaudible words that made it writhe before it was torn apart by a soundless, roaring gale. Quentin quickly scanned his companions. Eliot had usefully pinned the second satyr to the ceiling with a kinetic spell. Anais held her short sword, now shimmering with a moonlight glow from a sharpness charm, and she eagerly scanned the room for someone to attack. Janet was pressed against the back wall, hugging herself, her face wet with tears and her eyes blank and distant. She was gone, lost to the terror. Too much was happening at once. Quentin's stomach lurched when he saw an elf single out Alice and begin advancing across the dry basin toward her, twirling a long, straight knife, a poniard in each hand. From the panic on Alice's face, every spell she'd ever learned had deserted her. She turned away, dropped to one knee, and locked her hands behind her head, looking more utterly defenseless than anyone in the history of conflict ever had. In that single concentrated instant, all the tenderness Quentin had ever felt for her surged up, surprising him with its intensity. It was still there, preserved and untouched beneath the scorched layers of his anger. Then the back of Alice's blouse tore open, and a small, leathery biped clawed its way vigorously out from her skin. Like a macabre party trick, a showgirl bursting out of a cake. Alice had released her cacodemon without a doubt. The cacodemon instantly became the happiest being in the room. This was exactly the kind of party it had been waiting for. Facing the elf, it bounced on its toes like a wiry tennis pro preparing for a return, holding triple match point and ready to play. The creature moved with a speed its elven adversary clearly hadn't anticipated. In a blur, it was past the flashing daggers, its wiry limbs locking onto the elf's arms as it drove its hideous face into the vulnerable throat. The elf choked knives, scraping uselessly against the demon's rough, shark-like hide. Quentin made a mental note for what felt like the 100th time to never doubt Alice's tactical assessments again. And then, just like that, the fight was over. They stood amidst fallen elves and dispatched bees, the chamber hazy with the acrid smoke from the incinerated satyr. Fen was responsible for most of the carnage. She was already cooling down, moving backward through the combat forms she'd used and whispering their names like a mantra. Nearby, Penny carefully wove a sleep spell around the satyr Eliot had pinned to the ceiling, while Aeneas tapped her foot, eager to deliver the final blow. Quentin felt a petty spike of irritation. They had the satyr without the shield, which meant Dint had blasted the one carrying it. So much for looting that particular prize. He wiped at the crusted blood under his nose from his earlier injury. Not so terrible, he told himself. This whole ordeal could be worse. He allowed himself a shaky, relieved breath. Was it really over? Had they cleared the room? Janet, finally thawed from her magical stasis, was fixated on the remaining creature. Unlike anything else they'd encountered, this headless, four-legged thing was neither humanoid nor reminiscent of any earthly animal. It was radially symmetrical like a starfish, with no discernible front or back. It quivered in a shadowy corner, making unnerving little hops in random directions. A large, faceted gem was set into its back. Was it decoration? An eye? Its brain? "Hey, Fen," snapped her fingers toward Janet. "Hey, you." She'd apparently forgotten Janet's name. "Leave it. The grimling is ours to handle." Janet paid no attention. She took another cautious step forward. Quentin's stomach tightened. She was in no emotional state to be messing with magic. "Janet," he yelled. "Shit," Dint stated flatly, the word dripping with the annoyance of a man facing yet another cleanup. He retrieved his wand from its hidden holster, but before he could intervene, Janet reached behind her back and drew something small but substantial. Gripping it with both hands, she made a slight adjustment and fired 5 rounds into the creature at point-blank range. The pistol kicked upward with each deafening report in the low chamber, and each time she calmly recentered her aim. One bullet sparked off the gem in the grimling's back. The creature sank to the floor, shuddering and deflating like a punctured parade float, its expression or lack thereof unchanged. It emitted a high, desperate whistle. By the fifth shot, it was unmistakably dead. A stunned silence gripped the room. Janet turned. The tracks of her earlier tears were dry. She glared at the group, her voice cold and challenging. "What the hell are you all staring at?" The temperature dropped steadily as they descended. 6 stories underground, Quentin shivered in his heavy sweater, fondly remembering the warm, puffy parkas they'd left behind by that sun-dappled stream. They paused in a circular room where a beautiful spiral of lapis lazuli was inlaid in the floor. A dark green ambient light glowed from unseen sources, giving the space the eerie feel of a deep-sea aquarium. Dint assumed a lotus position, wrapped his cape around himself, and began to meditate, hovering a clear 6 inches above the ground. Fenn moved through a series of calisthenics. The break, Quentin realized, wasn't for their benefit. They were like amateur climbers being impatiently escorted up a mountain by seasoned guides. The break bills group was simply cargo, a package Dint and Fenn were contractually bound to deliver. Ayla sat alone on a stone bench, her back pressed against a cold pillar, her gaze fixed on a wall mosaic that showed a vast sea monster, something like an octopus, only larger, with a tangle of far more than 8 limbs. Quentin sat at the opposite end of the bench, straddling it so he faced her. When her eyes finally met his, they held no trace of apology, nor any offer of forgiveness. He made certain his own expression mirrored that same hard emptiness. Together they stared at the mosaic. The tiny tiles that formed the creature were shifting slowly, rearranging themselves across the wall. Crude blue waves rolled forward at a glacial pace. Simple decorative magic, the kind of thing you might see on a bathroom floor back at Breakbills. Alice felt like a black hole, exerting a toxic gravity that threatened to pull him in and strip the flesh from his bones. After a long silence, she pulled out her canteen and dampened a spare white sock. "Let's take care of your nose," she said, reaching toward him. At the last second, he realized he couldn't bear her touch and took the sock from her hand. It turned pale pink as he dabbed at his upper lip. "So what was it like?" Quentin asked, his voice flat. "When you let the demon out?" Now that the rush of the fight had faded, and she was no longer in immediate danger, his anger began to seep back in. The emotional anesthetic was wearing off, and it took real effort not to say something cruel. She lifted a foot onto the bench and began untying her sneaker. "It felt good," she said, choosing her words with care. "I thought it would hurt, but it was actually a relief, like a really powerful sneeze. I never realized how much I was holding my breath with that thing inside me. Fascinating." Did it feel as good as sleeping with Penny? He'd honestly intended to stay civil, but the words escaped on their own, sharp and spiteful. He wondered what other ugliness might follow. "I've got plenty of demons in me, too," he thought, not just the one if his jab had landed. Alice gave no sign. She carefully peeled off her sock, revealing an angry white blister covering the ball of her foot. They both turned back to the mosaic. A small boat had drifted into the scene, a lifeboat maybe, or a whaler's launch, crowded with tiny figures. It looked like a foregone conclusion that the sea creature would crush the little vessel in its many long green arms. "That was," she began, then stopped and tried again. "That wasn't good. So why did you do it?" Alice tilted her head as if thinking it over, though her face had gone pale. "To hurt you. Because I felt worthless, because I didn't think you'd even care, because I was drunk and he was persistent, so he raped you." "No, Quentin, he didn't. Forget it. Stop talking. I didn't understand how much it would wound you. Just stop. I can't talk to you right now. I can't listen to any of this," he'd started calmly. But by the end he was shouting. In a way, fighting like this was its own kind of magic. You spoke the words and they changed the world. Simply by opening his mouth, he could inflict pain, draw tears, push people away, maybe even grant himself a fleeting, bitter satisfaction while making everything worse. Quentin leaned forward until his forehead rested against the cool marble of the bench. His eyes were closed. He wondered what time it was. His head felt light, almost swimmy. He could fall asleep right there, he thought. Just like that. He wanted to tell Alice he didn't love her, but he couldn't. It was the one lie he couldn't force out. "I wish this were over," Alice said quietly. "What? This mission? This whole adventure? Whatever you want to call it, I want to go home." "Well, I don't. This is bad, Quentin. Someone's going to get hurt. Good, I hope they do. If I die doing this, at least I'll have done something. Maybe one day you'll actually do something too, instead of just being a scared little mouse all the time." She murmured something he couldn't make out. "What did you say?" "I told you not to talk to me about death. You have no idea what it means, without warning, and completely against his own conscious will." A tight band of tension around Quentin's chest loosened just a fraction. A sound that was half laugh, half choked breath escaped him. He slumped back against the stone pillar. "Great. I'm officially losing my goddamn mind." On the other side of the chamber, Anais was huddled with Dint, speaking in low tones as they studied a hand-drawn map of their journey so far, sketched on something that looked an awful lot like graph paper. She seemed more a part of the guide's crew now than the Breakbills group. As Quentin watched, she leaned over the parchment, deliberately pressing her breast against Dint's arm as she pointed to something. Josh was absent. Penny and Elliot were dozing on the floor in the middle of the room, using their packs as pillows. Earlier, Elliot had badgered Janet about the pistol until she finally promised to get rid of it properly. "Do you even want this anymore, Quentin?" Alice's voice cut through his thoughts. This whole quest, the idea of becoming kings and queens. "Of course I do." He'd nearly lost sight of why they'd come, but it was true. A throne was precisely what he needed. Once they were settled in Castle Whitespire, surrounded by every luxury and dripping with glory, then maybe he'd find the strength to face everything. You'd have to be a complete moron not to want it. You know what's funny, though? She sat up straighter, suddenly energized. I mean, what's absolutely hilarious? You actually don't. You don't even want it. Even if this whole insane plan went perfectly, you wouldn't be happy. You walked away from Brooklyn, you walked away from Breakbills, and I have no doubt you'll walk away from Fillory when you're ready. It makes everything very simple for you, doesn't it? And naturally you were always going to walk away from us. We had issues, but we could have worked through them. That would have been too straightforward, though. It might have actually succeeded. And then, where would you be? Stuck with me forever. Issues? We had issues. Several heads turned in their direction. He lowered his voice to a seething whisper. "You slept with Penny. I'd call that a bit more than an issue." Alice brushed past his outburst. If he didn't know better, he might have thought there was almost a note of tenderness in her voice. "I'm going to stop being a mouse, Quentin. I'm going to take some risks, if you would, for one single second, look at your life and see how perfectly good it already is. Stop searching for the next hidden door that's supposed to lead to your real life. Stop waiting. This is it. There's nothing else. It's right here, and you'd better choose to appreciate it, or you're going to be miserable no matter where you go for the rest of your life, forever. You can't just decide to be happy. No, you can't. But you can absolutely decide to be miserable. Is that what you want to be, the jerk who went to Fillory and was still miserable there, even in Fillory? Because that's exactly who you are right now." There was a kernel of truth in what Alice was saying, but Quentin couldn't hold on to it. It felt too complicated, or maybe too painfully simple. He remembered his first week at Breakbills when he and Elliot had gone out in a scull, watching the other rowers hunch against a chill on what Quentin had thought was a perfectly warm summer day. That was how he must look to Alice. The irony was staggering. He'd believed magic would be the hardest thing he'd ever do. But the rest of living was infinitely harder. Magic, it turned out, was the easy part. "Then why did you come here, Alice?" he asked. "If you don't even want this?" She met his gaze steadily. "Why do you think, Quentin? I came because of you. I came here because I wanted to look after you." Quentin's eyes drifted around the room. He saw Janet sitting with her back against the wall, eyes closed, though he didn't think she was asleep. The revolver rested in her lap. She wore a red T-shirt with a white star and a pair of khaki pants. She must be freezing, he thought absently, noticing for the first time how the damp chill of the stone seemed to seep into everything. She sighed in her sleep, a soft sound, and her tongue darted out to wet her lips without her eyes ever opening. The gesture was so childlike it made his chest ache. He didn't want to feel this distance between them, this chill. Alice's gaze was still fixed on him, steady and watchful. Beyond her, the mosaic on the wall dissolved into a chaos of emerald tendrils, frothing white water and broken, drifting shards. He shifted closer on the cold stone bench, closing the gap, and kissed her. He caught and pulled weakly around them, refusing to penetrate the gloom. Their pace quickened to a brisk, anxious walk. The atmosphere had shifted from adventure to a tense outing under a gathering storm. Quentin's new boots were a torture device. With every step, a rigid edge dug into the same precise spot on his left ankle. He chanced to look backward. A deep, bloody red glow was seeping into the corridor behind them, as if some heart of the maze was beating with a crimson light. He felt a profound and immediate disinterest in discovering its source. Not long after, they hit another junction. Dint was adamant about the right-hand path, jabbing his finger at his papers while Josh argued for the left, his reasoning based purely on a gut feeling that it seemed more inviting and just had a better vibe. The walls here were painted with impossibly realistic vistas, miniature revelers frozen in a perpetual dance. Somewhere, unseen doors boomed open and slammed shut. The hallway behind them was definitely brightening, a subterranean dawn none of them wanted to witness. Their orderly retreat frayed into a disorganized half-jog. In the uneven light, Quentin couldn't be sure if everyone was keeping up. He fixed his eyes on Alice, listening to her ragged breathing. The back of her shirt was torn open from the demon's violent exit, revealing a pale slash of skin and the stark black strap of her bra, which had, against all odds, remained intact. A stupid, desperate wish to have a coat to offer her flashed through his mind. He pushed forward to Dint's side. "We have to slow down," Quentin gasped, the words scraping his throat. "We're going to lose someone." Dint didn't even look at him, just shook his head. "They're on our scent. If we stop, we're overrun." "Are you kidding me? You didn't plan for this. This is the plan, you pampered child," Dint snapped, his voice a low growl. "If it's not to your liking, the door home is that way. We require royalty in Fillory. Is that not a cause worth a final breath?" "Hardly," Quentin thought. "You utter asshole." That capricious nymph had a point. This wasn't his fight. They burst through a heavy door, only it wasn't a door at all, but a lavish tapestry hiding the entrance from this side. They stumbled into a vast, candlelit banquet hall. A feast lay spread before them on a table that seemed to stretch into infinity in both directions. The dishes still steaming, the crystal goblets filled with wine the color of sunsets and old blood. The rich tapestries, the polished silver, the sheer abundance. It was like crashing into the fantasy of a man dying of hunger. They skidded to a halt, staring in stunned silence. "Nobody touches a thing," Dint barked, his voice echoing. "No food, no drink. It's a trap." Annie's spun in a slow circle, her green eyes scanning the shadowed arches. "There are too many ways in," she said, her voice tight. "They could come from anywhere." She was absolutely right. The grandeur of the hall suddenly felt like a very beautiful cage. A door swung open further along the corridor, and two lanky, ape-like creatures shambled out. Their dull, simian eyes held a vacant boredom. In eerie unison, they reached into satchels at their sides and produced heavy golf ball-sized spheres of lead. With a fluid, practiced motion from their powerful shoulders and elongated arms, they hurled the projectiles toward the group with the velocity of a major league fastball. Quentin seized Alice's hand, and they scrambled for cover behind a thick wall hanging, which absorbed one impact with a heavy thud. The second ball grazed a table candlestick before obliterating a line of crystal wine glasses in a spectacular spray of shards. Under different circumstances, Quentin mused, that display might have been impressive. Elliot pressed a hand to his forehead where a sliver of glass had struck. His fingers came away stained red. "Would somebody please deal with those creatures?" Janet demanded from her crouch beneath the table, her voice thick with annoyance. "Seriously," Josh grumbled through gritted teeth, "this is just absurd. Where are the majestic mythical beasts when you need them?"
"Janet," Elliot called out, "summon your demon." "I already did," she shouted back. "I set it free after graduation. I took pity on the thing. Pressed against the coarse weave of the tapestry, Quentin watched a pair of unconcerned legs stroll past their hiding spot.
While the others took cover, Penny advanced calmly toward the two simian assailants as they prepared another volley, their rigid faces devoid of expression. His hands moved in rapid, intricate gestures as he chanted a spell in a piercing, clear tenor illuminated by the flickering candlelight, and dressed simply in a t-shirt and jeans. He no longer resembled the awkward aspirant of before. He looked like a seasoned combat mage. Is this how Alice saw him, Quentin wondered, on the night she was with him? With one outstretched hand, Penny arrested a lead ball in mid-flight. Then a second they hung motionless for a heartbeat like stunned hummingbirds before gravity reclaimed them, and they clattered to the floor. With his other hand he launched a tiny, fiery ember that swelled and bloomed like an opening parachute. The tapestries lining the hall ignited where the flames licked them, and the fireball consumed the two monkey creatures entirely. When the flames subsided, the creatures were gone, and a 10-foot section of the banquet table was a crackling bonfire. "Yes," Penny exclaimed, momentarily abandoning his formal speech. "How do you like that?" "Show off," Dint muttered under his breath. "If my hair is singed," Elliot said faintly, "I will personally resurrect those beasts and destroy them a second time." They began a hurried retreat down the banquet hall in the opposite direction, awkwardly maneuvering past the rigid wooden chairs. The space was frustratingly narrow, with the long table centered. There was no room for them to assemble any kind of defensive formation. The whole chaotic scene felt like something out of a madcap cartoon. Quentin, 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 Quentin,
Over, with white, click. What?
Species and anatomical features were jumbled together seemingly at random. Had everything here decayed so thoroughly after the Chatwin's departure that humans and animals had begun to blend? There were ferrets and rabbits, giant mice and loping apes, and a fierce-looking fisher cat, but also men and women with animal heads, a clever-looking fox-headed man who seemed to be weaving a spell, a woman with the thick-scaled neck and large, independently moving eyes of a lizard, an oddly stately guard bearing a pike, upon whose shoulders swayed the slender neck and tiny head of a pink flamingo. Fend, 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 fence, fend, 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 flank, fend, clock, lead, fend,
Rit, we. Warm.
Their group kept getting separated, tripping over ornate chairs or scrambling as the tomb dwellers massed for a sudden rush. Worst were the ambushes from hidden side doors, attackers materializing right in their midst. For a brief moment, Quentin held Alice's hand, but the chaos tore them apart almost instantly. This wasn't a controlled skirmish, it was a frantic, panicked stampede. The hall, with its endless mirrors, flickering candles, and abandoned feasts, felt like a macabre party gone horribly wrong. Even if they wanted to use the button to escape now, rounding everyone up seemed impossible. Quentin ran with his knife drawn, though he doubted his own nerve to use it. He felt a familiar, hollow dread, like being the last kid picked for dodgeball, praying the action would stay far away. Suddenly, a massive feline shape lunged from behind a tapestry. Fend didn't hesitate. She slammed into the beast, and they became a whirlwind of claws and fists on the marble floor until a savage headbutt from her left the creature still. Quentin hauled her up, and they kept moving. Dint, meanwhile, was putting on a virtuoso performance. He'd sprung onto the long banquet table and was pacing its length, his incantations a rapid-fire percussion. His black hair stood with static energy, and wild power flashed from his fingertips. Quentin, sweating. Wit Quentin sweating wit want Quentin he was he Quentin quent how real Quentin himself, palms slick, finally loosed a couple of shaky magic missiles into the crowd. Fen, her tunic drenched, paused to close her eyes and whisper. When she opened her palms, they shone with a fierce, white light. The next attacker, a lean warrior clad in spotted fur, met her fist, which she drove straight through its torso. The action was brutal, a stark contrast to the hall's gilded decor, but their luck was thinning. The corridor was clogged with smoke and fallen bodies. Quentin's breath, clang,
Like late Clint.
Then he saw Josh and Elliot hunch and release their cacodemons. Elliot's was a spectacle of nature's warning, banded in vivid yellow and black. It skittered across the tabletop before hurling itself into the fight with vicious, joyful abandon. Janet's voice cut through the din, sharp with fury and desperation. "What else have we got? Come on. What the hell else can we do?" Elliot's voice was raw, a strained shout cutting through the chaos. "Find a side door, just pick one and get through it." A strange, heavy quiet fell for a second, as if some of the beings around them could feel the impending disaster. Then the floor shuddered violently. A colossal figure forged from what looked like incandescent, red-hot metal smashed through the wall sideways, bringing the entire structure down with a roar. A chunk of flying debris clipped Fenn's temple, and she collapsed instantly. Blistering waves of heat radiated from the giant, distorting the air. Everything he brushed against ignited. Crouched in the banquet hall, a space far too small for him, he rested his massive hands on the floor. His eyes were pools of molten gold, devoid of any pupil or iris. Dust choked the air. The giant stepped onto Fenn's motionless form, and she was engulfed in fire instantly. Panic erupted. Everyone fled, and those who stumbled were crushed underfoot. The searing heat from the giant's smooth, glowing skin was intolerable. Quentin's only thought was to put as much distance between himself and that radiating furnace as possible. A crush of bodies bottlenecked at the closest exits, Quentin shoved past them, fleeing deeper down the hall. He desperately scanned for Alice, but saw only scrambling shadows until he dared a glance backward. There stood Josh, isolated in the center of the hallway, in the grip of another of his terrifying power surges, conjuring one of those miniature black holes, just like he had on the Welter's field. That time it had almost consumed a whole tree. Now Quentin watched as an entire section of heavy tapestry shuddered, then was violently sucked into the void, tearing free from its rod with a sound like a barrage of gunfire. The light in the hall dimmed, shifting to a murky amber. The red giant paused, squatting to examine this new phenomenon with a blank, bald-headed curiosity. His massive, hairless anatomy swung freely between his thighs like a pendulum. Then Quentin was alone, sprinting down a cool, shadowy side passage. The deafening noise cut off abruptly, leaving an eerie silence. He ran until his lungs burned, then slowed to a jog and finally to a weary walk. It was over. He couldn't run another step. He bent double, hands on his knees, gulping air that still felt scorched. A sharp, itching pain nagged at his back behind his right shoulder. Reaching back, his fingers closed around the shaft of an arrow embedded in the muscle. He yanked it out without thinking. A trickle of blood ran down his spine, but the pain was minimal. The point had barely pierced an inch. He was almost grateful for the sting. It was a tangible sensation to cling to. He held the wooden arrow, thankful for something solid in his grasp. The silence was profound. He was safe for a moment. He allowed himself to bask in the simple relief of cool air, of stillness, of being alone in the dim corridor and not actively dying. But the grim reality kept intruding, seeping past his temporary calm. For all he knew, he could be the last one left alive. He had no clue how to get back to the surface. He could die down here, buried under tons of earth and stone. Even if he escaped, he didn't have the button. There was no way home. Footsteps echoed softly in the dark. Someone was approaching, walking calmly. A soft glow emanated from a light charm held in their hands. Exhausted, Quentin began weaving the motions for yet another magic missile, but he stopped as the figure drew nearer. It was just Elliot. Quentin let his hands fall, slumping against the cold stone wall. Neither spoke. They just leaned there together, shoulder to shoulder. The chill of the stone soothed the dull ache in Quentin's back where the arrow had been. Elliot's shirt was hanging out, and one side of his face was streaked with grimy soot. He would have been mortified if he'd known you. "Okay," Quentin finally asked. Elliot gave a slow nod. "Fenn's dead," Quentin said quietly. Elliot took a long, deep breath, running his glowing hands through his thick, wavy hair. "I know, I saw it. I don't believe there was anything we could have done," Elliot replied. "That enormous red creature was simply beyond our capabilities." A heavy silence settled between them. It felt as though their words had vanished into an empty space, disconnected from any real meaning. They had lost their tether to the world, or perhaps the world itself had drifted away from their language. Elliot handed him a flask containing a potent liquor. Quentin took a swallow and passed it back, the burn momentarily reconnecting his mind to his physical form. He pulled his knees to his chest and wrapped his arms around them. "I was struck by an arrow," he stated, the words sounding absurd even to him, "in my back." "We need to move," Elliot said, his tone decisive. "Now. Retrace our steps. Try to regroup with the others. Penny has the button." Quentin marveled at Elliot's ability to remain pragmatic after everything. He possessed a resilience Quentin often felt he lacked, but that enormous, luminous being. Yeah, he might still be back there. Elliot merely shrugged. "We must reach the button." A deep thirst gripped Quentin, and he realized with a pang that he had no water. He couldn't recall when he'd lost his pack. "I'll tell you something amusing," Elliot said after a long pause. "I believe Anais and Dint got together." "What?" Despite everything, Quentin felt a smile crack his dry lips. When would they have even had the opportunity? During a bathroom break after that second skirmish. Incredible, poor Josh, though you have to admire their efficiency. Absolutely, but tough luck for Josh. Tough luck indeed. It was a phrase straight out of their break-bills days. "I'll tell you another amusing thing," Elliot continued, his voice shifting from weary to something more defiantly bright. "I don't regret coming here. Even now, with everything having gone spectacularly to hell, I'm still glad I came. Is that potentially the most idiotic statement I've ever made to you? Yet it's true. I have a feeling I was on a path to drinking myself into an early grave back on Earth." It was the undeniable truth for Elliot. There truly had been no other viable path. Somehow, that acknowledgment made their current predicament feel slightly less bleak. "You could still technically drink yourself to death here," Quentin pointed out. "At our current pace, I doubt I'll get the opportunity." Quentin pushed himself to his feet, his legs protesting with stiffness and soreness. He performed a deep squat to work the feeling back into them. They began walking back the way they had come. The sharp edge of fear had dulled for Quentin. That particular chapter felt closed, though a persistent worry for Alice remained. The adrenaline had also faded, leaving behind only a raw thirst, aching feet, and a collection of minor scratches he had no memory of receiving. The blood on his back had dried, cementing his shirt to the arrow wound. It pulled unpleasantly with every step. It soon became apparent, however, that finding their way back was a more immediate concern than any lingering threat. They couldn't even locate the banquet hall again. They must have taken a wrong turn, or several. They halted and attempted a basic pathfinding spell. But Quentin's tongue felt swollen and uncooperative, and neither of them could quite articulate the incantation correctly. Besides, the spell ideally required a dish of olive oil to function properly. Quentin found he had nothing left to say. He waited as Elliot relieved himself against the ancient stone wall. It felt like they had reached an ending, yet their only option was to continue moving forward. Maybe this is still part of the narrative, he thought with a numb detachment. The difficult part right before everything resolves itself. He wondered what time it was on the surface. He felt as though he had been awake for days. The masonry of the walls grew older and more crumbled as they progressed. For brief stretches, the hallway gave way to unworked, dusty cave rock. They were traversing the outermost edges of this underground realm, wandering among badly eroded planets and dim, decaying stars. The corridor had stopped branching off. Now it seemed content to curve gently, persistently to the left. Quentin began to sense the curve gradually tightening, as if they were moving along the interior spiral of a nautilus shell. He reasoned, with the scant logic left to him, that there was a geometrical limit to how far the path could coil inward before they inevitably arrived somewhere. It wasn't long before he was proven correct. The ram, and just like that, they were all there. Quentin and Elliot found themselves at the rim of a vast circular cavern, their eyes adjusting to the flicker of torchlight. This space felt raw and untouched. Unlike the constructed rooms they had passed through, the ground was a layer of coarse sand, while the ceiling soared above in a jagged natural formation, studded with stalactites and rocky protrusions that promised a nasty bump to the unwary. The air was cool, damp, and utterly still, carrying the distant, directionless murmur of a hidden underground stream. One by one, their companions emerged from other archways around the chamber's perimeter, Josh and Alice together, a disheveled Janet, then Dint and Annis, and finally Penny alone. They stood framed in the doorways like contestants on some bizarre, glittering game show, all arriving as if by some synchronized miracle. Quentin drew a long, shaky breath, feeling a wave of relief so profound it was almost physical. He was overwhelmingly, desperately glad to see every single one of them, even Dint, that lovable scoundrel. Even Penny, though that was partly because Penny still had his pack, and presumably the precious button inside. The story wasn't over. After all the chaos, there was still a chance for things to be not good but salvageable, a mitigated disaster. Maybe in 5 years, when the nightmares had faded, they'd even laugh about it over drinks. Perhaps the real Fillory wasn't so far from the stories, after all. Kings and queens, Quentin mused. Kings and queens, glory exacts its toll. Did you really expect anything less? At the room's center rested a large block of stone. Upon it lay a large, shaggy animal. A sheep? No, the curved horns marked it as a ram. Its eyes were closed, legs tucked beneath it, its chin resting gently on a simple golden crown nestled between its front knees. Quentin couldn't tell if it was sleeping, dead, or an astonishingly lifelike sculpture. He took a cautious step forward onto the sandy floor, the solidity of it feeling like landfall after a brutal and endless storm at sea. "I didn't know," he called out, his voice rough, directing his words toward Alice. "I wasn't sure you'd made it." Josh, mishearing, turned a ghostly pale face toward him. He looked utterly spooked. "I know," Josh croaked, then coughed into his hand. "What the hell happened back there? Did you fight that creature?" Josh gave a shaky nod. I felt this huge surge of magic, so I just went with it. I think I finally understood what you all feel when you cast. I conjured one of those swirling black voids. The beast looked at it, then looked at me with those creepy gold eyes, and then, whoosh, it got sucked right in. Head first. I saw its big red legs kicking, and I just ran. A sudden incongruous grin broke through his shock. "But did you get a look at that guy? Seriously? That thing was built like a barnyard legend." Without a word, Quentin and Alice moved into a tight embrace. The others gathered around, sharing fragmented stories of escape. Somehow, everything, everyhow, everything. He was rich. He was everything a king of Fillory should be. Somehow everyone had gotten out of the banquet hall more or less in one piece. In one more he Sheej even sampled the enchanted wine, suffering only a mild buzz. They all shook their heads in collective disbelief. What a story they would have, one nobody would ever believe. Quentin was bone-tired, his mind clinging to one clear thought. They had done it. They had actually done it. Elliot produced a flask, passing it around, and each took a fortifying sip. What had begun as a game, then turned terrifyingly real, was now circling back to that playful feeling they'd fantasized about on that strange, marvelous morning back in New York City. A proper adventure, good fun. Eventually their chatter died down, leaving them standing in a loose circle, just shaking their heads with dazed, foolish grins. A rough, dry cough cut through the silence. "Welcome." It was the ram. His eyes were open. "Welcome, children of earth." "And welcome," he added, with a nod toward Dint, "you steadfast child of Fillory. I am Ember." He had sat up, his eyes held the strange horizontal pupils of a sheep. His dense wool shone like pale gold beneath the grand curling horns that swept back from his forehead. His ears stuck out almost comically. Among them only Penny seemed to know the protocol. He dropped his pack, walked forward, and knelt in the sand before the ram, bowing his head. "We came seeking a crown," he announced, "but we have found a king, Lord Ember. It is my honor to pledge my loyalty to you. Thank you, my child." The ram's eyes slid half shut, an expression both solemn and pleased. Thank God, Quentin thought, the phrase utterly literal. It was really him. That was the only answer. They hadn't performed some grand heroic deed to earn this sudden reversal. Ember must have orchestrated it. He had saved them. This was the finale. They'd won. The coronation could start. Quentin's gaze flicked from Penny to the ram and back. He heard the soft shuffle of feet on sand. Someone else was kneeling now, but Quentin didn't turn to look. He remained standing. For some reason, he wasn't ready to kneel just yet. He would in a moment, but this didn't feel like the right second, though it would be a relief. His legs ached from the endless walking. Unsure what to do with his hands, he clasped them awkwardly in front of himself. Ember was speaking, but Quentin's mind skimmed over the words. They had a ceremonial, rehearsed quality to them. He'd always skipped the speeches by Ember and Umber in the books, too. Speaking of which, if this was Ember, where was Umber? They were never apart. With your help, it is time we resumed our rightful stewardship of this land. Together we shall go forth from this place and restore to Fillory the glory of the old days, the great days. The words washed over him. Alice could summarize it later. In the books, the rams had always seemed vaguely ominous, but in person, Ember wasn't bad at all. He seemed nice, even warm. Quentin could see why the Fillorians tolerated him. He was like a twinkly-eyed department store Santa Claus. You didn't take him entirely seriously. He didn't look much different from a regular ram, just larger, better kept, and radiating a sharp, otherworldly awareness you wouldn't expect from a farm animal. The overall effect was oddly humorous. Quentin struggled to focus. He was intoxicated by exhaustion, relief, and the contents of Elliot's flask. He was perfectly willing to agree to any grand pronouncements. He just desperately wished he knew where that faint, tantalizing sound of trickling water was coming from, because his throat was parched. And there was the crown, right there between Ember's front hooves. Should someone ask for it, or would he just hand it over when he felt like it? Absurd, a question of bizarre dinner party manners. He supposed the ram would give it to Penny now as a reward for his swift bootlicking, and they'd all have to serve under him. Maybe that was all it took. The idea of Penny being crowned High King of Fillory after all this grated on Quentin. Was Penny going to be the unlikely hero of this whole mess? "I have a question." A voice cut through the old ram's oration. Quentin was surprised to realize it was his own. Ember stopped. The ram was a massive creature, standing a good 5 feet at the shoulder. His lips were a deep black, and his wool appeared incredibly soft, like a dense, comforting cloud. Quentin felt a sudden, almost childish urge to press his face into that wool, to cry himself to sleep within its warmth. Penny twisted around, his eyes wide with a silent, urgent warning. "I hope this isn't out of line," Penny began, his voice carefully measured. "But if you are truly Ember, why are you hidden away down here instead of helping your people up above?" Quentin felt the question was necessary. He wasn't trying to be confrontational, but he needed to understand the immense struggle they had endured before moving forward. It's just, and this is sounding more intense than I intended. You are a god, and everything topside is falling apart. I think a lot of folks are wondering where you've been, that's all. Why would you let your own people suffer so much? He wished he could deliver the words with a confident, challenging smirk, but instead his voice trembled, edged with emotion. He kept repeating, "I mean," but he held his ground. Ember let out a strange, bleating noise. His mouth moved in a way no human mouth could, and Quentin caught a glimpse of a thick pink ram's tongue. Show, 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 He was log. turned his majestic head slightly, and Quentin now saw the injury. One of the ram's hind legs was held stiff and lame, the hoof barely touching the stone floor. "We have suffered a most undignified wound. But I don't get it," Janet interjected, her frustration bubbling over. "Quentin has a point. You're the god of this world. Doesn't that make you practically omnipotent?" "There are higher laws beyond your comprehension," Ember replied. "The power to build order and the power to unravel it are two different forces, forever in balance. Destruction is often simpler than creation, and there are those whose very nature revels in it." "Then why create something with the power to harm you or any of us?" Janet's voice grew sharper, a vein of raw bitterness she hadn't known she possessed now flowing freely. "Why not help? Do you have any idea how much pain we feel, how much we constantly suffer?" Ember's gaze was stern. "I know all things, daughter." "Okay, then know this," Janet shot back, planting her hands on her hips. "We humans are miserable most of the time. We loathe ourselves and each other. And sometimes we wish you or whoever had never bothered creating us or this messed up world or any other. Get it? So next time, maybe put a little more effort into the whole creation thing." A heavy silence filled the dungeon after her outburst. The torch flames danced wildly, casting long, sooty streaks up the walls toward the dome. What she said was true, and it fueled Quentin's own anger, yet it also stirred a nervous unease within him. "You are filled with rage, daughter," Ember said, his great eyes surprisingly gentle. "I'm not your daughter," Janet snapped, crossing her arms. "And yeah, no kidding, I'm angry," the ancient ram sighed, a deep, weary sound. A single tear welled in his large, liquid eye, traced a path down his cheek, and vanished into the golden fleece. Despite the tension, the image reminded Quentin absurdly of the solemn Native American from the old public service announcements. From behind him, Josh nudged Quentin's shoulder and whispered, "Whoa, she actually made Ember cry. The tide of evil is at its peak," the ram continued, stubbornly, sticking to his script like a politician avoiding the question. "But now that you've arrived, the tide will surely shift, except it wouldn't." The realization hit Quentin in a single, sickening wave. "You're here against your will," he said, the words tasting bitter. "You're a prisoner down here, aren't you? This wasn't over. It was only beginning. Human, there is so much beyond your grasp. You remain a child in these matters." Quentin brushed the comment aside. "That's it, isn't it? That's the whole story. Somebody put you down here and you can't get out. This was never a quest. It was a rescue mission." Beside him, Alice had pressed both hands to her mouth. "Where's Umber?" she whispered. "Where is your brother?" A heavy silence filled the cavern. The ram's long muzzle and dark lips were utterly still, impossible to read. Elliot rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "It's a distinct possibility." "Umber's dead, isn't he?" Alice said, her voice flat. "This place isn't a tomb. It's a prison cell or a trap," Elliot added. "Human children, listen to me," Ember's voice boomed. "There are laws that govern realities far beyond your— Oh, I think we've heard quite enough about what we don't understand." Janet cut in sharply. "But who did it?" Elliot stared down at the sand, his mind racing. "Who even has the power to do this to Ember, and why, I'd guess the Watcher woman. But something about this feels off." A cold prickle ran down Quentin's spine. He scanned the shadowy recesses of the cave. Whatever had shattered Ember's leg would be coming for them soon, and he wasn't sure he had another fight left in him. Penny remained on his knees, but the back of his neck was flushed a deep, furious crimson as he stared up at the ram. "Maybe it's time to hit the old panic button," Josh suggested nervously. "Back to the Netherlands. I've got a better idea," Quentin said. "They had to seize control. They could quit now, but the crown was right there, almost within reach. They were so close to the end, so close to winning everything. If they could just find the strength for one final push. He knew how. Penny's pack lay discarded on the sandy floor. Quentin knelt and dug through it. Of course Penny had the damn thing secured with a dozen straps and cords, but buried among the energy bars, the multi-tool, and the spare underwear, wrapped in a red bandana, he found what he was seeking. The horn felt smaller in his hand than he remembered. Right. Remember what the nymph told us? He held it aloft. When all hope is lost, something like that? "I wouldn't go that far," Josh muttered. "Let me see that," Dint commanded, breaking a long, conspicuous silence. Anais clung to his arm. Quentin ignored him. The cavern had erupted into overlapping voices. Penny and the ram were locked in what sounded like a fierce, intimate argument. "Interesting," Elliot said with a shrug. "It might work, frankly. I'd rather try that than slink back to the city. Who do you suppose will answer, human child?" the ram bellowed. "Human child, do it, Q," Janet urged. She looked unnaturally pale. "It's time, just do it." Alice gave a single grave nod. The horn's silver mouthpiece tasted metallic against his lips, like a cold coin. He drew the deepest breath he could, a sharp pain lancing through his wounded shoulder as his ribs expanded. He wasn't sure of the technique, pursed lips like a trumpeter or a straightforward blow like a kazoo. But the ivory horn released a clear, steady, high note, as gentle and rounded as one played by a master musician in a grand hall. Everyone fell silent and turned to look at him. The note wasn't loud, but it commanded the silence around it, instantly becoming the only sound in the cavern, everything resonating with its pure, simple strength. A natural, perfect tone that sounded like a grand chord. It went on and on. He blew until his lungs were empty. The sound echoed, then faded into nothing as if it had never been. The cavern was still. For a fleeting moment, Quentin felt utterly foolish, like he'd just blown a party favor at a funeral. What had he been hoping for in the end? Quentin honestly couldn't say. A low, snuffling noise came from Ember's stone pedestal. "Oh, child," the ram's voice rumbled, deep and weary. "Do you have any idea what you have just done?" "I got us out of a trap. That's what I did." The ram drew himself up to his full, imposing height. "I regret your arrival here," Ember intoned. "You children of Earth, no one invited you. I'm sorry our world has failed to be the perfect escape you imagined, but it was never built for your amusement." The old ram's jowls trembled. "Fillory is not some costume party for you and your friends, a place to play at being royalty with toy swords and paper crowns." He was visibly wrestling with a powerful feeling. It took Quentin a second to place it. It was fear. The ancient god was practically drowning in it. "That isn't why we came, Ember," Quentin said, his voice low. "Is it not?" Ember's voice was a subterranean boom. "No, of course it isn't." His otherworldly eyes were difficult to hold, molten yellow surrounding black sideways figure-8 pupils that swam like symbols of eternity. "You came here to rescue us. You came here to wear our crown. But answer me this, Quentin. How can you possibly hope to save a world when you are so utterly lost within your own?" Quentin was saved from having to formulate a reply, because that was the precise moment everything fell apart. A slender man in a perfectly tailored gray suit materialized in the cavern. His face was hidden behind a leafy branch that hung suspended in the air before it. He looked exactly as Quentin remembered. The same suit, the same conservative tie, his features just as unreadable. His pink, manicured hands were clasped politely in front of him. It was as if Quentin had never left that classroom back on Earth, in a sense. He supposed he never really had. The terror was so total, so consuming, that it felt almost like a numb stillness, not a fear, but the absolute knowledge that death had arrived for them all. The beast spoke. "I believe that was my line." His tone was conversational, his accent crisp and educated. Ember roared. The sound was monumental, shaking the chamber and sending a stalactite crashing down in fragments. The inside of his mouth was a mottled tapestry of pink and black. In that instant, the ram shed all appearance of foolishness. Immense humps of muscle bulged beneath the fluffy wool like granite beneath moss, and his ribbed horns were thick as stone, curling fully around so their deadly points aimed forward. Head lowered, he charged down from the stone plinth toward the man in gray. The beast swatted him aside with a smooth, almost lazy backhand. The motion was disturbingly casual. Ember shot sideways like a discarded rag doll and struck the rock wall with a wet, crushing impact. The physics of it seemed broken, as if the ram weighed nothing and the beast contained the density of a collapsing sun. Ember dropped utterly still to the sandy floor. He did not move. The beast flicked a bit of woolly fluff from his pristine gray sleeve with the backs of his fingers. It's a curious thing about the old gods, he mused. One assumes that age must equate to resilience. Yet when violence finds them, they fall just like everything else. They aren't stronger, they're merely older. A gritty shuffling sound came from behind Quentin. He dared a glance. Dint had simply turned on his heel and walked out of the cavern. The beast made no move to stop him. Quentin had a sinking feeling the rest of them wouldn't be granted the same courtesy. Yes, he was one of mine, the beast confirmed. Farvel was, too, if you wish for the full accounting, the birch tree, you recall. Most of them are now, the Ram's era has concluded. Fillory belongs to me. It wasn't a boast, merely a fact. You treacherous weasel, Quentin thought bitterly. And I actually pretended to admire that ridiculous vest of yours. I knew you would come for me. It's hardly a shock. I've been anticipating you for what feels like an eternity. The beast let out a short, derisive snort. But is this truly your entire company? It's a poor joke, you must realize. You haven't a sliver of a chance. He sighed, a sound of profound disappointment. I suppose I won't be requiring this any longer. I was almost starting to feel normal about it all. The beast reached up with a thumb and forefinger, plucking the branch that dangled before him as casually as if he were removing a pair of sunglasses, and tossed it lightly away. Quentin flinched, bracing himself for the horror of its true visage, but there was no need. The face revealed was shockingly ordinary, the kind you might see on a mild-mannered accountant, round, soft, with a boyish quality that seemed entirely out of place. "Nothing. You don't know who I am." He strode to the stone pedestal, lifted the crown resting there, and settled it upon his graying hair. "My God," Quentin breathed, the realization dawning like a cold wave. "You're Martin Chatwin?" "In the living flesh," the beast declared with a cheerful flourish. "And look how much I've filled out." "I don't understand," Alice whispered, her voice trembling. "How is it possible you're Martin? But you must have known. Isn't that the entire reason for this little visit?" He scanned their frozen expressions, finding only blank terror. He frowned, a flicker of genuine offense crossing his bland features. "Well, I suppose it's irrelevant now, though it is a touch insulting, if I'm being honest." He adopted a theatrical pout, a sad clown's mask, which was deeply unsettling on a man who carried himself with the petulant air of a child who never grew up. He even possessed a peculiar, ageless quality, as if his development had halted the very instant he vanished into those woods. "What happened to you?" Quentin managed to ask. "What happened?" Martin spread his arms in a gesture of victorious revelation. "Why, I got exactly what I wished for. I went to Fillory, and I decided to stay." The awful truth crystallized. Martin Chatwin hadn't been abducted. He had transformed. He had achieved the very dream Quentin once harbored, a permanent escape from the mundane world into Fillory. But the cost had been everything. "I wasn't about to return to Earth after tasting paradise," Martin explained, his tone turning philosophical and oddly bitter. "You can't dangle heaven before someone and then yank it away. That's for petty gods, and I say, to hell with gods. You'd be amazed what dedication can achieve. I made some remarkably useful acquaintances in the darkling woods, extraordinarily resourceful fellows." He spoke with genial dinner-party bonhomie. "Of course, the rituals required for such magic, well, your humanity is the first casualty. You cease to be a man once you've performed the acts I have. Once you've learned what I know, I barely remember what it felt like." "Acquaintances," Quentin repeated numbly. "You mean the Watcher-woman." "The Watcher-woman," Martin burst into laughter, a sound both merry and chilling. "Oh, that's priceless. I sometimes forget what nonsense they printed. I've been here for ages, you see. Haven't glanced at those books in centuries. No, not her. Goodness, the company I keep would make her look like, well, they'd make her look like you, rank amateurs. But enough small talk. Where's the button?" The button, of course, was in Penny's satchel, which lay at Quentin's feet. This is my doing, Quentin thought, a spear of guilt piercing him clean through. This is the second time, twice, I've called this horror into the world. I'm a walking curse. "Button, button, who's got the button?" Martin sang, his eyes glinting. Penny began to shuffle backward, his lips already moving in the incantation of a spell, another hidden gambit Quentin didn't recognize, but Martin moved with a speed that defied sight, a venomous strike from the shadows. In a blur, he had seized both of Penny's wrists in a single, unbreakable grip. Penny thrashed violently, bending to kick hard at Martin's torso, then bracing his feet against the beast's chest to push away, every muscle straining. The beast appeared not to notice the struggle. "I'm afraid not, dear boy," he said calmly. Then his jaw distended, unhinging in an impossible serpentine gape. He placed both of Penny's hands into that cavernous mouth. He bit down. Not a clean severance, Martin Chatwin possessed blunt, human teeth, not sharp fangs. It required an extra, deliberate shake of his placid, middle-aged head to fully crush the bones and wrench the hands free. The beast released him, chewing with a steady, grinding rhythm, and Penny collapsed backward onto the sand. A wild spray of arterial blood erupted from the ragged stumps before he rolled, smothering the flow beneath his own weight. His legs kicked and shuddered as if gripped by a violent current. He made no scream, only frantic, muffled snuffling into the grit where his face was pressed. His sneakers churned the dirt. The beast swallowed twice, his throat working visibly, and offered an almost sheepish grin, holding up a single finger as he finished chewing. "Just a moment, please." His eyes slitted with profound satisfaction. "Shit, shit, 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 shit." A voice keened, high and breaking. Aeneas. "Now," Martin Chatwin said, once he could speak clearly again, "I believe I'll take that button." They gaped at him. "Why?" Elliot managed, his voice hollow. "What are you?" Martin produced a handkerchief and delicately blotted a speck of Penny's blood from the corner of his mouth. "Why, I'm exactly what you mistook that carcass for." He gestured toward Ember's still form. "I am a god." Quentin's chest was constricted so tightly his breaths came in short, sharp gasps. "But why do you want it?" He forced out. Speaking felt crucial. A frail barrier against the violence. "Just tidying up loose ends," Martin replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "The buttons are the only artifacts I know of that could compel my return to Earth. I've collected nearly all of them. This is the penultimate one, a mystery where the rabbits even found them. I've never quite solved it. Did you know when I first fled, my own siblings hunted me like some wild beast? They intended to drag me back home. Later, Ember and Umber came sniffing around too, hoping to deport me. But by then it was far, far too late for such notions. I had grown beyond their reach. That insufferable watcher-woman is still at it with her infernal clock trees, tampering with time itself. Their roots now worm halfway through this wretched world. She's next on my list. She holds the final button. Once it's mine, there will be no method left to be rid of me, not ever." Penny rolled onto his side. He gazed up at Quentin, his expression oddly rapturous, despite a face pale as chalk and dusted with sand. His eyes were shut tight, the ruined wrists clamped against his chest. His shirt was soaked through, a dark, heavy red. "Is it bad, Q?" Penny asked, his voice eerily calm. "I won't look, you tell me. How bad is it?" "You're going to be okay," Quentin whispered hoarsely. Martin couldn't stifle a dry, mirthless chuckle at that. He continued almost conversationally. "I've popped back to Earth a few times on my own, of course. Once to dispatch the old bastard, Plover, his smooth forehead furrowed with a moment of genuine reflection. He deserved that and more. I'd relish doing it again. Another time I slipped through when your Professor March botched an incantation. Merely to observe, I had a premonition that someone at Breakbills might be scheming. It seems I was correct. Though evidently I consumed the wrong student." Martin clapped his hands together, rubbing them in brisk anticipation. "Well, that's all ancient history," he said, brightening. "Let's have the button." "We hid it again," Alice stated, her voice steady. "Like your sister Helen did, we buried it. Kill us and you'll never find it. My brave Alice." Quentin gripped her hand. "I led us into this." His knees trembled violently. "Oh, well played," Martin said, almost admiringly. Shall I begin removing heads one by one? I suspect you'll tell me what I wish to know long before I finish." "Wait, why kill us at all?" Quentin burst out. "Take the damn button. We'll give it to you. Just leave us alone, oh, Quentin. I wish it were that simple, truly. But you see this place? It alters you. Martin sighed, waggling his extra fingers, his hands like pale, restless spiders. "It's why the Rams discouraged extended human visits. I fear I've lingered past the point of no return. I've developed quite a palate for human flesh. Don't wander off, William," he added, nudging Penny's twitching form with the toe of his polished shoe. William, Quentin realized that had to be Penny's actual name, a detail he'd never learned until now. "And let's be clear," the beast continued, "I can't have you all plotting rebellion. That's treason, plain and simple. Everyone see how I've disabled your lead magician, understood?" "You miserable coward," Quentin replied, his voice flat. "It wasn't even worth it, was it? That's the real joke. You came searching for the same thing we did, and are you satisfied you discovered the truth, didn't you? There's no escaping who you are, not even here in Fillory." With a furious snarl, Martin launched himself forward, crossing the 30-foot gap in one terrifying leap. Quentin twisted to flee, but it was too late. The monster was already upon him, teeth sinking into his shoulder, arms locking around his chest in a crushing embrace. The beast's jaws clamped down like industrial vice grips on his collarbone, and Quentin felt the bone bend and snap with a nauseating crunch. The grip adjusted, securing a better hold. The air was forced from Quentin's lungs in a ragged groan. He had feared the agony, but when it arrived, it was less about sharp pain and more about the overwhelming, unbearable pressure. He couldn't draw a breath. For a fleeting second, he wondered if he could muster some magic, something spectacular and wild, like he had during his break-bills examination years ago, but he couldn't speak to cast. He clawed backward with his hands, hoping to gouge at Martin's eyes or tear at his ears, but all he managed was to fist handfuls of the beast's thin gray hair. Martin, 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 and like he There must have been another path. What had been his first misstep? The possibilities were endless, but then abruptly the pressure vanished and his ears began to ring. Alice stood with her pale hands wrapped firmly around Janet's blue-black revolver. Her face was bloodless, but her grip was steady. She fired 2 more shots, point-blank into Martin's ribs. As he turned toward her, she fired a third directly into his chest. Shredded fragments of his suit and tie spun through the air. Quentin thrashed forward like a primitive fish hauling itself onto a bank, gasping desperately for air. Now the real pain set in his right arm hung numb and loose, feeling disturbingly detached. The taste of blood filled his mouth. He heard Alice fire twice more. When he thought he'd put enough distance between them, he risked a glance back. His vision was graying at the edges, narrowing like the final circle of an old cartoon. Yet he could see Alice and Martin Chatwin standing 10 paces apart on the sand. Out of bullets, she tossed the revolver backhand to Janet. "All right," she said, her voice quiet but unshaken in the silent cavern. "Let's see what else your friends taught you." Martin regarded her with amused curiosity, tilting his head. What was she planning? Did she truly intend to fight him? 10 long, silent seconds passed. When he rushed her, Alice was the only one ready. There was no warning. One moment he was still, the next a blur. Quentin couldn't fathom how she reacted so swiftly when he could barely track Martin's movement, but before the beast covered half the distance, she had him suspended in mid-air, legs churning uselessly, trapped in a rigid kinetic spell. She slammed him into the ground with such force that he bounced. He was on his feet again almost instantly, brushing off his suit, and came at her once more without even pausing to reset.
What?
You didn't anticipate this, did you? And this is just pure Flemish praxis, nothing fancy. I haven't even started on the Eastern disciplines yet. With a sharp crack, the beast broke off a stalagmite and hurled its sidearm at Alice. But the stone spear exploded in midair before it could reach her. Shards whined away in every direction. Quentin couldn't follow every detail, but he sensed she hadn't acted alone. The others were supporting her, a united front with Alice leading the charge. Yet Alice was operating on a level far beyond them. Perhaps poor Penny could have parsed her techniques, but Alice was in a realm Quentin hadn't known she could access. He was a magician, but she was something more, a true adept. He hadn't realized how vast the gap between them had grown. There was a time when he might have felt a sting of envy, but now all he felt was a fierce, swelling pride. That was his Alice. Sand hissed up from the floor in a furious cloud like a swarm of enraged bees and coiled around Martin's head, seeking to force its way into his mouth, nose, and ears. He twisted and flailed wildly. "Oh, Martin!" A faint, almost wicked smile touched her lips. "That's the problem with monsters. No theoretical foundation. No one ever made you drill the basics, did they? If they had, you'd never be vulnerable to something this simple." Blinded, Martin stumbled straight into a fireball, a signature Penny move that erupted over him. But Alice didn't pause. She couldn't afford to. Her lips kept moving, her hands flowing through one fluid gesture after another, spells chaining together without a break. It was like high-stakes blitz chess. The fireball was followed by a glimmering spherical prison, then a toxic volley of magic missiles. She must have deconstructed and supercharged that spell to release a whole flock of them. The sand she'd stirred from the floor gathered and fused into a faceless glass golem, which landed 2 quick jabs and a roundhouse punch before Martin shattered it with a counterblow. But he seemed disoriented. His round face flushed a dangerous, flustered red. A colossal, invisible weight seemed to settle on his shoulders, an unseen yoke that drove him down to one knee. Anais projected a bolt of ochre lightning that left a bloodshot afterimage on Quentin's vision, and Elliot, Josh, and Janet, joining hands, sent a hail of rocks pounding against Martin's back. The cavern echoed with a chorus of incantations, but Martin seemed oblivious to everyone but Alice. From a half-crouch he lunged at her across the sand, and some kind of phantasmal armor shimmered into existence around her, silvery, translucent, flickering in and out of sight. The beast's fingers slid uselessly off it. The armor came with a gleaming polearm that Alice spun in one hand before setting and thrusting toward Martin's stomach. Sparks flew where they met. "Fergus's spectral armory," she shouted, breathing hard. His eyes were red and locked on her with grim intensity. "Like it. It's very basic principles, second-year material. But then, you never bothered with proper schooling, did you, Martin? You wouldn't have lasted an hour at break bills?" Watching her fight alone like this was unbearable. Quentin lifted his cheek from the sandy floor and tried to form a spell, anything, even a distraction, but his lips refused to shape the words. His fingers were growing numb. In frustration, he beat his hands against the ground. He had never loved Alice more. He poured every ounce of his will toward her, a silent transmission of support he knew she could never physically receive. Alice and Martin clashed in a brutal, relentless exchange that stretched on for a full minute. The enchanted armor seemed to grant her an instinctive combat grace. She wielded the fairy glaive with 2 hands now, its intricate movements a blur, the wicked spike on its pommel drawing first blood. Sweat plastered her hair to her skin, but her concentration never wavered. When the armor's magic finally dissipated, she didn't hesitate. With a sharp incantation, she encased the beast in a sudden, elaborate cocoon of ice, so cold his clothing crystallized and shattered away, leaving him pale and exposed, yet he was near enough to grab her wrist, and in that instant she shrank back into a mere girl, looking terribly fragile. It was a fleeting vulnerability. She snarled a string of fierce syllables, and her form erupted into that of a powerful lioness, a distinctive white ruff beneath her chin. She and Martin crashed to the sand in a snarling tangle, jaws snapping, each seeking a lethal hold. Alice raked at him with her powerful hind legs, her furious cries echoing across the beach. Janet circled the chaos, fumbling bullets into the revolver and scattering more in the sand, but the combatants were too entwined for a clear shot. The transformations came in a dizzying rush. The beast was suddenly constricted by a massive spotted anaconda. Then Alice was an eagle, then a huge brindled bear, then a nightmarish, man-sized scorpion, its crane hook-sized stinger buried deep in Martin Chatwin's back. Crackling energy flared around them as they fought, their struggling forms lifting slightly from the ground. When the beast gained the upper position, Alice expanded explosively into a sleek, sinuous white dragon, her vast wings beating the sand and forcing everyone back. Martin grew to match her scale, becoming a giant she now wrestled in the air. She seized him in her talons and unleashed a searing torrent of blue flame, like a jet engine's blast, directly into his face. For a long moment he convulsed in her grip. His eyebrows vanished, his features comically blackened with soot. Quentin could hear the dragon's ragged, panting breaths. The beast shuddered and went still. Then, with an air of profound annoyance, he seemed to collect himself and drove a single, devastating punch into the dragon's face. Instantly, Alice was human again, blood streaming from her nose. Martin rolled aside and stood up. Despite his nakedness, he produced a pristine handkerchief from nowhere and fastidiously dabbed at the soot on his cheeks. "Damn it," Quentin croaked, his throat raw. "Somebody do something now." Janet managed to load a final bullet and fired, then hurled the empty pistol. It struck the back of Martin Chatwin's head with a thud, but didn't even ruffle his hair. "Go to hell!" she screamed. Martin took a deliberate step toward the dazed Alice. "No, this ends here. Hey, you arrogant bastard." Quentin forced out. You overlooked one tiny detail. He spat blood and shifted into a thick, hysterically cracked Cuban accent. "Say hello to my little friend." Quentin whispered the activation word Professor Fogg had entrusted to him on graduation night. He'd rehearsed this moment in his mind 100 times. And as the final syllable left his lips, something large and solid fought its way out from under his shirt, claws scrabbling against his back. Gazing up, Quentin was met with an absurd sight. His cacodemon was wearing a small pair of round spectacles, neatly hooked over its pointed ears. Seriously? His demon had glasses? It loomed over him, looking oddly scholarly and perplexed, unsure of its target. The naked man, Quentin rasped, "Go, protect her." The demon skidded to a halt 10 feet from Martin. It feinted left and then left again, as if playing a defensive mind game, before coiling and springing straight for his face. With a weary sigh, as if to underscore the sheer inconvenience of it all, Martin simply raised a hand and caught the creature midair. The demon hissed and tore viciously at his fingers. Martin started to eat it slowly, like a lizard swallowing a bug, as it clawed at his hair and eyes. Quentin waved desperately at Alice, trying to signal her to run, maybe if they scattered. But her attention was elsewhere. She licked her lips, tucked her hair behind her ears with both hands, and rose to her feet. Her expression had shifted, a decision had been made. Her hands began moving through the preliminary gestures of an extremely complex working. At the sound, both Martin and the demon turned toward her. Seizing the moment, Martin snapped the creature's neck and shoved the rest into his mouth. "So," Alice said, her voice steady, "you think you're the scariest thing here?" "Don't," Janet warned, but Alice didn't hesitate. She was attempting something. Everyone except Quentin seemed to understand. "No, wait," Elliot shouted, furious. "You're not even a real magician, are you, Martin?" Alice said softly, "You're just a scared little boy." "That's all you've ever been," she choked back a sob. "I'm sorry." Closing her eyes, she began an incantation. Quentin could see their entire history in her face, every struggle, every wound, every reconciliation. She was releasing it all. This was a grand academic spell from the Renaissance era, summoning immense power. He couldn't fathom its purpose, but then he understood the spell itself wasn't the goal. Its catastrophic side effects were. He started dragging himself toward her, not caring if it killed him. "Stop!" he screamed. "Alice, no!" Blue fire ignited at her fingertips, spreading relentlessly up her hands and wrists, illuminating her face. Alice opened her eyes, gazing at the flames with a kind of awe. "I'm on fire," she said, almost conversationally. I didn't expect I'm burning." Then her voice rose into a shriek that could have been pain or rapture. "I'm burning! Oh, God, Quentin, it's burning me!" Martin paused his advance to watch as Alice transformed into a Niffin. Quentin couldn't see his face. Alice took a step back and sat down, staring at her arms, which were now blue fire up to the shoulders. They blazed like road flares. Her flesh wasn't consumed, but eerily replaced by the devouring flame. She stopped speaking, only emitting a moan that climbed in pitch and volume. As the fire crept up her neck, she threw her head back, mouth wide in a silent scream. The blaze left in its wake a new Alice, smaller, forged from something like glowing blue glass fresh from a furnace. The cavern flooded with azure light. Even before it was complete, Alice had left the ground, now pure fire. Her face held the particular madness of things neither alive nor dead. She floated above the floor as if suspended in water. The spirit that had replaced her, the Niffin, observed them with furious, vacant, sapphire eyes. For all her power, she looked fragile, like delicate Murano glass. From where he lay, Quentin watched through a red haze of agony, his capacity for terror or love stripped away along with his peripheral vision. This was not Alice. This was a righteous angel of destruction, blue and naked, wearing an expression of irrepressible glee. Quentin had forgotten to breathe for a moment. The Niffin hovered before the beast, incandescent with anticipation. At the last second, Martin seemed to sense the shift and tried to retreat, bolting in a blur, but he was too slow. The angel seized him by his neatly trimmed gray hair, bracing a hand on his shoulder. She ripped Martin Chatwin's head from his body with a dry, crisp sound. The sight was too much. Quentin's exhausted mind could process no more. He held onto the thought like a fading radio station, but keeping the signal clear was a struggle. Rolling onto his back, his mind felt like a warped version of itself, pulled thin and see-through. Something terrible had occurred, yet the memory kept slipping away. The world he knew had vanished. He'd found a soft, sandy spot on the floor, considerate of Martin, really, to choose a room with such fine, cool sand. A pity it was now soaked through with blood, his and Penny's. He wondered if Penny was still breathing. He wondered if passing out was an option. He wanted to sleep and never open his eyes again. Quentin heard the scrape of a leather sole, and Elliot moved into view above him before walking on. From somewhere indistinct, Ember's voice reached him. Not dead yet, he mused. Tough old goat, or maybe it was just his imagination. "You have won," the ram's voice carried from the shadows. "Take your reward, hero." Elliot lifted the golden crown of the High King of Fillory with a wordless shout. He hurled it like a discus into the dark. The final dream shattered. Quentin either blacked out or died. He couldn't tell which book for the retreat. Quentin awoke in a lovely white room. For a moment or an hour or a week, he thought it was his quarters at Breakbills South, that he was back in Antarctica. But then he noticed the open window with heavy green curtains billowing in and out on a warm summer breeze. Definitely not Antarctica. He lay still, gazing at the ceiling, adrift on a hazy, medicated calm. He felt no curiosity about where he was or how he'd arrived. He soaked in tiny pleasures, the sunlight, the scent of clean sheets, a slice of blue sky through the window, the twisting grain of the dark chocolate-brown beams against the white ceiling. He was alive. And those surprisingly tasteful curtains, the color of plant stems, they were coarsely woven, but not in that faux rustic, self-conscious way of expensive earth furnishings that only mimic real handmade cloth. No, these were authentically coarse curtains, made by people who knew no other method, who didn't even realize their way was unique, and so their work hadn't been stripped of meaning before it began. This filled him with a quiet joy. It was as if he'd been searching for these curtains his whole life, waiting to wake in a room where they hung just so occasionally. A clip-clop sound came from the hall outside. The mystery resolved when a woman with the body of a horse stepped partly into the room. The sight felt oddly normal. She was a sturdy, sun-tanned woman with short brown hair, seamlessly joined to the powerful frame of a glossy black mare. "Are you awake?" she asked. Quentin tried to clear his throat, but it was too parched for speech, so he nodded. "Your recovery is almost finished," the centauress stated with the brisk manner of a busy senior doctor making rounds. She began carefully backing out into the hallway. "You have been asleep for 6 months and 2 days," she added before vanishing. Quentin listened to the clip-clop fade away. Silence returned. He tried to cling to that blissful feeling, but it didn't last. The 6 months Quentin spent recovering were mostly a blur, a fleeting sense of deep blue nothingness and strange, vivid dreams, yet his memories of what happened inside Ember's tomb remained painfully sharp. He might have hoped that day, or was it night, would fade into a merciful blank, softened by trauma. Instead, every moment stayed clear, focused, and relentless, right up until he blacked out. The memory hit him like a physical blow, crushing his chest, emptying his lungs again and again as if the beast's jaws were still clamped around him. He was powerless against it. Lying in bed, he sobbed until he choked, his frail body shaking. He made sounds he didn't know a person could make. He pressed his face into the rough straw pillow until it was soaked with tears. She had died for him, for all of them, and she was gone forever. He couldn't stop reliving it, as though replaying the scene might somehow change the outcome or dull the pain, but each replay only made him wish he were dead. His half-healed body ached down to the bone, yet he almost welcomed the hurt. He wanted it to be worse. How was he supposed to live in a world that allowed something like this? A broken, fraudulent place, and he wanted no part of it. Sleep brought no relief. He'd wake gasping, trying to warn someone, though he never knew who or what about. And it was always too late. Grief curdled into rage. What had they been thinking? A bunch of kids stumbling into a civil war in another world? Alice was dead, Fen and Penny too, most likely, and the cruelest part was that he could have saved them. He was the one who said it was time to go to Fillory. He blew the horn that called the beast. Alice came because of him to look after him, and he had failed to protect her. The centaurs watched him weep with detached, almost fish-like indifference. Over the next few days he gathered that he was in something like a monastery, though the centaurs who ran it made it clear this wasn't a place of worship. With a hint of whinnying superiority, they explained it was a community devoted to the purest expression, or perhaps realization was the better word, of the intricate, lofty values of centaurhood concepts his limited human mind could never fully grasp. There was something oddly German about their precision. They weren't unkind exactly, but they considered humans inferior beings, not by fault, but by a tragic accident of birth that left them severed from their rightful horse-halves. Their pity was tempered by near-total disinterest. They also seemed perpetually worried he might topple over. None could recall exactly how Quentin had arrived. They didn't dwell on the backstories of damaged humans who washed up among them when pressed. His doctor, a painfully earnest centaur named Alder Acorn Agnes Allison Fragrant Timber, vaguely recalled a group of unusually filthy humans bringing him in on a makeshift stretcher. He'd been unconscious in deep shock, with a crushed rib cage and a forelimb nearly torn from its socket. Such anatomical disorder was distasteful to the centaurs, but they weren't ungrateful. They knew the humans had done Fillory a service by removing Martin Chatwin, so they did their best, weaving deep wood magic around Quentin's broken body while the other humans lingered nearby for a month or two before moving on. They believed he would likely never wake. As Quentin remained unconscious, the humans eventually left, resigned. He might have felt anger at being abandoned in Fillory, cut off from his own world, but instead a warm, cowardly relief washed over him. He was spared from facing them. The sight of their faces would have scorched him with shame. He wished for death, but since that was denied, this total isolation in Fillory was the next best thing, lost forever. He was broken in a way no magic could mend. His body remained weak, and he spent long hours in bed, letting his atrophied muscles rest. He felt like an empty shell, crudely hollowed out and left limp and raw. If he concentrated, he could summon old sense memories, not from Fillory or Breakbills, but the safe, distant past. The smell of his mother's oil paints, the lurid green of the Gowanus Canal, the way Julia pursed her lips around her oboe reed, that family vacation in Maine when a hurricane blew through. About 8. And they ran onto the lawn, throwing their sweaters into the air, watching them sail over the neighbor's fence before collapsing in laughter. Outside his window, a beautiful white cherry tree stood in the afternoon sun, every branch swaying in its own rhythm. He watched it for what felt like hours. When feeling bold, he'd recall flying south as a goose, wingtip to wingtip with Alice, buoyed by pillowy air, gazing down at the squiggling rivers below. He thought now, if he did it again, he'd remember to look for the Nazca lines in Peru. Sometimes he fantasized about asking Professor van der Weg to change him back permanently, to live and die as a simple goose, forgetting he'd ever been human. Other times, he remembered a day on the cottage roof with Alice. They had a joke planned for the others, but no one ever came home, so they just lay on the warm shingles all afternoon, talking about nothing under the open sky. A few days of this passed slowly. His body healed quickly, growing restless, and his mind began to stir, demanding new distractions. It wouldn't leave him alone, onward and upward. He couldn't stop himself from improving. Soon, Quentin was up and exploring the grounds, a walking skeleton. Severed from his past and everyone he knew, he felt as insubstantial as a ghost. The monastery, called the Retreat by the Centaurs, was all stone colonnades, towering trees, and wide, well-kept paths. Despite his gloom, he found himself ravenously hungry. The Centaurs were strict vegetarians, but they were wizards with salad, setting out huge wooden troughs of spinach, lettuce, arugula, and sharp dandelion greens, all delicately oiled and spiced. He discovered their baths, 6 rectangular stone pools of varying temperatures, each large enough for 3 long breaststrokes from end to end. They reminded him of the Roman baths in Alice's parents' house, and they were deep. If he dove down vigorously until the light dimmed and pressure filled his ears, he could just brush the rough stone bottom with his fingertips. His mind was like an icy pond, constantly in danger of thawing. He trod on it only lightly, its surface perilously slick, and who knew how thin the ice really was? Breaking through would mean plunging into what lay beneath, frigid, lightless water without air, and furious fish with sharp teeth. Those fish were his memories. He wished he could box them up and misplace them forever, but it was impossible. The ice shattered at the strangest times, when a chattering squirrel glanced at him with curiosity, when a centaur nurse showed him an unexpected kindness, or when he accidentally saw his own reflection. Something monstrous and reptilian would surge upward. His vision would blur with tears, and he'd have to turn violently away. His grief for Alice kept revealing layers he never knew existed. It was as if he'd only truly seen her, loved all of her, in their final hours together. Now she was gone, shattered like the delicate glass figure she crafted the day they met, and the rest of his life stretched before him like an empty, pointless afterthought. In the initial weeks after being brought back, Quentin still felt a profound ache in his chest and shoulder, but it dulled as time passed. He was first startled, then oddly intrigued, to find the centaurs had replaced the flesh destroyed by the beast with what looked like dark, finely grained wood. Much of his collarbone, shoulder, and biceps now seemed to be made of a smooth, polished hardwood, perhaps cherry or apple. The material was completely without sensation. He could knock on it and feel nothing. Yet it flexed and moved exactly as he commanded, blending seamlessly into his remaining skin. He found he didn't mind it. His right knee was wooden now, too. He had no memory of injuring it, but then again, who could recall every detail of such a chaotic journey? There was another alteration. His hair had turned completely white, eyebrows and all, like the survivor in an old sea tale. He looked like he was wearing a cheap platinum wig. He filled every moment with motion to avoid stillness. He took up archery on a neglected, overgrown range. When he could corner one of the younger centaurs, he badgered them into giving him riding lessons and teaching him saber fencing, calling it necessary rehabilitation. Sometimes he imagined his opponent was Martin Chatwin. Other times he didn't bother with the pretense. The result was always the same. He never scored a hit. Word of a human at the retreat had spread among the local fauna. A persistent badger and a few overly large, talkative rabbits became convinced he was Philary's next high king. When he snapped that he wasn't and had abandoned any such royal fantasy, they christened him the Reluctant King. They left offerings of nuts and cabbages by his window and fashioned sad little crowns from twigs and dull quartz pebbles. He destroyed everyone. A group of docile horses wandered the expansive grounds freely. Quentin initially assumed they were mere companions, but the reality was more involved. The centaurs, both male and female, would often mate with the horses, doing so openly and with great noise. He had found his few belongings arranged in neat stacks against one wall of his room. He stored them in a dresser. They occupied barely half of a single drawer. The room also contained a weathered old desk, painted in faded white and mint green, reminiscent of a Florida porch. One afternoon, bored and restless, Quentin began searching its warped drawers, wondering what prior occupants might have left behind. It crossed his mind to try a simple written spell, a basic scrying, to see if he could discover anything about the fate of his friends. It almost certainly wouldn't work across different worlds, but then again, stranger things had happened. Rummaging through the drawer, Quentin's fingers brushed past a collection of mismatched buttons, some dried chestnuts, and the brittle remains of a few Philorian insects. Then he felt them, 2 envelopes of thick, coarse paper, the kind the centaurs produced. Beside them lay a dry, tough branch, its leaves papery and brown. The first envelope bore his name in an elegant, familiar script, Eliot's. A wave of dizziness washed over him. He had to steady himself on the edge of the desk before he could sit. Inside, a note was tightly wrapped around the flattened, preserved form of a single-merit ultralight cigarette. The message read, "Dear Q, getting you out of that place was one hell of an ordeal. Richard finally made an appearance, for which I guess we owe him thanks, though good Lord he doesn't simplify matters. We wanted to stay, Q, but it was getting impossible." The centaur insisted it wasn't helping. If you're reading this, then you finally woke up. I'm sorry for all of it. I know you are too. I once said I didn't need a family to become who I was meant to be, but it turns out I was wrong. I did need one, and it was you. We'll see each other again. E, the second envelope, held a notebook. It was thick, its corners softened and battered with age. Quentin knew it at once, though he hadn't laid eyes on it since a cold November afternoon 6 years prior. With a strange crystalline calm, he sat on his bed and opened The Magicians. The book was surprisingly brief, perhaps 50 handwritten pages, some smudged or bearing water stains. It wasn't written in Christopher Plover's usual clear, earnest prose. This was rougher, wittier, more sly, and clearly scribbled in haste, littered with misspellings and omitted words. That's because it wasn't Plover's work at all. As the first paragraph explained, this was the first volume of Fillory and Further by someone who had actually been there, Jane Chatwin. The story began right after the wandering dune ended, detailing the quarrel between young Jane and her sister Helen, that dear, self-righteous busybody, over Helen's hiding of the magic buttons that granted passage to Fillory. Unable to find them, Jane was forced to wait, but no further invitations arrived. It seemed she and her siblings were doomed to live out their lives on Earth as ordinary children. She tried to console herself. Most children never got to go to Fillory at all, but it felt unjust. The others had visited at least twice. She'd only been once. And then there was Martin, still missing after all this time. Their parents had given up hope, but the children hadn't. At night, Jane and the younger Chatwins would sneak into each other's rooms, whispering about what adventures Martin might be having in Fillory, and when he would finally come home, as they were certain he someday would. Years slipped by. Jane was 13, no longer a little girl, the same age Martin had been when he vanished, when the call finally came. A diligent, cooperative hedgehog named Prickleplump visited her, helping her retrieve an old cigar box from a dried-up well where Helen had dropped it. Inside were the buttons. She could have asked one of her siblings to join her, but instead, Jane chose to return to Fillory alone, traveling by way of the city. She was the only Chatwin ever to enter that other world without a brother or sister beside her. She found Fillory in the grip of a powerful, ceaseless wind. At first it was novel and fun. Everyone flew kites, and a fashion for billowing, flowy clothing took hold at the royal court in Whitespire. But the wind never relented. It grew tiresome, birds grew weary fighting against it. Everyone's hair became a tangled mess. The forests were being stripped bare of leaves, and the trees themselves had begun to grumble in complaint. Even after you stepped indoors and shut the door, the groaning persisted, the phantom gusts brushing your face for hours. The great wind-powered clockwork heart of Whitespire Castle strained so violently it had to be disconnected from its windmills and stopped, something no one alive could remember happening before. A flock of eagles, griffins, and pegasi let the tempest carry them off, certain it would deliver them to a realm more wondrous than Fillory. They straggled back a week later from the opposite direction, famished, ragged, and wind-scorched, refusing to speak of what they'd witnessed. Jane fastened a rapier at her waist, pinned her hair into a severe knot, and marched alone into the darkling woods. Leaning into the gale, she pushed upwind, determined to find where it began. Soon she found Ember in a clearing, wounded and frantic. He spoke of Martin's monstrous change and his own failed attempt to cast the boy out, a struggle that ended with Umber's death after a swift war council. Ember let out a resonant bleat and summoned the cozy horse. They climbed onto its broad velvet back and rode to treat with the dwarves, notoriously fickle. The dwarves rarely cooperated with anyone, but even they agreed Martin was a threat. Besides, the howling winds were stripping the precious topsoil from their cherished underground homes. For Jane, they crafted a silver pocket watch, a masterpiece of horology so crammed with microscopic gears, cams, and glorious spiral springs that its interior was a solid gleaming hive of clockwork. With it, they explained, she could command time itself, speed it up, slow it down, turn it forward or back as she pleased. Jane and Ember departed with the watch, shaking their heads in disbelief. Honestly, you never knew what the dwarves might pull off. If they could build a time machine, why didn't they just run the whole kingdom? Probably, Jane mused, because they couldn't be bothered. Quentin turned the final page. The book ended there, signed at the bottom in Jane's own hand. "Well, that was anticlimactic," he said aloud. "The truth doesn't always make a good story, does it? But I think I tied up most of the loose threads. I'm sure you can fill in the rest if you really think about it." He nearly leapt out of his chair. Perched perfectly still on his desk across the room, long legs crossed, was a petite, pretty woman with dark hair and pale skin. "At least I try to make a good entrance," she said. She had gone native, a light brown cloak draped over a practical gray traveling dress, slit high enough on the sides to reveal a glimpse of leg, but it was unmistakably her, the paramedic, the visitor in the infirmary, and yet not really either of those things at all. "You're Jane Chatwin, aren't you?" She beamed and nodded. "I autographed it." She pointed to the manuscript. "Think what it might be worth sometimes. I imagine showing up at a Fillory convention just to see the reaction." They'd probably think you were a cosplayer," Quentin replied, "and maybe a bit old for it." He set the pages aside on the bed. He'd been very young when they first met, but he wasn't young anymore. As her brother Martin might have said, "My, how he'd grown." Her smile didn't disarm him the way it once had. "You were the Watcher woman too, weren't you?" "Was and am," still seated. She offered a mock curtsy. "I suppose I could retire now that Martin's gone. Though, honestly, I've only just started having fun." He expected to smile back, but his face remained still. He didn't feel like smiling. Quentin couldn't have named the emotion tightening his chest. Jane stayed motionless, watching him just as she had that first day long ago. Her presence was so heavy with magic, meaning, and history that she seemed almost to glow. The realization that she had spoken directly to Plover, sharing the very tales Quentin had cherished since childhood, left her feeling caught in a dizzying loop. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its fading light painted his white bedspread in shades of dusky orange and pink, softening the edges of the room in the twilight. "None of this adds up," Quentin stated flatly, feeling utterly immune to any allure she might have possessed. "If you were truly the Watcher woman, why go through all that? Stopping time and everything else." A wry smile touched her lips. "This little device," she said, drawing a silver pocket watch as thick and round as a pomegranate from within her cloak, "didn't exactly come with the user's guide. It required a fair bit of trial and error to master, and not every experiment went according to plan. There was one particularly endless afternoon." She grimaced slightly, her accent a perfect match for Martin's. "People misinterpreted my actions. And honestly, Plover embellished most of it. The man had quite an imagination." She shook her head, as if Plover's creative liberties were the most astonishing part of this whole mess. "You have to understand, I was only 13 when I began. I had no formal magical training. I had to piece everything together myself. I guess that makes me a bit of a hedge witch. So all those legendary deeds attributed to the Watcher Woman. A good deal of it actually occurred, she admitted. But I was cautious. The Watcher Woman never took a life. I cut corners, yes, sometimes at others' expense. But my focus was elsewhere. My mission was to stop Martin, and I did what was necessary, even those clock trees. She let out a rueful snort. What a brilliant idea those were. They never actually did a thing. The ironic part is that Martin was terrified of them. He could never decipher their purpose. For just a moment her composed facade slipped. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she blinked rapidly. I keep trying to convince myself that we lost the real Martin that very first night when he vanished into the forest. The creature that remained wasn't truly him, not anymore. He died a long time ago, but I'm the last Chatwin standing now. He became a monster, yet he was the final piece of family I had left. And we killed him, Quentin said, his voice cold and detached, even as his heart hammered against his ribs. The vague feeling he'd struggled to name earlier was crystallizing into pure, white-hot rage. This woman had used him, had used all of them, as if they were disposable playthings. And if a few toys got broken in the process, so be it. That had been the unspoken truth of the entire saga. She had manipulated him, steering him and the others toward Fillory to hunt Martin. She had ensured he arrived. For all he knew, she was the one who planted the button for Lovelady to find in the first place. It were irrelevant now. It was over, and Alice was gone. He rose to his feet. A cool evening breeze, carrying the scent of cut grass, stirred the green curtains. "Yes," Jane Chatwin said, choosing her words with care. "You killed him. We won. We won." He was utterly incredulous, the dam of his restraint finally breaking. All the grief and guilt he had so meticulously bottled up came flooding back, transformed into scalding anger. The ice was shattering. The pond was boiling over. "We won? You're telling me you have a literal time machine in your pocket, and this is the best outcome you could manage. You set us up, Jane, or whatever your name is. We thought we were embarking on a grand adventure, and you sent us on a suicide mission. Now my friends are dead. Alice is dead." He had to swallow hard against the lump in his throat before he could continue. "Is this seriously the best you could do?" She lowered her gaze to the floor. "I'm sorry. You're sorry." The woman was unbelievable. Fantastic. "Then show me how sorry you are. Take me back. Use that watch, and we'll go back in time. We'll do everything over. Let's go back and fix this." "No, Quentin," she said, her tone grave and final. "We can't go back." "What do you mean, no? Of course we can go back. We can, and we will." His voice rose, louder and more insistent as he stared at her, as if sheer volume and intensity could compel her to act. She had to, and if words failed, he could force her. She was a small woman, and aside from that watch, he was confident he was twice the magician she could ever hope to be, yet she only shook her head sadly, not retreating an inch. "You have to understand," she repeated, her resolve unwavering. Her voice was low and gentle, a deliberate attempt to calm him, to smooth over the memory of her actions. "I'm a witch, Quentin, not a deity. I've walked this path more times than you can imagine. I've explored countless timelines, sent countless others to stand against Martin. Must I really explain the delicate mechanics of rewriting time? Alter one thread and the entire tapestry shifts. Did you believe you were the first to confront him in that chamber? Or that it was even your first attempt? That fight has been replayed endlessly. I've seen every variation, and every single time it ended in death. So I would turn back the clock." She took a slow breath, the weight of centuries in her eyes. "As terrible as this reality feels, it is, without question, the best outcome I have ever managed to secure. No one else ever stopped him, only you and your friends. That's why I'm holding onto this timeline. I cannot gamble away everything we've salvaged." Quentin crossed his arms, his body rigid. A tremor of pure anger ran through him, making the muscles in his shoulders twitch. "Fine," he said, his voice tight. "Then we rewind further back, before the world and the walls. We stop him before any of it begins. Find a reality where Martin Chatwin never even sets foot in Fillory. I have." The plea in her voice was raw, stripped bare. "Quentin, I've tried that 1,000 times over. He always finds a way there. There is no version of this story where he doesn't. Her shoulders slumped, the formidable witch suddenly looking fragile. I am so tired. I know you lost Alice. I lost my brother. I'm exhausted from fighting that hollow creature that was once Martin. In that moment, she did look exhausted, her gaze turning inward, fixed on some distant, unreachable world. It undermined his fury, which began to leak away despite his efforts to reignite it. This wasn't finished. He moved, a sudden lunge, but she anticipated him. He was fast, yet she was faster. Perhaps they had enacted this very moment in another life, or perhaps his intentions were simply that transparent. Before he had crossed half the room, she pivoted and hurled the silver watch against the stone wall with all her strength. It struck with a sickening metallic crunch, like a sack of coins hitting the ground. The crystal face exploded, and a cascade of tiny gears and springs scattered across the floor like glittering, worthless jewels. She turned back to him, breathless and defiant. He stared at the ruined mechanism. "No more," Jane stated, her voice firm. "This ends now. We must learn to live with what remains and grieve what is gone. I wish I could have told you sooner, but I needed your ignorance. I needed you to fight." In a strangely tender motion, she cupped his face in her hands, drew him down, and pressed a kiss to his forehead. The room was nearly dark. The door groaned on its hinges as she opened it to the quiet spring night. "Try not to judge Martin too severely," she said from the threshold, her voice barely a whisper. Plover took advantage of him whenever he had the chance. I believe that's the real reason he sought out Fillory. Why else would a boy try to crawl inside a grandfather clock? He was just looking for a place to hide. Then she was gone. Quentin didn't follow, only stood staring at the empty doorway for a long while. When he finally moved to close the door, the shattered remnants of the watch crunched under his boots. The depth of it all felt endless. Had he finally reached the core? In the fading light, his eyes fell on the notebook lying on the unyielding centaur bed. A note was tucked between the pages, the same one the wind had stolen from him once before. He pulled it free. All it said was surprise. He sank back onto the bed. In the grand scheme, he and Alice had been mere supporting actors, unfortunate bystanders who stumbled into someone else's war. A brother and sister locked in a perpetual battle within their own twisted fantasy. No one truly mourned Alice, and no one particularly cared that he had survived. He had his answers now, but they failed to perform their intended function. They didn't simplify or soothe. They were useless. Sitting there in the growing dark, he thought of Alice. He thought of poor, stubborn Penny and of wretched Elliot, and he thought of that lost, broken boy, Martin Chatwin. He understood it now, at last. He'd approached everything the wrong way. Coming here had been a mistake from the start. Falling for Alice was a mistake. Even attending break bills was a mistake. He should have just stayed in Brooklyn, in the ordinary world. He could have tended his depression and his bitterness toward life from the quiet, unmagical safety of a normal existence. He never would have crossed paths with Alice, true, but at least she'd still be alive somewhere out there. He could have muddled through a bleak, unremarkable life with films, novels, lonely nights, and cheap whiskey like so many others do. He would have been spared the awful truth of actually obtaining what he once believed he desired. He could have saved himself and everyone else from the terrible price it demanded. If Martin Chatwin's story had a lesson, this was it in its simplest form. Sure, you can chase your fantasies, but they'll likely turn you into something monstrous. Better to just stay put and practice sleight of hand alone in your room. Part of the blame, of course, lay with Jane. She had coaxed him forward at every step. Well, he wouldn't be tricked again. He wouldn't give anyone the opportunity. Quentin felt a strange, cool detachment settle over him. His searing anger and sorrow were hardening into a smooth, protective shell, a clear, hard varnish of indifference. If he couldn't undo the past, he would simply have to chart a new course from here. This mindset felt infinitely more secure and sensible. The key was to want nothing at all. That was real power. That was true bravery, the courage not to love or to hope. The ironic part was how effortless everything became once nothing held any meaning. Over the following weeks, the new Quentin, with his shock of white hair and the wooden stiffness in his shoulder, returned to his magical training. What he sought now was absolute control. He aimed to become impervious, In his small room, he drilled spells he'd never fully mastered before or never had the nerve to attempt. Revisited the most advanced popper drills, brutally difficult. Nearly impossible etudes he'd only half executed back at Breakbills. Now he repeated them relentlessly, polishing every imperfection. He devised new, even more punishing variations and conquered those too. He welcomed the ache in his hands, fed on it. His casting gained a potency, accuracy, and flow it had never possessed. His fingertips traced lines of fire, sparks, and buzzing neon blue streaks in the air, too brilliant to look at directly. His mind shone with a cold, brittle satisfaction. This was what Penny had been searching for during his retreat to Maine, but Quentin was actually achieving it. Only now he realized, now that he had buried his human feelings, now that he no longer cared, could he command truly extraordinary power. As the gentle spring breeze gave way to the stifling summer heat, sweat streaming down his face while centaurs passed by his door. Aloof and uninterested, he began to grasp how Mayakovsky had accomplished feats that once seemed incomprehensible. In a deserted field, he meticulously deconstructed and rebuilt Penny's showy fireball enchantment. He identified and corrected the errors in his own senior project, the lunar journey, and he completed Alice's project as well. In her memory isolating and capturing a single photon, even observing it, defiance to Heisenberg be damned, a fiercely brilliant, precious little spark of wave-particle light. Sitting, crossly, great, crossly,
What?
lock, ripped, Horrified, they scattered in every direction. He released them by himself in the chamber. He smiled at the private magnitude he carried. A sensation of generous dominion filled him. He had meddled with the profound enigma of existence and its end. What in this realm or any other could possibly command his focus now? June deepened into July, then flared and faded, parching into August. One dawn Quentin stirred early to see a cool haze clinging to the grass beyond his ground-floor window. There, in clear sight, appearing immense and almost spectral, stood a white stag. It lowered its head to graze, the immense weighty crown of antlers tilting, and he watched the sinews shift along its neck. Its ears were larger and softer than he had imagined. The stag lifted its gaze as Quentin appeared at the glass, aware of being watched, then ambled off across the lawn and vanished without haste. Frowning, Quentin watched it depart. He returned to bed, but sleep wouldn't come. Later, You're lucky it chose to reveal itself to a centaur's gaze while you were there to witness it, the questing beast, from the girl who told time. So that was its true form. He'd somehow anticipated something far more savage. Quentin gave Agnes's sleek black flank an absent pat and departed. He understood his next move that evening. He retrieved the leafy branch from the writing desk, the very one that had dangled before the beast's muzzle, cast aside just before their fight. The branch was brittle and dry now, yet its leaves remained a tough olive green. He pushed its stiff end into the damp soil and heaped dirt around the base to keep it standing. The following morning, Quentin awoke to find a fully matured tree outside his window. Embedded in its trunk was the face of a quietly ticking clock. He placed a hand on the tree's solid, gray trunk, feeling the cool, powdery bark, then let his arm fall. His season here had ended. He gathered a few belongings, left others behind, appropriated a bow and a quiver of arrows from the shed near the archery field, took a horse from the centaur's untamed breeding herd, and quit the retreat. The pursuit of the questing beast led him to the border of the sprawling northern marsh, then southward, tracing the fringe of the great bramble, north once more, cutting west through the darkling woods until he reached the wide, softly bubbling reaches of the lower slosh. It felt like traveling through landscapes from a dream. He drank from creeks, slept on the earth, and ate game cooked over open flames. His archery was adequate, and when his aim failed, he used magic to tilt the odds. He rode his horse relentlessly. She was a mild-tempered bay who appeared rather pleased to be free of the centaurs. Quentin's mind was as vacant of reflection as the woods and fields were of other people. The pond in his head had iced over again, this time a solid foot thick. On his better at on his and on he in he beast drew him farther west still, across the hills of the Chankly Bore, over a pass in a brutally jagged mountain chain into lands unrecognizable and unmentioned in any Fillory book. He was in uncharted country now, but he didn't linger to investigate or bestow names upon the peaks. He climbed down a stark white cliff to a beach of dark volcanic sand, facing a vast and uncharted western ocean, seeing him still following the stag dashed onto the waves as if they were solid ground. It sprang from crest to crest, antlers held high, shaking seawater from its muzzle. Quentin felt a weary resignation. The following day he sold his calm bay horse and secured a berth on a ship bound across that western sea. He found a quick, agile sloop with the unfortunate name Skywalker, manned by a capable quartet, 3 quiet brothers and their sturdy, sun-browned sister. Wordlessly, they moved through the vessel's maddeningly complex rigging, a web of 24 small lateen sails needing endless tiny corrections. They regarded his wooden hand and leg with silent reverence after a fortnight. They stopped at a cheerful tropical chain of islands, a sun-soaked mix of mango marshes and sheep pastures, to replenish their water, then continued. They sailed past an isle ruled by hostile, carnivorous giraffes and a floating creature that promised an extra year of life for a finger. The sister accepted the deal 3 times over. They passed an elaborate wooden staircase twisting down into the depths and a young woman drifting on a book as large as a tiny island, writing ceaselessly. None of these sights sparked any wonder or interest in Quentin. That part of him was finished. 5 weeks into the voyage, they reached a seared black rock, and the crew nearly rebelled, demanding to turn back. Quentin faced them down, bluffed about his arcane abilities, and finally promised them 5 times their original pay. They sailed on courage, came easily when you preferred death to surrender. Exhaustion was meaningless when you craved the ache. Before this, Quentin had never been on a sailboat large enough for a jib, but now he was as wiry, tanned, and sea-weathered as his companions. The sun swelled in the sky, and the ocean grew warm against the Skywalker's sides. The very air felt ionized. Common things shimmered with odd halos, flares, and coronas. The stars hung low, blazing spheres full of indecipherable intent. A rich, gilded light permeated everything, as if the world were merely a thin curtain before a glorious sun. The stag continued leaping ahead of them. Finally, an unknown landmass rose on the horizon. It was locked in an enchanted winter, densely packed with fir trees that grew to the very edge, their twisted roots washed by salt spray. Quentin dropped anchor and instructed the shivering crew, still in their light tropical gear, to wait 1 week and then depart if he did not return. He gave them the remainder of his gold, kissed the 10-fingered sister farewell, lowered the sloop's small boat, and rowed himself ashore. With his bow secured on his back, he forced his way into the snow-clogged woods. It was a relief to be alone. The questing beast appeared on the 3rd night. Quentin had made his camp on a short bluff above a clear spring pool. Just before dawn, he awoke to see it standing at the water's edge. Its reflection trembled as it drank. He waited for a full minute, kneeling. This was the moment he strung his bow and drew an arrow from his quiver. From the low bluff in the perfectly still dawn air, it was hardly a challenging shot as he released, he thought. I am accomplishing what even the Chatwins could not, Helen and Rupert. The expected satisfaction did not come. His arrow pierced the tough muscle of the white stag's right hind leg. He flinched, a small mercy. He had missed any major artery. The creature did not try to run. It merely settled stiffly on its haunches, like a wounded cat. The creature's weary gaze suggested this was a familiar, if unpleasant, ritual, a necessary ordeal endured every 100 years or so. The price of its unique existence in the dim, gray light before sunrise, its spilled blood appeared almost black. It watched Quentin approach without a trace of fear, then craned its long neck around. With its square leg, and he
Read. Let.
is either no longer living or he exists beyond the reach of this reality. The sun began to edge over the dense, dark fir trees, painting the sky with faint color. Quentin drew a deep breath. The cold air carried a crisp, piney scent. Alice, she transformed into a Niffin, a being of pure, magical energy. Bring her back to human form. Again, it is beyond my power. What do you mean? It's a wish. You're supposed to grant wishes. I don't make the rules, the beast replied, licking at the blood still seeping from its wound. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to hunt down another mythical stag and take your chances. A bitter, reckless thought surfaced. I wish the rules themselves were different. The stag actually rolled its large brown eyes, denied, and I'm grouping those 3 attempts as your first official wish. What is your second? Quentin let out a weary sigh. He hadn't truly expected those first pleas to work. Pay off my crew. Give them double what I promised. Consider it done, the beast answered. That will be 10 times their original rate, as I had already quintupled their pay earlier. I said done, did I not? Proceed to your 3rd wish long ago. Quentin had meticulously planned this exact moment. His wish was to be transported to the enchanted land of Fillory and to remain there for all time. But that was a fantasy from another life, dreamed by a different person. Send me home, he said simply. The questing beast closed its solemn eyes, then reopened them. It gave a slow, deliberate dip of its magnificent antlers. Done, Quentin realized, belatedly. He should have been more specific. The creature could have interpreted home as his childhood house in Chesterton, his dorm at Breakbills, the upstate retreat, or even his old apartment in Brooklyn. The beast took the most literal path, and Quentin found himself materializing abruptly on a sunny sidewalk in late spring, directly in front of the Tribeca building he once shared with Alice. No passers-by seemed to notice his sudden appearance in the mid-morning light. He walked away swiftly, unable to even glance at the familiar doorway. His bow and quiver were discarded in the nearest public trash bin. The immediate immersion into a crowd of people was jarring. Their imperfect skin, their varied and often awkward postures, their absorbed self-importance, it all felt strangely abrasive. Perhaps some centaur aloofness had permanently altered his perspective. A nauseating cocktail of perfumes, exhaust, and city smells assaulted his senses. A newspaper from a corner deli revealed he had been absent from Earth for just over 2 years. He would need to call his parents. Dean Fogg had likely prevented full-blown panic, but the conversation loomed. Almost smiled, imagining their reaction to his now long, wild hair. Soon, but not just yet. He wandered, refamiliarizing himself with the rhythms of the city. Withdrawing money from an ATM using a few simple spells felt laughably easy now. He treated himself to a shave and a haircut, then purchased normal, modern clothes to replace his centaur-tailored garments, which resembled something from a historical reenactment. He indulged in a long, luxurious lunch at an upscale steakhouse, the taste of real food, a profound, almost painful pleasure. By mid-afternoon, he was seated in a long, shadowy basement bar in Chinatown, a haunt from his days with the physical kids, sipping a Moscow Mule. It had been ages since he'd allowed himself alcohol. It began a dangerous thaw, melting the permafrost that had encased his mind. The icy barriers holding back his guilt and grief creaked ominously, threatening to give way entirely. He persisted, and before long, a profound, untainted, almost indulgent melancholy settled over him, as intoxicating and rich as a fine liqueur. The bar began to fill around 5, and by 6 the after-work crowd was pressing in around Quentin at the counter. He noticed the light spilling down the entry stairs had shifted to a dusky gold. About to leave when he spotted a slim, attractive woman with blonde ringlets cozying up to a man who looked like he'd stepped out of a fashion catalog in a corner booth. Quentin had never seen the catalog model before, but the woman was unmistakably Anais. This wasn't the reunion he'd imagined, nor was she the person he would have picked for it. Yet perhaps it was fitting, someone he wasn't deeply connected to, who felt the same about him. And he had those reliable Moscow mules to shoulder part of the emotional weight, small steps. They moved outside to sit on the stairs. She placed a hand on his forearm and stared, wide-eyed, at his white hair. You would not have believed Eat, she said, strangely. Her pan-European accent seemed thicker, her English more fractured than he remembered. Maybe it worked better in barroom conversations, the time we had escaping. Eat was calm. Then they charged again. Josh was impressive, truly. I had never seen him perform magic like that. There was a creature that swam through the floor beneath the stones, like a shark, I think, but Eat swam in the stone. Eat seized your leg. That might explain this, Quentin replied, showing her his wooden knee. She stared again, even more astonished. The alcohol was smoothing everything over far better than he'd anticipated. He'd been braced for a flood of feeling, a sudden assault of grief on his fragile calm, but if it was coming, it hadn't arrived yet, and there was an enchantment in the walls, I believe, that made us walk in circles. We ended up back in Amber's room. Embers, he corrected gently. What did I say anyway? We had to break the spell. She paused to wave through the window at her muscular boyfriend inside. She recounted it all with the weariness of someone who'd told this tale too many times. For her, it was 2 years past, involving people she'd hardly known. And we carried you the entire way, mon Dieu. I do not think we would have made Eat if Richard, she pronounced it Richard, had not found us. Eat almost makes you appreciate him, you know. He had a way of making us unseen by the monsters. He practically carried us out of that place. I still have a scar. She lifted the hem of her already short skirt, revealing a thick, raised keloid scar about 6 inches long, standing out against her tanned thigh. She went on to share, surprisingly, that Penny had survived, at least for a time. The centaurs couldn't rebuild his hands, and without them he could no longer work magic. When they reached the Netherlands, Penny wandered away from the group, as if searching. He stopped before a tall, narrow stone palazzo, unusually ancient and weathered, and spread his handless arms as if in prayer. After a moment the doors opened, giving the others a glimpse of endless bookshelves, the warm paper heart of the city. Penny stepped inside, and the doors closed behind him. "Can you believe Eat even happened?" She kept repeating. "Eat is like a nightmare, but Eat is all over now. It was peculiar. Aeneas didn't appear to hold him responsible or herself. She had found a way to grieve what occurred, or perhaps it had never truly touched her to begin with. Who knew what thoughts lay beneath those blonde curls?" As she spoke, her gaze kept drifting over his shoulder toward the catalogue model, and after a while he took pity and let her go. They said their goodbyes, a quick kiss on each cheek. Neither made empty promises to stay in touch. What was the use of lying now, so late in everything? As she said, it was all over. Quentin remained on the steps in the warm dusk, lingering until the thought of another awkward encounter with Annie's prompted him to move. Night was falling, and he needed a place to sleep. A hotel was an option, but it felt pointless. Why delay? He had left nearly all his possessions behind in Fillory, but one item he had kept, the heavy iron key Dean Fogg gave him at graduation. It hadn't functioned from Fillory, he'd tested it, but now, alone on a grimy Tribeca sidewalk, breathing in the thick, warm city air, he pulled it from his new jeans. It felt solid and weighty in his palm. On impulse, he lifted it to his ear. A faint, constant hum emanated from it, like a tuning fork's persistent ring, a detail he'd never noticed before. Embracing a profound, almost theatrical loneliness, and with only a flicker of fear, he clasped the key with both hands, shut his eyes, and allowed it to pull him forward. The sensation was like catching a ski lift, a smooth, accelerating glide as the key split an invisible seam in reality, whisking him through a convenient subdimension back to the stone terrace behind the Breakbills' house. The return was painful, but the obligation driving him was sharper. He had one final matter to settle, and then it would truly, irrevocably be over. As the junior associate on the Plaxco account team at Grunning's Hunsucker Swan, Quentin Coldwater's duties were remarkably light. He attended the occasional mandatory meeting and made polite small talk with colleagues in the elevator. When documents rarely appeared in his inbox or on his oversized desk, unusually grand for a new hire of his apparent youth, he would stamp them with a cheerful, "Looks good to me," cue without review, and pass them along. His shock of white hair lent an air of premature gravity, offsetting the vague details of his educational and professional past. He had simply materialized one day, commandeering a corner office recently vacated by a vice president decades his senior, and began collecting a salary, building his 401k, and enjoying substantial benefits, including 6 weeks of annual vacation. In exchange, his primary occupation seemed to be playing computer games on the lavish dual-screen monitor his predecessor left behind. Yet he inspired no office resentment or even much curiosity. Everyone assumed someone else knew his backstory, and if not, surely human resources had the details. Rumor had it he was a prodigy from some elite European academy, a polyglot with stellar math scores. The firm was fortunate to have him, pleasant if a bit melancholic, and appeared intelligent, or at least carried himself like someone who was, after all, he was on the Plaxco team, and at Grunning's Hunsucker Swan, being a team player was what counted. Dean Fogg had counseled against this path, suggesting more time, reflection, perhaps therapy, but Quentin had reflected enough. He'd experienced more of the magical world than he ever wanted, and now he was building a wall between himself and that life, a barrier no spell could penetrate. He was determined to sever it completely, to let that part of himself wither. Fogg had been correct. Even if he lacked the conviction to fully live by his own philosophy, people were better off without magic, learning to navigate the unadorned real world. Perhaps there were those who could handle a magician's power responsibly, who merited it, but Quentin was not among them. It was past time he accepted that and finally grew up. Quentin settled into the desk job Fogg arranged for him at a firm heavily backed by magician capital, joining the daily commute on the subway, riding the elevator and ordering lunch like everyone else, or at least like the most fortunate fraction of humanity. His thirst for the hidden realms had been thoroughly quenched. Thank you very much. At least his parents were relieved. He could finally describe his work without deception. Grunning's Hunsucker Swan met every expectation Quentin had, which was to offer as little meaning as possible, while still drawing breath. His office was serene and climate-controlled, with tinted windows stretching from floor to ceiling. The supplies were plentiful and high quality. Handed all the balance sheets, organizational charts, and business plans he could ever wish to review. Honestly, Quentin felt a smug superiority toward anyone still dabbling in magic. Let those self-indulgent sorcerers cling to their delusions. He had matured beyond such fantasies. He wasn't a magician anymore. He was an adult, and adults owned up to their choices. He was out here grinding against the unyielding surface of reality. Fillery. Been there, done that, and it brought no lasting good to him or anyone else. He counted himself lucky to have escaped with his life. Each morning, Quentin donned a suit and waited on a weathered, elevated subway platform in Brooklyn, where rough concrete was streaked with rust from exposed rebar. From the uptown end, he could just make out the distant, hazy green spike of the Statue of Liberty in the bay. In summer, the thick wooden ties oozed fragrant beads of black tar. Unseen signals guided the tracks, shifting trains left and right, as if directed by invisible hands, though of course they weren't. Nearby, unidentifiable birds swirled in tireless circles above a neglected dumpster. Every morning, the arriving train carried young women from Brighton Beach, mostly still asleep, swaying together with the car's motion, their dark hair dyed a glaring, unconvincing blonde. In the marble lobby of his office building, elevators swallowed groups of commuters and deposited them on their assigned floors. At 5 o'clock sharp, the entire ritual reversed itself. As for weekends, the real world supplied Quentin with an endless array of hollow amusements and distractions. Video games, internet pornography, overheard cell phone conversations in bodegas about stepmothers, health issues, plastic grocery bags caught in bare tree branches, shirtless old men lounging on stoops, the oversized windshield wipers on city buses sloshing great arcs of rainwater back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. This was all that remained for him, and it would have to suffice. Once, as a magician, he had belonged to the world's silent royalty, but he had willingly stepped down. He had removed his crown and left it behind for the next fool to claim. The king is dead. In a way, this new existence was its own kind of spell, the ultimate enchantment, the one meant to end all enchantments for good, One afternoon, after maxing out 3 different characters in 3 separate computer games and exhausting every plausible and implausible website he could browse, Quentin noticed a reminder in his Outlook calendar. He was supposed to be in a meeting. It had started 30 minutes ago, and it was located on a distant floor of the GHS corporate tower, requiring a different set of elevators. On a whim, he decided to throw caution aside and go. Quentin pieced together the purpose of the meeting from scattered comments around the table. It was a combined review of the Plaxco reorganization, a project declared a success a few weeks prior, a fact Quentin had somehow missed entirely. The agenda also included a new connected initiative being launched by a separate team of unfamiliar faces. His attention kept drifting to one woman in particular. She stood out only because, like him, she remained completely silent throughout the entire session. She was somewhat older, neither strikingly beautiful nor plain, with a sharp nose, a thin mouth, and short, dull brown hair. She radiated a potent intelligence currently subdued by profound boredom. He couldn't pinpoint how he knew. Perhaps it was her hands which had that familiar, overdeveloped, muscular look, or her features, which seemed oddly mask-like, but he was certain. She was another one like him, a Break-Bills graduate, living in deep cover in the ordinary world. The plot, as they say, had just thickened. After the meeting, Quentin cornered a colleague, Dave, maybe, or Doug, and learned her name, Emily Greenstreet, the one and only, the woman for whom Alice's brother had died. His hands trembled slightly as he jabbed the elevator button. He told his assistant he was leaving for the day, possibly for the rest of the week. But it was futile. Emily must have recognized him too. Perhaps it really was the hands, because by that evening her email arrived in his inbox. The next morning brought a voicemail and an attempt to forcibly schedule a lunch in his digital calendar. When he logged on, instant messages flooded his screen. And finally, after doubtless procuring his number from the company directory, a text arrived. Why postpone the inevitable? Why not, indeed, he thought, with a sinking feeling. But she was right. He had no real choice. If she was determined to find him, she would, with a sense of resigned inevitability. He clicked accept on the lunch invitation. They met the following week at a lavishly expensive old-world French restaurant, a timeless favorite of the firm's senior executives. It was not the ordeal he had anticipated. Emily was a rapid-fire talker, so slender and rigidly upright she seemed she might snap, seated opposite each other in the hushed, nearly empty dining room, surrounded by cream-colored linens and gleaming crystal. They traded office gossip. He barely knew enough to follow, but she carried the conversation effortlessly. She described her life, a nice Upper East Side apartment with a roof deck and 2 cats. They discovered a shared, bleak sense of humor in different ways. They had both learned the same hard lesson. Chasing childhood fantasies as an adult was a direct path to catastrophe. Who understood that better than he, who watched Alice die, and she, who was essentially responsible for her brother's death? Looking at her was like seeing his own future, 8 years further down a path he was already on. It didn't look entirely terrible, and she enjoyed a drink, or several, so they had that in common, too. A small city of glassware, martini glasses, wine bottles, whiskey tumblers accumulated between them as their ignored phones buzzed plaintively on the tablecloth. "So tell me," Emily said, once they had consumed enough to foster the illusion of a long, easy familiarity. "Do you miss it, the magic?" "I can honestly say I never think about it," Quentin replied. "Do you miss it or think about it?" She twisted a strand of her mousy hair around her finger, both constantly. "Do you ever regret leaving Break-Bills?" "Not for a second," she said, her head giving a sharp, decisive shake. "My only regret is not getting out of that place sooner." She leaned forward, her demeanor suddenly charged with intensity. "Even now, the mere thought of that school sends a shudder through me. They're only children, Quentin, yet they wield such immense power. What happened to Charlie and me could befall any one of them at any moment, or something far more terrible. It's a miracle the building hasn't collapsed under the weight of its own danger." I noticed she avoided saying the name Break-Bills, always referring to it as that place. "I don't even feel comfortable sharing the same coastline with it. The protections there are a joke. Each of those students is a live wire, a catastrophe waiting to happen. Someone has to take charge." Sometimes I'm tempted to expose the whole operation, to bring in actual authorities and impose real regulations. The faculty won't do it. The so-called magician's court is useless. She kept going, her voice a torrent of anxious energy. They were like a pair of ex-drunkards buzzing on coffee and self-help mantras, proclaiming their sobriety while every other word circled back to the bottle. The difference was they could still drink, and they certainly did. Revived slightly by a scalding affogato, Quentin turned his attention to a scotch so aggressively peaty it tasted like licking a charred log after a forest fire. I was never safe there, not for a single second. Don't you feel more secure out here, Quentin, in the actual world? To be perfectly honest, most days I don't feel much of anything at all. She frowned at that. Is that so, then? What made you walk away? You must have had a powerful reason. I'd say my reasons were beyond reproach. That dire? She arched her thin eyebrows, a playful glint in her eye. Go on, tell me, she settled back, letting the plush restaurant chair swallow her up. There's nothing a former addict loves more than a story of rock bottom, a detailed map of another's downfall. Let the misery Olympics commence, so he told her about Alice, their life together, what they had attempted, and how it ended. When he described the precise nature of Alice's transformation, Emily's smile dissolved. She took an unsteady sip from her martini glass. After all, Charlie had met the same fate, a niffin. The irony was so grotesque it was almost artistic, but she didn't ask him to stop. When he finished, he braced for her contempt, matching the hatred he felt for himself, and perhaps the secret self-loathing he sensed in her. Instead, her eyes welled with a gentle compassion. "Oh, Quentin," she said, reaching across the table to take his hand. "You mustn't blame yourself. Truly, you mustn't." Her stern features softened with pity. "You have to understand that all this pain, this tragedy, it springs from magic. That's where your troubles began. No one can handle that kind of power without being twisted by it." "It twisted me, Quentin, before I let it go. Walking away was the hardest thing I've ever done." Her voice dropped to a murmur. "It's what took Charlie," she said quietly. "And it took your Alice, too. Sooner or later, magic always leads to darkness. Once you see that, you'll know how to forgive yourself. It gets easier, I promise you." Her pity was a balm for his ragged, aching heart, and he longed to accept it. It was right there, offered freely. All he had to do was take it. The bill came, and Quentin put the staggering total on his company card. In the foyer, they were both so unsteady they had to assist each other into their raincoats. A cold, relentless drizzle had soaked the city all afternoon. Returning to the office was out of the question. He was in no state, and dusk was already gathering. It had been an exceptionally long lunch outside. Beneath the awning, they lingered. For a second, Emily Greenstreet's peculiar straight mouth drifted unexpectedly close to his. "Have dinner with me tonight," she said, her gaze disarmingly direct. "Come to my apartment. I'll cook." "Can't do it tonight," he mumbled, his words slurring. "I'm sorry. Another time, maybe." She placed a hand on his arm. "Listen, Quentin, I know you believe you're not prepared for this. I know I'm not, but you'll never be prepared. Not until you make the choice to be." She gave his arm a gentle squeeze. "Enough of the theatrics, Quentin. Let me help you. Admitting you need help isn't the end of the world, is it?" Her compassion was the most genuine warmth he'd felt since departing Brakebills. And, good Lord, it had been ages since he'd been with anyone, since that night with Janet. It would be the simplest thing to just follow her. Yet he stayed rooted, even as they stood there. A faint, familiar, prickling sensation hummed in his fingertips beneath his nails, a ghostly echo of the countless spells that had once coursed through them. He could still sense them, those brilliant, white, hot sparks that had once flown so effortlessly from his hands. She was mistaken. Blaming magic for Alice's death wouldn't heal him. That was the coward's path, and he was done with taking the easy way out. It was all very nice for Emily Greenstreet to offer forgiveness, but real people were accountable for Alice. Jane Chatwin was, he was, and Alice herself bore a share. Real people would have to answer for it. In that moment, looking at Emily, he saw a solitary spirit adrift in a desolate expanse, not unlike the haunting image of her former lover, Professor Mayakovsky, standing alone at the South Pole. He wasn't ready to join her in that emptiness, But where did that leave him? What would Alice have done? Another month slipped by. November arrived, and Quentin sat in his corner office, gazing blankly out the window. The building opposite was much shorter than the Grunning's Hunsucker Swan Tower, offering him an unobstructed view of its roof, a tidy beige gravel path encircling a gray labyrinth of enormous rumbling HVAC units. With the bite of late autumn, the air conditioners had fallen silent, and the heaters roared to life, sending vast, dreamlike clouds of steam curling into the sky in endless hypnotic patterns that swirled and never repeated. They were like smoke signals from nobody to nobody, meaning absolutely nothing. Lately, Quentin had lost hours just watching them. His assistant had long since stopped trying to fill his calendar. Without the slightest warning, the entire floor-to-ceiling tinted window that formed one wall of his office exploded inward. Quentin's sleek, modern blinds were sent into a wild, clattering dance. A rush of frigid air and stark, unfiltered sunlight flooded the space. Something small, dense, and perfectly round rolled across the plush carpet and came to a stop against his shoe. He looked down. It was a bluish marble sphere, the very stone globe once used to start a game of welters. 3 figures hovered in the empty air outside his window, 30 stories above the city. Janet looked older, which was inevitable, but there was something more. A change. Her eyes blazed with a seething, violet, mystical energy he had never witnessed before. She wore a dangerously tight black leather bustier. A gentle shower of silver stars cascaded around her. Elliot, meanwhile, had acquired a magnificent pair of immense white feathery wings, which held him aloft on an unseen current. Upon his head rested the golden crown of Fillory last seen in Ember's underground chamber. Between them, her arms wrapped in black silk, floated a tall, painfully slender woman with long, wavy black hair that floated around her face as if she were submerged in water. "Hello, Quentin," Elliot said. "Hi," Janet offered. The other woman remained silent. So did Quentin. "We're returning to Fillory," Janet stated, "and we require another king, 2 kings, 2 queens. You can't hide in this gray world forever, Quentin. Come with us," with the protective window gone and the harsh afternoon light blazing into his office. Quentin's computer screen became an unreadable glare. The building's climate control system whined in protest, desperately battling the invading cold. An alarm blared somewhere in the building. "This could actually work now," Elliot said, with Martin out of the picture, "and we never did pin down what your discipline was supposed to be. Doesn't that eat at you?" Quentin just stared at them, his voice taking a moment to find its way out. "What about Josh?" he finally managed, his throat tight. "He's on his own quest," Janet said, with an eye roll. "He's convinced he can use the Neitherlands as a gateway to Middle-earth. He genuinely thinks he's going to romance an elf. I briefly considered the queen lifestyle myself," Elliot added. "Turns out Fillory is surprisingly progressive about that sort of thing, but in the end, the rule book is the rule book." Quentin set his coffee cup down. For so long, his emotional world had been a flat, gray landscape of sorrow and shame, a numb emptiness. The unfamiliar sensation now stirring within him was almost painful, a sharp, bright ache in a place he thought had died. He craved more of it, even as it hurt. "Why are you doing this?" he asked, his words deliberate and slow. "After what happened to Alice? Why go back? And why on earth would you want me there? You'll only make everything worse." "Worse than this," Elliot countered, gesturing vaguely at the confines of Quentin's office. "We all knew the risks," Janet said. "You, us, Alice? We all made our choices, Q. What's the worst that can happen now? Your hair's already white. You can't possibly look any more peculiar than you already do." Quentin spun his ergonomic chair to face them fully. A torrent of relief and regret flooded his chest, merging into a single, brilliant, burning light. "The thing is," he said, a faint, dry smile touching his lips, "I'd really hate to quit right before the annual bonuses hit. Quentin, it's over. You've served your sentence." Janet's smile held a genuine warmth he'd either never seen before or had simply been too blind to notice. "Everyone has forgiven you except for you, and you're miles behind where we are now. You might be surprised about that." Quentin picked up the smooth blue stone sphere, turning it in his hands. "So," he said, "I'm away for what, 5 minutes, and you have to recruit a hedge witch?" Elliot gave a casual shrug. She's got serious skills." "Go to hell," Julia said. Quentin sighed, rolling the stiffness from his neck before standing up. "Was breaking my window absolutely necessary?" "No," Elliot admitted, "not really." Quentin walked to the jagged edge of the broken pane. Shards of glass crackled under the soles of his expensive leather shoes. He ducked beneath the mangled blinds. The drop was a long one. It had been ages since he'd done this. With one hand loosening his tie, Quentin stepped out into the crisp, cold winter air and flew.